location after the grab as well. It's high time here to go and start, but Wonton Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in. And Wonton Dumpling, they want it, they get it. The bin Wonton Dumpling just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Just MX7 instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missile as well, but Wonton Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton Dumpling keep on winning, and Garrison's full engage. They're facing off against Squad already, and it's like Unicorn landing on them immediately, and they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The guys here might just see the last sight that the opponents can't see. They're stuck here for the time being. Keep going gaming. They also have the Kramer looking to find the shot. We're watching KH hit the nasty one, and it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. BC already gone to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming. They're just keeping overlooked away as much as possible. The break will do the dirty work along the way.
As you can see, with Kramer coming down on top, he hits the shot onto Legacy and moves him even further.
And here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. Yukoi bringing damage. It's land from above one more time with the bone check. Trying to believe in Dark Veil for that cover. His teammates are gone. Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY-WHITE merely an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep Going is gone. We're down left to 2 as Team Burgers also eliminated. And MDY-WHITE, they're able to paint the town red with these kills. Still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. I was gonna consider maybe DNC better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here. The slice and dice action
from the fences. Can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on him.
He's making it happen. It's possibility here for Boogie.
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close. Gets the armor swap along the way. Santa trying to just punch him to immunity. No bullets doing R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch, another slice. But outside will eventually beat up Boogie Porters where they stand. It took so long for Rocky to die. And outside has to be hurting because of it. Or YC can they escape though inside the smoke. Wonton Dumpling trying to reign supreme. Immediately it's up close and personal. But X and Y holding their own.
There we go. Hannah.
Though, always are so flawed. Look who's going right now. We've got DNC, got AGL. You also have MXF with their fortifications as WMFireBird are looking to chip in at the same time. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads if ever. But X and Y are in the front line one more time. And like DNC gonna be their target as of now. Starting to find the spike. Armor comes to over there. And final start, they're bringing damage. DNC and the Bloodhound is already hurting here. Wonton Dumpling is on the prowl as the duo. Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in to get these takedowns. And IVG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping IronBloodGaming alive.
Shove. Either.
Or having to hold off final start, but final start gets the jump of them in. But so again, Wonton Dumpling ready to hunt for them. KAKKOII also from above, and X and Y is feeling the pain here. Eventually, though, Jackie breaks the doors wide open with the EMP, and AGL will take the fight to KAKKOII here. Now it's goes up by Lahim. Lahim with a second one, and Lahim is going ham here until XX will shoot him down. Happy to the fight with the one for Dono, and SWQ is the one being invaded. Here comes the fight, courtesy of outside SWQ. As AGL do get portaled on way as you mentioned. Outside eliminated, but AGL get their footing back. They want to get this final kill. They do so as AGL. HP and it's Casa trying to do a bit of damage. Scan online. The smokes are there as well. And Casa already has a digi threat, so the advantage will go in BK Gaming's favor. For now, the damage has been done, and final the start is being swept away. They're all flesh here. Action conflicts through the floor. So DNC down already. Wonton Dumpling hunting them down, but this is the moment for Boogie Borders. got a target in elevation after that grabs well. And it's high time here for the final start. But Wonton, Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in now. And Wonton, Dumpling, they want it. They get it. The bin Wonton, Dumpling, just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Just MXF instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missile as well. But Wonton, Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton, Dumpling keep on winning. And Garrison's over and they're trying to kill those kills up. Full engage. They're facing up against the squad already. And it's Lightning Unicorn landing on them immediately. And they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The guys that might just be the last fight that the opponents can see. They're stuck here for the time being. Keep going gaming. They also have the Kraber looking to find a shot. Oh, we're watching KH hit a nasty one. And it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. BC already got to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming.
As you can see, Kraber coming down on
Oh!
top.
Oh!
He hits the shot of the Legacy and moves even further.
And here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. Yukoi bringing damage and splash from above one more time with the bow check. Trying to believe the Dark Veil for that cover. His teammates are gone. Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY Black clearly an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep going is gone. We're down left to two as Team Burgers also eliminated. And MDY Black are able to paint the town red with these kills. Only one still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. I was gonna consider maybe DNC better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here. The slice and dice action
On the fences, can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on it.
making it happen. It's a possibility here for Boogie.
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close. Gets the armor swap along the way. Santa trying to just punch him to immunity. No bullets going R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch, another slap. But outside will eventually beat up Boogie Porters where they stand. It took so long for Rapid to die. And outside has to be hurting because of it. White can they escape though inside the smoke. Wonton Dumpling trying to reign supreme. Immediately, it's up close and personal, but X and Y holding their own.
Orders, here we go. Hannah.
And those waterways are so close. So close to X and Y right now. You got DNC, you got AGL, you also have MXF with their fortifications as WMFireBird are looking to chip in at the same side. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads if ever, but X and Y are in the front line one more time. And like DNC gonna be their target as of now. So trying to fight inside this purple armor. Out the open there, swapped on over a while ago, and final start, they're bringing it down to DNC, and the Bloodhound is already hurting here. Wonton Dumpling is on the prowl as the duo. Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in to get these takedowns, and IBG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping IronBloodGaming alive. And
Push comes to shove. Either, as we see one
or having to hold off final start, gets the jump of them, but here we go again. Wonton Dumpling ready to hunt for them. KAKKOII also from above, and X and Y is feeling the pain here. Vincent eventually though, Jackie breaks the doors wide open with the EMP, and AGL will take the fight to KAKKOII here. That's still done by Lahim, and Lahim with a second one, and Lahim is going ham here until XX will shoot him down. Happy to the fight. It's a one for Dono, and SWQ is the one being invaded. Here comes the fight, courtesy of outside. SWQ gonna be in trouble as AGL do get portaled on way, as you mentioned. Outside eliminated, but AGL get their footing back. They want to get this final kill. They do so, and AGL HP, and it's Casa trying to do a bit of damage. Scan online. The smokes are there as well, and Casa already has a digi threat, so the advantage will go in VK Gaming's favor. For now, the damage has been done, and final start is being swept away. They're all flesh here. Action popping through the floor. So DNC down already. 31. Wonton Dumpling hunting them down. But this is the moment for Boogie Borders. target in elevation after the grab as well. It's high time here to go on the start, but Wonton Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in now. And Wonton Dumpling, they want it. They get it. The bin on Dumpling just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Just MXF instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missile as well. But Wonton Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton Dumpling keep on winning. And Garrison's hoping at each other. Trying to full engage. They're facing up against the squad already. And it's like the unicorn landing on them immediately. And they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The Geyser might just be the last sight that the opponents can see. They're stuck here for the time being. Keep going gaming. They also have the Kraber looking to find the shot. Oh, we're watching KH hit a nasty one. And it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. BC already gone to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming. They're just overlook the way as much as possible. Though Frank will do the dirty work along the way.
As you can see, with the Kraber coming down on top, he hits the shot onto Legacy and moves them even further.
And here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. Yukai bringing damage. It's land from above one more time with the bow check. Trying to believe in Dark Veil for that cover. His teammates are gone. Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY-WHITE merely an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep Going is gone. We're down left to 2 as Team Burger's also eliminated. And MDY-WHITE, they're able to paint the town red with these kills. Still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. And was going to consider maybe DNC better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here. The slice and dice action
from the fences. Can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on him.
He's making it happen. It's a possibility here for Boogie.
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close. Gets the armor swap along the way. Sato trying to just punch him to immunity. No bullets, no in the R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch, another slot. But outside will eventually beat up Boogie Borders where they stand. It took so long for Raki to die. And outside has to be hurting because of it. Or YC can they escape though inside the smoke. Wonton Dumpling tries to reign supreme. Immediately, it's up close and personal. But X and Y holding their own.
Borders, here we go. Hannah.
Again, though, always are so blocked. Don't see the X right now. You got DNC, you got AGL, you also have MXF with their fortifications as WMFireBird are looking to chip in at the same time. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads if ever. But X and Y are in the front line one more time. Handling DNC gonna be their target as of now. So trying to fight for like this purple armor. Cut the open there. Off on over a while ago. And final start, they're bringing it down with DNC. And the Bloodhound is already hurting here. Wonton Dumpling is on the prowl as the duo. Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in to get these takedowns. And IBG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping IronBloodGaming alive. And
The shove. Play on no either, as we see
more having to hold off final start, gets the jump of Devin, but here we go again, Wonton Dumpling, ready to hunt for them, KAKKOII also from above, and X and Y is feeling the pain here, eventually though, Jackie breaks the doors wide open with the EMP, and AGL will take the fight to KAKKOII here, damage still done by Lahim with a second one, and Lahim is going ham here until XX will shoot him down. KAKKOII's to the fight. It's a 1-for-1, and SWQ is the one being invaded. Here comes the fight, courtesy of outside. SWQ gonna be in trouble as AGL do get portaled on way, as you mentioned. Outside eliminated, but AGL get their footing back. They want to get this final kill. They do so, and AGL. And his Casa trying to do a bit of damage scan online. The smokes are there as well, and Casa already has a threat, so the advantage will go in BK Gaming's favor. For now, the damage has been done, and final start is being swept away. They're all flesh here. Down already. One Wonton Dumpling hunting them down, but this is the moment for Boogie Borders. after the grab as well. It's high time here. The final start, but Wonton, Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in. And Wonton, Dumpling, they want it. They get it. Then Wonton, Dumpling just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Just MXF instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missile as well. But Wonton, Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton, Dumpling keep on winning. And Garrison slowly has done their some full engage. The base stuff gets the squad already. And it's like unicorns landing on them immediately. And they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The guys, there might just be the last fight that the opponents can't see. They're stuck here for the time being. Keep going gaming. They also have the Kraber looking to find a shot. Oh, we're watching KH hit a nasty one. And it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. BC already gone to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming. They're just keeping overlooked away as much as possible. The Ring will do the dirty work along the way.
Circles here, and as you can see, Kraber coming down on top.
Oh!
He hits the shot onto Legacy and moves them even further.
And here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. MeiDuYaoBYD bringing damage. It's flat from above one more time with the bone check. Trying to believe in Dark Veil for that cover. His teammates are gone. Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY-WHITE merely an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep Going is gone. We're down left to two as Team Burgers also eliminated. And MDY-WHITE were able to paint the town red with these kills. Still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. And was gonna consider maybe DNC better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here. The slice and dissection from Pop.
From the fences, can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on him.
He's making it happen. It's a possibility here for Boogie.
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close. Gets the armor swap along the way. Sato trying to just punch him to immunity. No bullets though in R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch, another slap. But outside will eventually beat up Boogie Borders where they stand. It took so long for Raptor to die. And outside has to be hurt because of it. Can they escape though inside the throat? Wonton, Dumpling trying to reign supreme. Immediately, it's up close and personal, but X and Y holding their own. Man, what is it? We also have MXF with their fortifications as WMFireBird are looking to chip in at the same time. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads if ever, but X and Y are in the front line one more time. And seeing their target as well now. Someone trying to fight for this for more, but cut the over there. And final start, they're bringing it down to DNC. And the Bloodhound is already hurting here. Wonton Dumpling is on the prowl as the duo Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in to get these takedowns. And IBG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping IronBloodGaming alive.
And of course, when push comes to shove, they are
Your undisputed champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Might any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Briscoe's right there.
About to go down. 1v1! 1v1!
Oh, what? Well, Shady, he finds the target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Free is cover. Fly high, Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down.
Oh my God! It's the 360! What a beast!
Welcome back, guys. This is another week of ALGS action here. And it's Longshot. If you're wondering, if you're like, hey man, where's that smooth voice of Rain Day? Where's the amazing analysis of Dia and Tiff and all the hype and excitement of Onset and Gaskin? Well, we're taking over. It's kind of like when we had Mad Maggie taking over, or one of the other town takeovers we had in Play Apex. Longshot taking over the Play Apex channel here today. And I am, of course, joined with Dax.
Seem like there's so much competition and a two-way tie for the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, even, other teams coming through the preseason qualifiers and doing very well has, as you said, it's just made it, so clustered up there at the top, hasn't it?
Yep, and I completely agree because we're looking at the results right now for the past few days, and who's on top? You got Boogie artists on one side, but Wonton Dumpling having some of the highest KPs in the whole ALGS, making their way to the top as well. Then you have the other teams, of course, that we always have to talk about. Legends Gaming has to be one of them. Team Burger having Sharky making that return. Serenity making waves. Even more teams like MDY-WHITE and MDY-Black, to name a few. It really feels like here in APAC South, the competition is just getting better and better, and we're having a different flavor now to bring to the region and beyond.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's we've already had 2 weeks starting off here in year 4. So why don't we just get a quick refresher on how the year format as a whole works? Obviously it starts off with Split 1, and then after that we'll have the top 8 teams from Split 1 going to our first LAN location, TBD. Hopefully we'll get that info soon. And then after that, of course, it'll be the same format as previous years, but if you haven't been around for that, that is another split. There's Split 2 playoffs, and then we finish off with champs. But just to, explain that to you with some nice graphics to help get it lodged in there in your brain, here's a nice little video to show you that.
The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
There you go, guys. Our format is set, but of course, we still have a schedule to keep as well. This is pretty much the 3rd day of competition now, as we're going to check out the schedule coming our way. And of course, double duty yet again for our group. Today, it is for Group A, but Day 3 is upon us, February 3. Next week, of course, it will be another matchup, but it's on Sundays from that point on. So, Genome, you can check out, of course, Day 4, Day 5, as well as the finals. Those are on Sundays for our time zone. And of course, coming into those dates, there might be a different look to Apex Legends as a whole.
Yeah, as you said, we've got a little bit of a change to the schedule in terms of, which days we're playing on this year. So yeah, first 3 Saturdays, the last 3, Day 4, 5, and the regional finals will be on a Sunday. So don't let that mess you up if you're trying to keep it all in your schedule, and make sure you catch all of the APAC South action here. And as you said, we'll also have a little bit of a break, as you can see there in the middle, while we wait for players to get accustomed to the new season. But we can talk about that when it happens.
Yeah, of course, it's in the future, it's in the cards, but let's not forget, of course, that teams will be whittled down once they make it to the finals. But on the other hand, something has been on the uprise here in APAC South, and it is, of course, the incredible pricing that we have been granted now by the Who Play Apex staff. So I'm very happy to say, APAC South, we're here on Play Apex, right? Where we've shown that our prize pool has effectively doubled, and with that being said, it really goes to show that we are a major region. As you can see, for our grand winner, for our first place, it is $20,000 US on the line. Second place there with 15K, and going all the way to 1,500 for just being here for APAC South. Genome, though, of course, you always talk about it. It's really the slots that these teams are eyeing on.
Yeah, it is, and we've got more than ever with 8 now for APAC South, as well as 2 going out to some Chinese invitational teams, but that'll happen a little bit later. In the past, we've had you got to remember, this isn't the winner of the regional final either. This is the winner of Split 1 overall as a whole. You know, how you perform through the entire split. So sometimes that's been the same person. I think last Split 2 in Year 3, I believe it was the same, with Moist taking out both the regional final and that first place slot. But then if you go back a split, it was, I believe, Chicken Sandwich who took out the #1 slot, but with Moist taking out the regional final. So those two can be different, just to, you know, just to make it even more complicated. But yeah, just throwing that one out there. 20k USD for the winner is, yeah, it's certainly, it's double what it's been in the past. So that's fun.
Yeah, they were the old IPG squad from that time of APAC-South. But let's check out, of course, how the points will be given to these teams. There are two incredible point systems that we have here for the maps. For, of course, their day, you get your place points there. For first place, you get 12 of them, all the way to 0 if you're 16 to 20, and 1 additional point per kill. That's your KP, and we see teams like Wonton, Dumpling exploiting that and using that to rack up their score. And later on, Gina, we also talk about things like league points, right? Depending on what your scoring is for the day, for the session, you will get an equivalent of league points to make sure that you're eligible for that LAN in the future.
Exactly. So this is how they translate for the overall day, and you can see now, yeah, we've got, this is the split points, this is the overall standings for all of our teams that have played so far. At this point, they've all played exactly the same amount of games, right? We've completed 1 of our 3 round robins. So it's even Stevens at the moment, and that means that teams like Boogie Border and Wonton Dumpling that are up the top are looking absolutely fantastic to make it to LAN. And again, I'll just harp on this. It's 8 slots that get to go to LAN. So if you're looking at who can qualify, that's where you should be drawing that line, under outside at the moment. And gosh, it's pretty damn tight there. I mean, if you look at, you know, down to the 21 points where X and Y is, you know, there's still plenty of teams within striking distance of making their dreams come true.
Absolutely. 9 teams are separated by 2 points. You have teams who do have found that recovery, like X and Y. They had 0 points for the first session, then they got that second place to pull them up on the scoreboard. It also means teams at the very tail end of our leaderboard right now still a chance to make it, because there's still a number of days upon us. But as of right now, Genome, I guess we gotta talk about our upcoming matchup. A versus B, a bit of a repeat from our very first encounter here in APAC-South. And I kind of want to bring up some of the teams that have impressed us. We always have to talk about Boogie Borders and Legends Gaming, but there hasn't been a team from the preseason qualifiers that has really caught your eye.
Yeah, so, you know, if we're looking at the people who are sitting up the top of those, the overall standings that we just saw that we might not have expected coming into this season, certainly one for me was WMFireBird. I found myself saying their name a lot more than I expected last week. These guys are really starting to do well. You know, we've got Shark, LK, and Azu, and they're sitting at 7th at the moment. So if they can keep this pace up, they are going to be making it to LAN, which, coming out of preseason qualifiers, that would be incredible. That would be such a massive achievement for a team who's going, you know, as we keep sort of harping on about, like, it feels like, even with, you know, Moist leaving to NA, it feels like such a competitive split that we've got going on here. You know, they're playing a very aggro comp, right? They've got the Conduit, the Horizon, the Bangalore a lot of the time, so that means, you know, not scanning the ring. And yeah, for them to just be able to run with all these big dogs, because we know that APAC-South, you know, typically has had a lot of extremely strong fighting teams, even if the macro hasn't been that strong. It's crazy for them to come out and be able to perform at this level, Dax.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they're such a good example of the influx of talent that is awaiting us in the preseason qualifiers for the lower leagues of APAC-South, finally given their chance. So it's great to see WMFireBird doing so well. We saw on the leaderboard a while ago, I believe they're tied in 6th place with the likes of Outsides, with the likes of Serenity, but I kind of have to go at the very top of the ladder here, Genome, and we need to talk about the team that is making waves everywhere and anywhere you talk about if it's all about ALGS. We look at KP, right? We love to see APAC-South as that region that loves to fight. And look no further. When you look at this leaderboard, when you look at the players, you have a team like Wonton Dumpling that has been absolutely exquisite all throughout. Wonton Dumpling, I think we need to introduce them yet again. Pretty much the core of World Not Fair from last year. But you got Picad or Gugu, you got Boring there, as well as XZZ, or now known as Jackie Chan. His adventures continue on. And whenever we see Wonton Dumpling, they're just probably one of the cleanest fighting squads we've seen so far. There were moments like this last year in that World Not Fair roster, but in the offseason, they have cleaned up their act. They've taken fights so well, and I've been watching some of their POVs, especially in their great outings on World's Edge. And one thing that they do is, since they know they're a triple threat that can kill as soon as possible, they usually have 2 on standby, allow one to reset, and then continue on with the pace. They're also a team that loves to play those mobile respawn beacons, come up with someone with red armor dropping down from the sky and keeping the fight alive. And we also have to mention some incredible stats so far. Wonton Dumpling, the most KP sure in APAC South, but we've also seen Gugu himself, Peak God, the most kills all throughout ALGS so far. That includes NA, that includes APAC North, that includes EMEA, and that's such a mean feat made by Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, I saw some commentary around them saying, like, are these guys a bit of a one-hit wonder? But, I don't think that's the case, right? Because it felt like that the first time we saw them pop off. But that was last year, right? Like, that was more of an isolated performance. But now that we've seen them back it up a couple of weeks in a row in here for year 4, honestly, that's pretty cool. So, really, really excited to see them and see if they can keep that momentum going throughout the rest of the season. I personally think they can. I think they've worked out a lot of the issues, the inconsistencies that stopped them doing better throughout last year. And yeah, it'll be really cool to see if they can have an amazing first-time LAN performance like we saw from, say, MDY-WHITE last year.
Yeah, they're always a threat, and it does feel like they're looking for those recovery games. They get it, and suddenly they drop kills like 14 in a map, 23 in a map, and that's just the Wonton Dumpling style that has truly raised some eyebrows throughout APAC South and beyond. But going back to A versus B, it's a matchup that we saw already all the way at the very start of our APAC South run. And we're gonna check out the beacon here at Storm Point, and I gotta ask you, Genome, anything that is particular to you? Because one thing always catches my eye when we talk about Storm Point and A versus B. It's that contestant lightning rod that really ruins a few games for the teams that fight.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? It feels like we've had teams contesting at Lightning Rod for such a long time now, right? Just for you guys at home, White Flash. So I believe this is previously Ash Esports. Yeah, so they've had a change of organization, or at least they've lost their organization. Another one there, Heroes. That was previously KAKKOII. So yeah, a couple of names to sort of get our heads around this week as people have switched over.
Yeah, and I just want to point out real quick that it is Lightning Unicorn that lands on Devastated Coast. In the meantime, though, you get Overlooked Entertainment here over onto Down Beast. DreamFire still, it's a classic mill and the classic DreamFire experience that everyone is looking for. And from this point on, near the center of the map, we do have to talk about Legends Gaming, formerly Black Hand. If you guys haven't been keeping up with APAC South, one of the most interesting things that they do, Genome, is take the Trident towards the bean, and Strafing Flame is really one of those carjackers that we see multiple times in a map like this.
Yeah, it's been a lot more prevalent, I think, all over the map, actually, in year 4, as people have really started to understand how important Tridents are for rotations. That's what makes places like Mill such a strong POI to play from, and it makes it makes somewhere like Cedo Station even stronger if you can put that Trident rotational ability on top of the already great loot you get. You can see Serenity there playing from Jurassic. They have been playing fantastically from what used to be a pretty average POI and making it work really well.
Yeah, they've really upgraded the POI, and Serenity upgrading the roster to a trio with Legacy, making incredible moments happen to allow them to win that A versus C matchup. But guys, it is time for us to get into the game. Store points await us. It's time for us to get into APAC South action. Here we are, Gino, back to the dropship and back to APAC-South. Welcome to everyone. This is day 3 of APAC-South, and it's A versus B. We got 20 squads willing to do battle. Only one can come up the winner after 6 incredible maps. Well, I gotta say though, we did 12.99 maps last time around, right? So I hope we get some more incredible outings today.
Yeah, look, really hoping that we get the 12 instead of the 13 maps today. That'd be good for everyone. As you mentioned, we've got KAKKOII up against DNZ happening once again up at Lightning Rod. DNZ, these poor guys, they've been at Lightning Rod for just about their whole lives, and they've never had it alone though. They've always had company. They've always had someone to sit around the fire and sing Kumbaya with. And this season, it used to be Adal Wolves. This season, it's KAKKOII Gaming.
Yeah, it used to be a little bit of foreign flavor. Now it's a little bit more familiarity between KAKKOII Gaming and DNZ. And I kind of have to bring up what we always mentioned from last week, right? DNZ had an incredible outing when they had their POIs to themselves. KAKKOII Gaming was the first team from the preseason qualifiers to take a map win when they had their POI to themselves. And I gotta wonder, something's gotta give right by this point, but KAKKOII Gaming, they've taken the northern side and they're staying there for the time being.
Yeah, well, they've kind of squished the whole thing together, right? You know, we used to have Thunderwatch, and then Lightning Rod was a little bit further away, and it kind of feels like the teams are playing as if that's still the case right now, because, you know, DNZ, they'll move south, they'll take the loot away from Thunderwatch, while KPG are going north and taking sort of more of the original Lightning Rod loot. Of course, you only get the one set of beacons now. That's kind of the big change, is that, you know, you don't get to rely on there potentially being another chance of beacon spawns when you're up there. So that's one thing to mention, but looks like they're just going to be splitting the loot for the moment, which, you know, some people say that's the smart way to play it. And a lot of the other smart teams are rotating very quickly into Barometer, because it looks like that's where we are going.
Yeah, they have such low priority. They're going to need to probably get the try to KAKKOII Gaming. And I wonder if they have that intel. I don't think so as of yet. But you mentioned it. We're looking at Barometer. And one team we kind of have to talk about moving forward has to be Heroes. Formerly KAKKOII, or KAKKOII, if you know Japanese or not. You can choose how to pronounce it. But they've been picked up by an org here, Genome. And I'm really impressed to see a team who is making waves get the support that they need.
Yeah, it's nice to see. You know, like there's a lot of support for, I think, Indonesian you know, teams and players in Apex Legends. They've often had, I think I remember, you know, the very first streams that Longshot did, honestly. There was some Indonesian people putting out Indonesian language streams, and yeah, you know, they were getting a lot more viewers than we were back there at the start. So it's good to see that people are still interested in that side of things, and the you know, we're getting this team is getting rewarded. A couple of players who have been there just about that long, because they really are OGs of APAC-South.
Yeah, WMFireBird, if I remember correctly, but Legends, of course, also bring out the Gibraltar right now. So, yet again, we're seeing so much more variety here. Over the week, Genome, I've been watching other regions, so I have been a believer of some of these more quote-unquote off-meta picks. I've seen a Revenant win in APAC North. I've seen a Newcastle win. I've seen Fuse, of course. And now with the Gibby online, what do you think is the outlook here for APAC-South, especially knowing that this is a region that plays a lot of Wonton to begin with, and how does that shake things up?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, if you got the pylon down there, it does mean that you can be pretty safe from the defensive bombardment. Yeah, it creates a fun little sort of mini game if you get into that end game positioning where you've got defensive bombardment coming down. Like, can you take out the pylon and then be able to use that ult? Honestly, though, Watsons will often have one pylon down and then have their ultimate ready to replace, or even just have ultimate accelerants in their backpack, which means they can just pop that and then a couple of seconds later have it ready to go. So I think it is weighted pretty heavily in favor of Watson between those two legends in terms of how that that sort of works out. That said, you know, Gibby's got his own uses, right? The bubble is still a very strong ability.
Look, there are many lovers of the gimme meta from before, and one thing to take note also, we've seen the shotgun be something to watch out for in APAC-South. The Mastiff has done some damage, the Peacekeeper has done some damage, and talking to a few pro players here and there, they say that at least the shotgun, it's a decent gun to come out the dropship when you're respawn, because you rarely need attachment. But we're watching Barometer, we're seeing Akuma, and it's getting pretty crowded here in Barometer so far.
So this is a send over here on the pylon, actually, onto Team Burger. Pricey was taking some shots with a 30-30, got caught completely off by NoCredit. Oh, but it does look like they've made it out here. So he was down, he got knocked, but they had just enough distance between them that Pricey was able to get the res back up. So, honestly, Burger, they've been struggling a little bit so far. It's almost had game one going awry from them, because we know that NoCredit at this point is a scary team and an unpredictable team as well.
Yeah, we know Team Burger, the legacy speaks for itself, especially with two-time champion Sharky in that roster. Looking back at the results, 2 top 3s basically, and a bunch of lower than top 10s that made it a mixed bag. We're watching the Barometer and Legends Gaming spotting out a bit of contact towards outside. They're down here by the bins, a little bit of cover here for outside, but for the time being, Legends decides to back away and get their own kind of place with the pylon in tow.
So we wait to see the next ring. It continues to pull towards the south of Barometer here. See a couple of people just running it all the way underneath there, running the sewers, and as you can see, very much in Barometer, lots of teams safe for the moment, but it doesn't look like it's pulling to the sort of, you know, the northern buildings like sometimes. It doesn't look like it's pulling towards Bamboo either. It looks like it will be probably more on top of maybe NoCredit, who's down the bottom there. So potentially those, they're playing one of the oranges right now. Could be a good position. And then you've also got Lightning Unicorn just to the south of them that were playing around Coastal Camp. And they've hit the next ring beacon. And I believe they've also hit the scan because they're playing Crypto. So Lightning Unicorn could have very good priority into this next circle.
I mean, Lightning Unicorn is one of those teams that we've seen utilize that Crypto well to just get the information going. Legends Gaming, though, on the other hand, still poking, prodding, trying to upgrade their armor versus outside. They have a good vantage point here, but the problem is they're at the very edge of the western corner of the next ring. And we've seen from Legends Gaming, it's really that transit point that has been a problem, right? Someone like Easy Flash, he tries to fight, gets down when they call for disengage, and it's led to Legends Gaming dying a little bit earlier than they should.
Has been a problem a couple of times so far. Akuma. Oh, here we go. WMFireBird taking some shots over at DreamFire. It looks like they're stuck in the ring. Might have to rotate all the way back through some no-take-Ks. Roy actually popping the Bangalore ultimate here to try and keep them at bay as Ems is trying to get revived, but I feel like this could be a very quick end here for DreamFire.
Yeah, WMFireBird there, a squad willing to fight outside the ring, and here we go again. WMFireBird, gravity lift is upon us. Roy, though, back with red armor, ready to go for the fight. The 3MZ is already on the floor. Energy barricade to try and keep them away here. DreamFire has to stay in their own lane as WMFireBird are the ones playing aggressive. They do lose one along the way. Here comes the cleanup crew, courtesy of Azu, and it's just a single player of DreamFire trying to fight. No chance, and the struggles of DreamFire, they continue here.
Roy tries to play for the shield swap there, but, you know, he wasn't giving him any ground to do that with, so just firing bullets straight into that while the other two come to clean that up. A nice win there for WMFireBird, and again, we just have to praise the team fighting. Obviously, it was very heavily stacked in that favor, you know, spotting DreamFire out in the zone. Obviously not a very healthy place to be playing from. But still, you know, taking big scalps. It happens just again and again, and I just get more and more impressed with this team.
Yeah, that's why they were in your scouting report, and one thing that they have been trying to get better in is fighting outside the ring and still surviving as a trio. Beautiful energy barricade also to keep DreamFire at bay. Moving though to the other side, we got SWQ towards the coastal camp area. Keep going. We'll avoid them for the time being. And then we have seen NoCredit, Lightning Unicorn, White Flash right now in good positions towards the south side of the Barometer. So you're saying a while ago, right? Lightning Unicorn, they got the intel and they got in a good position away from everyone else.
Exactly, and GopGaps is already set up. We've got fences, we've got a pylon down there. So plenty of stuff for LU to look at. SWQ, they're hoping someone might be coming from Coastal Camp, but yeah, they're a little late to the party here. I don't think they realize that KPG and LU have already moved on. So honestly, the chances of someone else coming from that side are pretty low. Need to check their rotational timings, I guess, if they want to be catching people up like that.
Well, no credit. Mexus might get caught here. As he has no more armor, we'll just back on away for the time being. And he realizes all those buildings are occupied to the maximum. You got heroes, you got Boogie Borders, Kill Devil, White Flash nearby. But look at the ring now, pulling in closer to the center of Barometer here. And Lightning Unicorn yet again on the right marker for
now. No credit after almost causing issues at the start, have continued further in, and yeah, playing around the nut, they'll be fine there for one more circle, but unfortunately for them, it is not going to pull out towards the bridge, as you sometimes see. It is actually going to be further on top of Barometer and very much down near where LU are playing. Team Burger, I guess they're hoping it might be something of a bamboo circle, but you know, they seem to be more of that edge team this year, Dax, which has been a bit of a shake-up for them, and you do wonder if that's maybe where some of their issues come from in terms of playstyle, is that obviously, you know, Sharky and Pricey have spent such a long time playing a very different playstyle to what we're seeing them go and frankly struggle with this split.
Yeah, and truthfully, we've seen them have some slow starts many times in these past few days. Ring rush also for Sharky. It's still different when you're in actual ALGS competition, and we're expecting Team Burger to make a mark later on, but it's still getting very much so clouded in Barometer. Serenity outside, names to watch out for. Legends Gaming on the other hand, staying away from that for the time being because they have their own fight to deal with. War Monster Firebird have made their way into Barometer, and they're trying to find their own position here.
Yeah, I mean, like, crowded's a good word for it too, right? Because if you think about this, we've got 19 teams left, and we're about to hit Zone 4. You know, if that's your measuring stick for quality, then damn, this is a pretty quality game we're getting here, straight up.
Look, I've really noticed round 3, round 4, we still have more than 15 squads. Just another day in APAC-South from when these teams decide to play zone and move closer and closer to the next few rings. Godhand, though, on the other hand, flying high, looks to make an impact into the server, passing by Overlook at the same time being, gets into the cover here down below, and they even set up the Dark Void to try and go for the rotate, but yes, it's caught immediately. That Dark Void doesn't do much to help him. Kizan's with the pot shot from afar, and Godhand need to find a little bit of room to breathe here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they got the cat wall off just before that all happened, which bought them a little bit of time to get that res up and going. But they're playing an odd spot here, right? It's like, it's a spot that you play maybe endgame when people don't have a lot of angles on you, and it's hard for other teams to peek because they're going to get caught out by everyone else just sort of looking across in a crossfire. But playing that this early in the game, I'm not going to lie, that's a tough call, and I don't think it's one that's going to work out for Godhand.
And Akuma doing some damage here. Our triple roller squad just to make an impact too. It does feel like those are the two teams right now trying to get out of the midfield, I'd say. Genome, Akuma on one side with the returning Killapause, Team Burger on the other with the returning Sharky. And speaking of Team Burger right now, they're the ones in a bit of trouble. DNC on the hunt here by the bridge. Smokes are out, but this wingman has a digi threat, and you know Joker's good for it. The hunt is on, courtesy of DNC. Sees a target from him. Pricey will get knocked on down as Godhand is eliminated off screen. DNC gets some good damage going.
Yeah, they haven't been taken out quite yet. Oh no, the last shot comes into way, though he was hoping to maybe get a res back onto his teammates. But wow, Burger, one of the first ones to go out. So even though they survived that scare earlier against NoCredit, yeah, look, there's still no love for them in the end.
Yeah, it's the ailment of the laser station. Pounded by the low priority from Zoo Station. Akuma, though, on the other hand, they have to deal with Overlook Entertainment, knocking one down. It's BC already. Gun scan comes on in, though, but Akuma's ready for this one. Spikes into play, and Crusader, look at him go. Crack that arm already. Akuma back in a reset angle for the time being, but it's a 2v3. Overlook, do they push it? Akuma staying inside for now.
The new look team with Killapause on Horizon there, so you know, kind of makes sense, I guess, with the swap over to controller. have him on that Legend, which has enabled so many roller players to do so much damage. And they're going to make that rotation.
Yeah, they had the
Oh
advantage.
no, but they don't have Crusader.
Oh no, they do lose one. And Yukoi now trying to set up the Dark Build to give Akuma a chance to breathe. Crusader, he's gone from this fight, but Akuma has different opponents now to deal with. You got NoCredit on one side, you got White Flash also in that Chaos, and Savior bringing in the Massive to bring in the damage too. Akuma though, this is beautiful work from Killapause, and he just kills them all in front of him. Well done by Killapause now, but the job's not done because Lightning Unicorn is marking him.
That is ridiculous. I mean, I 2v3 there from Akuma. I mean, they go out regardless, but oh my lord, they go out in a blaze of glory with that highlight reel.
One of the wonders, really. An incredible M&K player, an incredible controller player too. Killapause can do it all, but can't fight any other squad. So 13 squads are remaining as War Monster Firebird is also gone now. The ring, though, looking to find even more spots. You got Legends Gaming inside here, AGL too.
Yes, they're the two teams in the best spots, and we're having a look at AGL here. This is where the last ring will be pulling down here on this sort of, you know, the palm tree island. And AGL, they have the low ground, but then if they can keep control of it, Legends Gaming will have the high ground overlooking this final circle. For them, it's going to be a harder task, I would say, because you're going to have a lot of people pushing up here. If an EMP comes through, they're going to all of a sudden be very vulnerable. At the moment, you can see the fences are well set up. They've got a lot of defense. They're ready to go. But, you know, there's teams like Bearclaw Gaming right underneath them. You've got teams like Serenity, who probably will be looking to push this or somewhere nearby. So we'll just have to see if there's a wildcard crypto here to come in and deal with this.
Yeah, we've seen the EMP just blow up any Wonton setup, especially if Keep Going Gaming now. They gotta go, and they gotta move fast to Boogie borders. They also kill Devil nearby and Keep Going Gaming now taking a little bit of elevation. Heroes, though, is just so close beside them on the other end. There's an evac tower in front as well, but KPG, they're struggling to make any kind of headway. Bible does get the armor back. Keep Going Gaming, they're trying to move. Heroes, though, evacuating. There's a scan as well. Ooh. And Lahim now with a Rolling Thunder. AGL, though, gone along the way. Heroes with the invasion point. Lightning Unicorn nearby. White Flash as well as Overlook's gone. And Heroes, they need to play to their namesake. They eliminate Lightning Unicorn now, and Kiss and sets up a base for themselves.
Oh my god, the fight for the south side was disgusting, and I think Heroes are going to be the ones that actually come out in front here as we see so many teams. Yeah, there's White Flash as well. They had that building down at the bottom. Boogie Borders still trying to find their way into this one, but they've lost Raki. So many teams. Like, I mean, I don't think there's a single clean 3v3 here. There has been so many teams involved in every fight so far. This is a great overview. You can see the two remaining Boogie Borders members try to just, you know, get some armor swaps and make it happen there on the north side. And then Heroes down on the south, they have taken over a fantastic spot. Legends, they've actually dropped here to try and deal with Serenity, and they do manage to get that. So now Bearclaw, though, swinging around the zone to try and take Legends on. Have they struck at the right time?
Player Kato down, Falcon immediately hacked with a trade, and Bearclaw Gaming, they've been looking for this moment, but they can't find it as Legends holds off any kind of competition. Usually we see the team that drops, they will die, but Legends Gaming, they prove us wrong, not just once, but twice.
Okay, so the armor swaps get there in time. Can Easy Flash pop the Medi? They need to get up. They don't have a horizon. They're going to have to go with the evac tower. You can see that coming out there. That's for Legends Gaming. That's the only option they really have to get out of their current spot. That said, Heroes still very safe behind all the rocks there at the back. They should have this game in the bag, I would have thought, unless they catch some straight 30-30 shots coming out from Legends up the top here. They've already started to deal with Boogie Borders. And then outside, honestly, I would say the outside chance out of these three teams left to take home game one.
But watch out for the keyboard king himself. Easy flash. Incredible shot onto the Boogie Border side. Legends Gaming now hunting down outside as well. And Heroes are just watching from a distance. But Strafing Flame, he's knocked down to the ground. Same can be said for Easy Flash. It's all left to player K as Heroes takes this opportunity. They got a new sponsor and they get a new win now. Heroes will take map number 1.
Oh man, that's gotta feel great getting signed, and then your first game, your first official after getting signed in ALGS is a dub. I'm sure all three of our Indonesian maestros there, as well as the management team behind the org, are all gonna have a big smile on their faces now, Dax.
Yeah, it's super congratulations to Heroes. And I do have to say, that was incredibly well done by them when they went away from their tower, dropping down to the likes of Lightning Unicorn, continuing that fight. It really goes to show that there was that potential from that KAKKOII squad from before. Heroes as an org saw it, they signed them, and they gave them the right support to get that result going. And I have to notice something also, Gino, a while ago. Lahim was so quick, man. Call him the Flash by this point, because not only did he get the hell out of any kind of problem, but I also saw one of the fastest armor swaps I've seen today. So it really just goes to show this hero squad with 12 KP as well. I'm impressed by their results so far.
Yeah, I mean, Gibby meta back, is it? I guess. I don't. That's awesome. I mean, bang, Gibby, Watson, and somehow, you know, that's 0 scans, right? They've got no player scans, they've got no ring scans there. But somehow they still find their way into the best spot in the entire ring. And as you kind of mentioned there, it was a hard-fought one, right? When all the South teams came together, it was like, you know, I've been watching some Hodzik coaching streams, and he kept talking about, you know, like, you always want to be the bread in the sandwich, right? You never want to be the meat. And on that South zone, it was like, I don't know, there was like a sandwich delivery line, like a going on there, and it was like, someone would get sandwiched in the middle, and then like another 2 teams would come in, and then another 2 teams. And Heroes were lucky enough to bide their time and be that sort of the last party to come in there and sandwich the teams on the other side. And yeah, it ended up giving them the best position in the game and the dub.
Look, talking about bread, it's like they built the baguette on the south side, and that was all theirs for the taking. So well done by Heroes. Also some good games from what we saw from Outside. Outside has been a team that has performed on Storepoint. Legends Gaming as well, getting a bit of that lethality back, especially facing off against both Bearclaw and Serenity from that drop-down position. But in the end, they were the ones getting caught yet again near the tail end. So a good game to start things off here versus A versus B. I think, though, we have to talk about this first fight immediately. WMFireBird, this has been their bread and butter, pardon the pun. Just fighting here at the edge, finding a team outside the ring, and the first victim, the ailing DreamFire so far.
Which is funny. It's almost a bit ironic there, Dax, because you know, if you say bread and butter, that used to be DreamFire's bread and butter, right? They are the team who typically would be, you know, pitching in around the edge of those Zone 2 to Zone 3 circles, looking for a couple of KP, and from there, they launched their assault into finding a really good position for the end game. And the fact that we've got other teams being able to catch them off in the same sort of situation now is a little bit problematic, especially when you think about you know, the context of how DreamFire is doing in the split overall, which has been far below their usual standard.
Yeah, it just feels like DreamFire right now, uncomfortable to say the least. But we know a team with that kind of pedigree, they're going to look to bounce back later on. But you can see already our standings here, or our results from the first map rather. 12 kills for Heroes, 8 kills for Legends Gaming. Boogie Borders making their way into the top 4 as well. Serenity into the top 6. And I think right now, I have to look at both KAKKOII Gaming as well as DNZ in terms of their results. They've made it away from Lightning Rod, at least Genome, but it's only until 8th place for KAKKOII Gaming, and it's still a little bit of that awkward rotation and that lower priority coming in from the northeast side of the map that does become a bit of a problem when they take their time having that initial standoff.
Yeah, I mean, look, shout out to DNZ for getting elite amount of damage there. We respect that. I feel like if there's, you know, we're giving out bonus points, potentially there should be one for getting elite damage, but I don't make the rules in ALGS, sadly, so, you know, I've got no sway here. But yeah, look, the amount of kills we're getting there, you know, Legends Gaming picking up at 8 and Heroes getting 12 is a pretty solid effort. How does that translate into the scoreboard for this series? You can see Heroes well on top there with 24, so fantastic start for them. And Legends Gaming as well, who are doing, you know, they're doing okay this season, but they really do want to solidify their position, I think, for a couple of reasons. One, because I think that's sort of befitting a team of their standard, but also because for a team as good as Legends Gaming are, Dax,
Yep.
you know, even maybe heir apparent in APAC South, they are actually worried about seeding, right? Like when it comes to LAN, the higher you place in your region, the better your seeding is as far as the groups goes. So I think Legends Gaming are good enough to be worrying about that. They're not worried about like qualifying so much as they're worried about like what position they qualify in.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it does feel like right now, when people were touting that ex-Blackhand roster to become that heir apparent that you mentioned, there's still no clear number one right now in APAC South. But you know who's number one? It's Heroes for the time being. And that was map number one, done and dusted. We'll take a break, and when we return, we're back to Storm Point. We'll see you guys in a bit more for APAC South. Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they bring dome shields to the table. We are back here, ladies and gents, and heroes have taken the first map by storm on Store Point. I'm Daxo here with Genome yet again, and we gotta talk about it still, Genome. 24 points for heroes, 12 from placements, 12 from KP, and a good showing for a team that has just been recently signed.
Yeah, very solid from them, and the perfect start to a day. And, you know, honestly, you probably want these big days, these big results earlier in the split rather than later, right? It kind of gives you options, gives you some room to breathe. If you kind of leave it up to the last day and you're the only, you know, your only option is to get a first or something, that's a hell of a lot of pressure. So getting it done at the start, certainly better. And as you can see, we have got Mr. Reliable, Easy Flash up there, but he's not at the top because we've only had one game, obviously, and he hasn't had a chance to just edge everyone out over, you know, averaging his ridiculous damage every single game. But yeah, no surprises there that Kissans and Lahim coming out on top with all three over 2K.
Yeah, they're the ones who really carried that fight for heroes when they went after AGL as well as another squad. But I gotta say, Genome, Easy Flash, he's the template by this point, right? It's always, you look at the Photoshop and you're like in weapon damage.png, and it's Easy Flash there in the middle. They just move his name from time to time. He's always gonna be there, and he's been so very consistent. And consistency so very key for the teams that are looking to make headway. Legends Gaming third, Boogie Borders in fourth, Bearclaw Gaming making it to the top 5, Serenity for the top 6. And as of right now, I guess what we've noticed here for A versus B, it's the most zone-centric matchup we have in this split so far.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen, you know, some of the other groups, when they match up, you got a lot of aggro teams, and yeah, you might get, say, 15, 14, 12 teams by that point. But with this group, yeah, 19 teams going into Zone 4. That's a pretty incredible effort as far as, you know, yeah, just playing for placement and whatnot for these teams. So, yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the fact that Easy Flash has stayed this good for this long, and, you know, he's done it on multiple roles as well, right? Like, you remember back in the Wolfpack days, he was playing on Gibby, he was doing a lot of this damage from range, and now he's on Bangalore, and he's leading from the front, and, you know, he's doing a lot of this damage closer up. So, it frankly just speaks to his quality as a player that he's got all these different bows to his string. And not only that, I think, you know, in the past, maybe there were some times where he'd get caught out. But obviously he's ironed out a lot of that play, and he's just so sharp and so reliable now, not only in terms of dealing damage, but just being that spearhead for his team, and, you know, not creating openings for anyone else. And that's definitely been one of the keys to how Legends has done so well.
Yeah, Strafing Flame himself saying that Easy Flash has to be one of the best MNK players, if not the best MNK player in the world so far. It's a little bit biased, sure, it's your teammate, but the results speak for themselves, and we've seen really Legends Gaming be that kind of team that exemplifies talent with the MNK setup. I'm also looking at some of the stats in prior days, though, and while we have talked about Wonton Dumpling in the pre-show, they're not here right now, but you know who did incredible damage also in that A versus C matchup for day number 2? It was Legacy of Serenity. The duo became a trio. Airports would not stop Legacy anymore, and actually he did more damage than both Jackie Chan and Gugu on average. So one thing I've really watched out for Serenity is just how they're able to pick up KP, like single KP, double KPs out of nowhere, just from the way that they play and how patient that they are.
Yeah, I mean, they've also been like a massive improvement in their gameplay. Looks like we're just waiting for a lobby restart here. Hopefully that won't be too long. Let's just have a quick look at this video in the meantime.
Look, I mean, this is what this has been the most competitive year of Apex. Who is only going to get?
Who is going to be the team to challenge the titans of TSM?
From legacy to a dynasty, it is now complete for TSM. TSM up in the skies, house goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM! we're starting to see a bit of a rivalry develop in Apex Legends. As these trophies just keep going back and forth. Dark Zero, TSM, it's always one of those two teams. Unbelievable final we've had here today.
4-5-4 and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the lobby for.
Gaming might be about to break records. Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall.
TSM are your Game 6 champions.
And TSM. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight. A chance for Legacy to become a dynasty with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Do you fear me, pilot?
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
Sure, history stands with TSM and Dark Zero, but maybe in the future it will go back to APAC-South. Hey, Dark Zero was ours, guys! Don't forget, they just moved to NA for a different level of competition. And speaking of now, it's time for us to get very, very soon back into Storm Point. I can't wait to see if we're gonna get even more of those distinct legend picks. It was really just heroes, the only ones playing Gibraltar there, Genome, but beyond that, it's still your usual fanfare, Bangalore's, Watsons, a few Conduits here and there, a few Catalysts as well, but it really has been more of these, some of these comfort picks right now, or some of these experimental picks that these teams are willing to bring out.
Yeah, there's even a couple of recon characters in there as well, right? So we've got, you know, Belkin playing his classic Bloodhound, Godhand also picking up the Bloodhound, and then you've got Lightning Unicorn playing the Crypto as well. So definitely, yeah, a couple of fun picks, and you know, obviously they're doing just as well as the others, with Gibby taking out game number 1.
Yeah, just as well, right? As we are getting into the game, game number 2, back to Storm Point we go. Here we go yet again, as we are getting these streams dropping out of the dropship. Northwest to southeast, our flight path for now. The teams should be able to get to their POIs as per usual. Welcome back though. Game number 2 between A and B. Dax with Genome still, and I'm looking right now again at the agent comps, or rather the legend picks that we have here so far. And I think one thing I've noticed interesting enough is we have even less conduits than perhaps usual. I think we only have 5 conduits right now compared to all of the other regions that we've seen so far in ALGS.
Yeah, look, interesting. Maybe it's losing a little bit of ground, a little bit of, you know, popularity as the split goes on. We've certainly seen that in the past with some legends that were sort of, you know, were like, people, when they were theory crafting, they were like, oh yeah, this is really, really strong. And then it sort of plays out and you're like, oh, okay, maybe this doesn't work quite as well as we thought it did. Just to update you guys on this little contest going on down here, it's a bit of a switcheroony. So last time it was D and Z sort of taking the middle building and then going down to Thunderwatch with KPG on the high ground. The jump mastering has changed it up this time as we see the revved up Rampage. And you got to be careful. You got to remember that can blow straight through the doors. And KPG have already made their way down to Thunderwatch.
Yeah, they've really amplified the potential damage here from DNZ, and they're rushing down now towards Keep Going, who has to evacuate towards Thunderwatch, as you mentioned. KPG, though, they do have blue armors to work with. KH,
wow,
just stopping up for the time being, and they're one of the teams with the conduit here, so ready for active combat if ever.
Yeah, and they're taking it right to them this time, or at least Joker was actually looking for an opening. Now he's going back to his team. So it seemed there for a second that DNZ were actually going to force the issue, but no, we might just get another one of those sort of, you know, split and make their way towards end game. Which, look, would make a little bit of sense, because if either of them actually had time to scan the ring, they might see that it's not all that far from them, and it's probably going to end up somewhere in the vicinity of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, it's looking likely, and NoCredit's already on it. We also saw the legend picks from above, and Conduit actually taking a spot ahead of Watson. So I guess it's something APAC-South has been trying to theorica for the past few weeks, right? Is that shield economy. How do they want it? A little bit more instant with the region transfer. Like all the other regions have that Wonton pylon and also the Suede grenades along the way. And it does feel like there is a little bit more of activity right now with the Conduit. I wonder what it means, especially for such a zone-centric matchup. So seeing Serenity right now, they have their own fight versus Legends Gaming here by the grab cannon, and they're trying to get the hell out. Well, keep going on the other hand, they're flying too towards the north side.
I didn't quite catch that. Do they flat the gravity cannon? Is that how that works? Either way, KH just tried to take it back across and grab, you know, either potentially the other two members or maybe just the death box, but he paid for it. And all of a sudden, we get a complete trade between the two teams here. And now it's a 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 and Joker here looking to mow down anyone in front of him. It was Keep Going Gaming getting that initial knock, trying to take advantage of the situation. But D and Z, they make them work for it. Bible going for the res. Joker still here by the doorway. Looking to bait things out if ever. Joker waiting for his proper timing. And here he comes. The Rampage at the ready. He does have a Thermite to try and amplify the damage. The flatline also. Look at the whole close approach from Keep Going Gaming. Bible gets purple armor now. The advantage is clear here for Keep Going Gaming. And they finally win the contest that has been boiling for so long.
Oh, that must be such a relief. They've got crafting to help them out after they get this as well. And, you know, unlike DNZ, none of them boxed. So it's going to be a much quicker you know, reset here to get up and going. As we said, they've actually got fairly good priority if they play from Thunderwatch and then make their way down that hill.
Yeah, we've seen Keep Going Gaming do well with high priority in these kind of games. They won their first outing back then last week towards the Eastern Trail, since they did start from Lightning Rod, as we mentioned. We're seeing Heroes, though, setting up with the Wonton. And if you notice now, Heroes, no more Gibraltar. They're gonna go for the Horizon instead. And I kind of have to wonder, did they choose the Gibraltar on purpose last time around? It's still one with it.
I mean, surely if you win a game with it, though, you're like, hey, this is real. We have to keep playing. Sure.
Yeah. they did it, okay? I've seen wacky things in ALGS, and that has to be one of them. Keeping an eye out, though. SWQ?
Or are they playing like the roulette version where it's like, okay, we won with this comp, now we switch it over, and like once we win a game with the next comp, like, you know, we keep rolling it around.
Yeah, that's prime content, and if anyone dares do that in ALGS, I will just respect them. But we're seeing the ring already. You got Outside, Legends Gaming, Serenity, Heroes, all within the same vicinity. NoCredit, on the other hand, they're the ones in control of Stormcatcher, with Akuma and Team Burger getting a few buildings nearby. But what if, you know, what if we get one of those wild ring pulls yet again, and a team like White Flash can take advantage? It's highly unlikely, but we've seen crazy things before happen in ALGS.
Well, actually, looking at Kill Devil, who are over on the eastern side there, they're sort of sitting in, you know, what we're going to call the, you know, the DZ land spot where they won land from. And, you know, Kill Devil, I think they're sitting at 0 split points so far overall. So these guys are really struggling. And, you know, a win from, if that does happen to be Godspot out there, you can see at the top of your screen, I would go a long way to getting them back on, well, not back, but on the board as far as the split goes.
Yeah, so one of those preseason qualifier teams trying to find an impact into the lobby. Outside, though, busy with the spiders, exterminating, getting a little bit of loot, and making sure that they can build up for a potential Evo later on. Also late on the rotation now, you got Bearclaw Gaming heading their way. DreamFire still way out in the edge. And speaking of, we're seeing them fly by here right now. They realize that Bearclaw Gaming is nearby. They decide to move towards the Eastern Trail instead. But this is a problem because DreamFire, they're avoiding a single squad, yes, but they're going to be running into Kill Devil eventually.
They will get up there. Are they going to be able to take that spot for themselves? That would be certainly a reversal of fortunes compared to game number 1. At least this time when they make it out of the ring, you can see they're going to have to pop their last medkits to heal themselves back up to full and take the next fight. But at the very least, they are going to be able to take their next battle without that ring ticking away at them.
Yeah, Team Burger spotting out White Flash, playing into Command Center. Overlook Entertainment in the same tunnels as well. And speaking of Keep Going Gaming from a while ago, they have taken Thunder to watch, as you mentioned, so they're safe for the time being. I guess right now the cause of concern has to be the late rotations from the south side still. Lightning Unicorn on one hand, Boogie Borders on the other, and White Flash, they find that contact. Overlook Entertainment just right underneath them by this point, and White Flash is just looking for anyone who dares use the rope here.
Yeah, well, they can probably hear Overlooked Entertainment underneath them. As you say, it's a very risky play to be going for that zip line. They are pretty much a death sentence if there's anyone waiting at the top of them. The ring has actually shifted north, so Kill Devil perhaps quite as lucky as they thought. That said, they are coming off the back of this fight that we're seeing right now, which is between Bearclaw and DreamFire.
The popping piece of the hunt, and he's looking for anyone else to victimize. Falcon with a second. The creeping barrage does the damage, sure, but Bearclaw Gaming, it leads now to a 1v1. Rudney sticking around, though, in cover. DreamFire, they don't want to get eliminated too early on this time around, and they take the fight to Bearclaw Gaming. But wait, there's more. Kill Devil watching from the overlook. We got Luohan keeping PP here into cover. And DreamFire, they win the battle, yes, but you know it has to hurt still for DreamFire.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're trying to recover both of the banners here. We can see that happening. Also got Pete is going to have to go well into the zone to try and make this one happen. And Kill Devil, yeah, look, I'm starting to wonder if, you know, that's some of their problems. You can see them being a little too hesitant there and not really pushing the issue, and they easily could have grabbed a couple of those KP for themselves.
Sometimes a little bit of inexperience with WMFireBird. They have gotten the experience through the fires and flames of this lobby alone. They're dealing now with Boogie Borders. LK getting the reset going. So WMFireBird, they get a bit of space to work with, but nearby watching them is Lightning Unicorn, who has trailblazed their way through this fight. So Lightning Unicorn avoiding the clash for the time being. Boogie Borders, though, they did some good damage. They're still kept at bay by WMFB.
So looking to add another one of those scalps to their name with the evac tower going out in front of them. Can Boogie Borders get onto that, or will WMFireBird perhaps get a 3-2-1 and take them off it? So you can see they're really looking for that, but no, Boogie Borders have gone all the way out, and you've got AGL here. Also in trouble as they run across Pete.
It just goes all the way wrong for DreamFire, and there's no escaping Pete, though, doing some good damage. XX and Jackie might get down by the ring. Exactly, that's what happens. Pete gets that's credit for those two. Does Kill Devil push this? No, they're still sticking around there, so AGL, they're gonna get the reset, but we're watching still. WMFireBird keeping Boogie Borders in check.
Yeah, XX doesn't pop his syringe fast enough either. And the spiders are being just as much of a problem as anything else down there outside in the ring. WMFireBird, as you said, still keeping a close eye onto Boogie Borders all the way out there. And then we've got Keep Going Gaming, and they are very much in Godspot as the ring continues to pull up onto the hill underneath Thunderwatch. And of course, that's, you know, where they end up, and they've just had to slowly mosey on down and find their way to a fantastic spot as they'll pretty much look down upon all of the rest of the lobby who are just clustered into Stormcatcher.
Yeah, you may say Fortuitous, you may say Deserve, win that contest, and now you win God's Spot because of it. AGL, on the other hand, quick little update about them. They should be able to get out with a 3-0 still. Keeping an eye out, though, Team Burger, seeing the movement already. White Flash flying by, looking to move into the mountains now. And they're just going to be across Keep Gaming. They've spotted out each other for the time being. Got Pricey also watching from afar with a bow check. But we're going to see teams like White Flash, who love to play zone, get to priority. Beautiful bow and arrow shots from Pricey to get a little bit of damage done from afar. Another one there. But yeah, it's just all about pokes and prods as we will see these teams try to go for the mountain hike later on.
Yeah, so AGL just got out of the spiders. They actually took quite a bit of damage from Kill Devil as they were on their way out. So they've only just they're limping towards zone now, but as you can see, they're probably going to run into Boogie Borders very soon, and I dare say one, if not both of those teams are going to go down because they're getting funneled into that choke point near the gravity cannon as they go up towards Stormcatcher.
I thought this was 6 maps, not the best of 3, because here we go again with round number 2 between War Monster Firebird and Boogie Borders. WMFB still saying to Boogie Borders, no crossing this way. Raki has had enough though. Inside the smokes, he will go for the fight. Tries to try and hit the melee, but Azu hits a beautiful 30-30 shot. Bussy though, getting up to the plate. Here comes Pana as well. And Boogie Borders going for the overrun. War Monster Firebird gonna get eliminated, but there is still AGL nearby. Jackie here from above, flying now to try and get into a position beyond the gravity cannon. So Boogie Borders, they get the reprieve because instead of them, it's Hero who's gonna be the contact point of AGL. AGL still playing the escape route. Can Jackie get away in time? Can XX as well? It seems like they have gotten to the high ground, but there's still NoCredit and outside nearby. Watching out for Boogie Borders though. Fussy so low, he's in danger. Heroes has taken advantage of the situation and are coming up with a little bit of KP along the way because of it.
I mean, it seems incredible the Boogie Borders got out of that at all. Like, AGL had the freest third party to come up behind, but they, prioritized themselves and their rotation and went to the evac tower instead. So, honestly, I feel like Boogie Borders have survived longer than they should have. AGL, on the other hand, have, I think made the right decision because they are within Stormcatcher right now as a full 3, and that has worked out so well for them as we start to see teams realize that it's going to be going further up the hill, and they have to start worrying about the very incomplete cover that you get when you go towards the top of Stormcatcher. It's a very hard zone to play this one.
It's time to move, and Team Burger now moving away from all of the suppression courtesy of Entertainment. Gotta say though, Legends Gaming taking a solid third party there towards NoCredit. A little bit of revenge from week number 1 when when NoCredit dropped on them back in World's Edge. They're still keeping an eye out here for Pricey. To hit the shots from afar from Bocek. Overlook Entertainment. They just need a little bit of space to work with. Move over towards the north side of the map, because these teams now know you have to head there. SWQ doing just that. Outside trying to do so as well. AGL too. But Legends Gaming is the one in control of store capture for the time being.
Oh man, this is going to be a fun end to this. Legends Gaming, as you said, they've got, along with quite a few other teams like AGL, playing the main building here from Stormcatcher, and they have to try and work their way up somehow. I think a lot of teams, honestly, this is going to be like the Valk days. They're actually going to have a lot of teams throwing a Hail Mary evac to try and find a spot on this hill.
Might as well fly high and see where the clouds do end. Sharky though finding BC, the ring doing the damage there, and Team Burger just consuming who they can as they move northwards. Boogie Borders now gonna get eliminated. Kill Devil, same kind of danger. Serenity and Team Burger clash on the other side, but Kill Devil versus outside. It's only Luohan trying to survive here, and his teammate's gone. Staying into the corner to survive for the time being. Outside though, getting shot from the back, as well as Team Burger now getting eliminated by White Flash from above. And speaking of White Flash, a team that has tried to make headways into this lobby, a team that loves to play the zone and get into position, now they're rewarded for it.
They do love to be there. They don't like being in the thick of things. So, at range with their 30-30s, and a triple take is exactly the sort of situation they want to be in. Unlike Legends Gaming, who are obviously not very happy as they're a Skerrick away from being removed from this game here in 6th spot. It's going to be AGL that actually goes down first here, but surely SWQ, who are just underneath Legends, are going to be able to finish off Easy Flash sooner or later.
Yeah, they spot him, they shatter those shields. Player K, though, the one who takes the brunt of the damage. But SWQ, they should know it's only one target in front of them. Fences also on the horizon. They got outside there within that mini compound. White Flash still trying to take pot shots from afar. And while this all happens, Keep Going is having the time of their life. It's just like White Flash and Keep Going have a sort of agreement. You guys shoot from that side, we shoot from here. And those 30-30s are keeping outside and the rest oppressed.
Oh man, you can see Easy Flash there. I don't think he even has a bat left in his inventory. I don't think he has a single shield cell. He is completely Povo mode right now, basically. So he is just going to have to try and creep his way in. He's already managed to get top 5, which, at least that's a couple of placement points there for the team. But gosh, if he gets any further, that'll be a good effort here. Keep Going Gaming. They have as we said, just had a tiny, short little walk down from Thunderwatch, which has made this the easiest game to play out so far. But this is where it matters. This is where they show their worth as a team. Can they convert this into a win from what has been a spot that got given to them?
SWQ is trying to make a case for it by finding easy flash first and foremost. They're moving now to try and get past outside, but Noel Sang makes them work for it. Noel Sang with the damage. Soyo as well doing well from afar, and White Flash pitching in to eliminate SWQ. 3 squads now remaining. It's bearing down on outside that pressure. White Flash here onto the left side, and still KPG. Godspot is true. They have all the highest elevations. The Dark Veil though isolates this fight into a 3v3, and White Flash is on it. Now they're the aggressors. Now they want to go for it. They've down 2 already, looking for a third as soon as they can. Little armor swaps as well, but keep going. They're moving forward at the same time. Outside is gone, but keep going gaming. They were the alpha. They are looking to be the omega. The beginning fight won, the ending fight won, and keep going gaming takes this map.
I mean, the even funnier thing to think about in that game, Dax, is the fact that they had to win the contest there at the start. You gotta wonder, I mean, if you're D and Z, how much would you be kicking yourself that the one game you lose the contest is the game that you automatically get Godspot for? I mean, that's so many points that have gone begging there for that team just because they happen to lose that 50-50 this time.
Yeah, you just gotta say it, man. You win the contest, you win the game. As soon as that first squad is eliminated. Okay, that's the show, folks. Wrap it up. We're gonna put Keep Going Gaming at the very top. And we just saw them play that so very patiently. They waited for White Flash to go for the aggression, and it was really smart for White Flash to go for the Dark Veil. I was very impressed with their playmaking so far, but this was the fight that sealed the deal for Keep Going Gaming. Bible there, getting some good damage done. Also, evolving his shield at the right time was so critical. Having this extra bit of tankiness to fight back, to move forward like that, and some raw shots with the Rampage to beat Joker at his own game. It gave KPG the vantage point for a long time in that match.
I mean, they really bided their time, and in the end, they rock up with about 10 kills. So it's a classic situation of, they don't overextend when they know they have Godspot, and they let those easy kills at the end come to them. I mean, you can see this, like, I don't know if I've ever seen more of like a fish in a barrel situation in Apex, where they're literally shoved into the one tiny part behind the wall there. Just made the shots. You could have closed your eyes and played it out from there, essentially, right? Like, you didn't even... you don't need digi-threats to see those guys. That's a pretty easy couple of kills there for Lamb, Bible, and KH there, who pick up 10 KP with over 3k damage. But you can see the damage spread across those the top 5 teams, actually fairly even. But, the KP certainly lending itself towards those first couple.
Yeah, and outside game consistency into the top 3, that they go with 6 kills. Big props also to White Flash, formerly known as Ash Esports. They also have a new player in the roster right now in Prota, and you can see he's made an impact already. 5 kills to his name, doing some great work with the Catalyst and propelling White Flash into a good position. And that call to go early on to the other side from where Keep Going Gaming was sealed the deal for White Flash to make it into the top 3. Further down the list, you got AGL getting 4 kills, Overlook there at 8 getting 3. Team Burger, Heroes, Boogie Birders couldn't make it to the top 10. Same could be said by Lightning Unicorn. And still, unfortunately for DreamFire, you got Peter and Roy getting some knocks, yes, getting some kills, but it's still 17th place, and we're looking for that moment from DreamFire where they're going to start popping off.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, 3 KP there for the guys, sure. That'll keep them ticking along, as you say, Dax, but they need more. They need a lot more going throughout the rest of the season, considering the shocking start they've had. So you can see, still down there in 17. Team Burger alongside them. So a couple of names that, I mean, I don't know how long we can keep saying unexpected for Dax if it happens week after week, I suppose. But, I mean, you know, Lightning Unicorn, they're sitting, what, like 3rd on the overall leaderboard at the moment. So they're still waiting to have their pop-off moment. But, yeah, look, outside, KPG and Heroes all sitting up the top there. A couple of really good starts to the day.
Yeah, and White Flash propelling themselves into the top 5, as I said a while ago, outside there with their top 3 placing. They tie it up with Heroes. So, well done for some of, I'd say, the underdogs coming into a lobby this stack with Legends, with Boogie Borders, and all the like. And it really goes to show, there's no clear number 1 yet in APAC-South, and all these teams are just working for it. So, game number 2, that's done. We got one more map for Storm points upon us, and we will see you guys in a bit after this break for more of APAC-South.
Locked and loaded. Drop shocked and rocked. Say hello to the 4-0 first. Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
If that isn't a PSA to winning your contest, I don't know what is, right? Welcome back, guys, as KAKKOII Gaming has gotten a second Storm Point win overall for them and their first one for today. I'm Dax here with Genome yet again, and just in that last game, this is why we always talk about A versus B being that zone-centric matchup. You can see how important getting God Spot is in this lobby.
Yeah, incredibly important, and yeah, honestly, a pretty easy win there in the end from KPG. Like, also want to give a shout out to White Flash, who I think, as you mentioned, yeah, they've changed one of their players over, bringing in Prota from Taiwan, by the looks of it, into their roster, and that may have even, you know, really changed their fortunes or how they play as a team, because as we mentioned before, you know, they were quite good. Their macros seem to be really on point, finding their way into spots very early on in the game. But, like, literally as soon as another team looked at them, they would crumble like a house of cards. And now we're seeing them come out with, you know, how many kills was that in the last game? They've got 11 kills for the day so far. And, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the stats, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's more kills than they have for the rest of ALGS so far. Like every other series they played, frankly, because yeah, it's been a big difference. So, you know, maybe that is Prota, maybe you know, that's making all the difference in terms of their team fighting and just unleashing some of that aggression in them.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, let's listen to a few player comps here and there. I think, though, outside, you know, top 3, top 2, well done by them too. Yeah,
for sure. So, yeah, I'm sure we're getting into game 3 of Storm Point pretty shortly. As we said, some fun picks coming out. The question is, do we see Gibraltar again from Heroes? Now that they've seen it's clearly better than the option. No, apparently they're still going back to Wonton, Bangalore, Horizon, from what I can see. A little bit sad there. I've got some love for the big man in my heart. I'm sure everyone who was around during that time where, you know, we had the Gibraltar caustic meta, I think, you know, holds a special place in their heart. Even if he was like 100% pick rate at one point, and honestly, a bit too strong, I don't mind seeing some flashes of him every now and then.
Yeah, well, it's time for us to see the game afoot. It's time to go back into Storm Point. Welcome back as we go again. Last time, we're going to see Storm Point in the A versus B matchup. And we've already gotten 2 unique winners so far. A while ago, it was KAKKOII Gaming. First things first, though, it was the newly signed team of Heroes. Who else will take that top spot? Well, it always begins with the contest here towards Northeast. DNZ versus KAKKOII Gaming. We go again.
I was actually just... as we watch these guys get in, I was watching down on the south side, Boogie Borders and Lightning Unicorn were playing some footsies with their flight pass, I think fighting over the X Armory in between Devastated Coast and Echo HQ. But yeah, once again, it's between these two, and as we've seen, ooh, nice purple pickup will be very good there for KAKKOII Gaming. Because DNZ, they're scoring triple whites at the moment. This time, DNZ do get the upper hand, or do get the high ground at the very least. That said, you know, with those triple whites, they actually get some hits onto the purple Dax, so they are aware that the other team does have a purple armor in front of them, so that might give them some pause in terms of pushing this, because, I mean, that's already, what, an extra, you know, 50 HP that they have to deal with, a disadvantage that the other team has on them.
Yeah, you just don't mess with that, basically, right? And DNZ, they're still keeping an eye out. Move over to the eastern compound as Thunderwatch will go in favor of KAKKOII Gaming instead. We've seen this before, though. It doesn't mean the contest is over. Both of these teams just split looting right now and looking to fight later on if they find the opportunity.
Back here. Knocked
I mean, last time they had to wait a bit, right? Like, it wasn't that the fight didn't happen straight away. It was, I'm not sure if it was the grab cannon rat or if they just sort of ended up next to each other on that right side. As you can see, they're pretty split at the moment. That said, it is a fairly, you know, central, I guess, maybe sort of northern circle. As you can see, there's our lovely map is bugging out on us again. But you can see it'll probably end up, ooh, what's this? Maybe like a waterfall circle, potentially. When NoCredit are gonna try and set up in a moment. But you know, we've got Bearclaw, also looking at one of the ski lift houses, and then you've got Akuma also rotating in pretty fast up into that same sort of area. They might actually catch off NoCredit below them.
Yeah, they were having the same idea, and
Surely?
now they're stopping.
No, they're gonna let them go?
They're gonna go Cascade and Akuma. They're just so silent, quietly. They hunt down NoCredit. They're hounding them. Eventually, shots to a ring, and NoCredit finds contact, but I don't think it's really towards Akuma themselves. There's Legends Gaming, there's DreamFire, the Serenity. Cascade Falls has already been evacuated by Bearclaw Gaming, who takes the ski lift, yes,
no.
and DreamFire is the first to fall immediately.
Unreal. Shit. More placement points, going begging, more everything, frankly. Wow, it's candles out there, honestly, for our DreamFire friends and all the supporters, because we know they've got a lot. They've rightly won a lot over the years with their incredible performances, both in APAC-South and at LAN. We just have not seen a single you know, representation of that so far in Split 1.
Yeah, we haven't seen that DreamFire magic, and ironically enough, we were talking about it in between these maps, you know, during that break. When will DreamFire show up? Unfortunately for them, it's not gonna be on Stormport whatsoever. But Legends, they already drop with one as KD takes the fight to them. Easy flash, trading evenly, and Legends Gaming, they're looking to overrun Kill Devil here, but Levy makes them work for it. Legends Gaming down to only player K left. He's usually the support now. He's gonna need to carry the banners of Legends Gaming on his back as KD, they have the rooftop here.
He's looking to try and get a res underneath here. He's gonna go for it on Easy Flash. Will he get that one off? To shake up what happens downstairs. Looks like they're gonna have to play for inside the building now, with KD level getting the top of that. As you can see, they're taking the second floor. They did manage to get Easy Flash back into it, so that's some solace for them. But damn, I mean, whenever I see that happen though, because obviously, you know, most teams honestly would be running maybe 2 30-30s at the start of the game, Dax, and like, you know, they spray with whatever SMG AR they're running, and then they inevitably bling out the 30-30, and I'm almost like seeing like the lottery balls like running around in my head as they do it, right? Because since they nerfed the hipfire for 30-30, it just seems so RNG based. Who wins that when you've just got you know, players running around each other, jumping around, taking jump shots with a 30-30? I mean, it must be so inaccurate at that point. And it's just honestly, I find it quite hilarious that decides fights sometimes.
It's a hope and a prayer, yes, but if you hit a 30-30 shot like that with the lesser armor sometimes these teams would have by this point in the game, then a nutty shot will give you the advantage, and that is how Godhand takes it. Very impressive fight from Godhand. Hope to see more from them just like that. But Lightning Unicorn, a team that has loved to play the Valkyrie ever since day one. They utilize it to move into the house already. Jack Cute, Gop Gaps, in position now to set up the pylon, set up the fences, and Lightning Unicorn back to their old ways.
Yeah, I mean, like, talking about old ways, DNZ and KPG both just crafting up a storm at Zeus and Lightning Rod out in the storm. Looking at the other teams who've got around here, AGL also very far out of the action. Everyone else is pretty much clustered in and about now. Obviously, DreamFire being the one team that's taken out. And then the rest of the teams, yeah, really just looking for their spots.
Yeah, this is where teams like Bearclaw Gaming are banking on that ring pull towards the north side to the ski lift. That can be cause for consideration. Akuma, Team Burger also looking for the same kind of case. And immediately now, Cascade Falls still in for the time being, but it shifts more towards the waterfall that you mentioned a while ago here, Genome.
Yes, could be that. It may even pull up a little bit further potentially, and you know, Team Burger could get their first choice luck to help them with this, as we actually are seeing White Flash get caught off here by Boogie Borders. Oh, and it's just Fussy and Raki on the front side here.
And Lahim also pitching in from Heroes, and they work together to eliminate White Flash there. That's the cause of concern for White Flash. They're good when they're in the zone. It's a struggle when they're still found on the edge. Boogie Borders will retreat though, doesn't want to fight. Heroes at this point in time can't even go into Cascade Falls because of all that occupation of those houses. Keep an eye out the Bearclaw. This is a team that works really well with these middle-centric rings. That was that first game back in the first ever outing of A versus B that they won just because they were nearby that near that house near Cascade Falls, right? So Bearclaw Gaming, they're very attuned for this kind of setup.
Yep, and as you can see, if they can keep control of those buildings, now BCG are not running a Catalyst, but they do have the Wonton, so I'm sure that'll help them sit up there. And then you can see Team Berg, as we noted, if they can stay on top of that hill, those doors that open out from Command Center could actually be a very strong position to play if the ring does continue to pull in that direction. If it does pull, however, as we were predicting at the start, maybe over to the waterfall, then you've got to look at teams like SWQ who can play from that the scan beacon, the player scan beacon there on top of the waterfall, where you get some pretty good positioning. So yeah, look, a couple of options depending. All those teams that found the buildings within Cascade Falls pretty safe for now, and then you know, the other teams like Boogie Borders, who really love to just hunt people down. And I can tell you they've been doing it very successfully in scrims all weekend, all week long, Dax. But as we can see, this is not playing out anything even remotely like that, with teams being so conservative in this AVB matchup that, you know, Boogie Borders, who knows, like, will they go hungry is the question that I have in mind for them.
Yeah, Scrimbox, not the best conversion rate when you get into APAC-South ALGS. On the other hand, though, Serenity, a team to watch out for, and Legacy, the M&K player on this roster, he already snipes down one of the hero side, and that's where Legacy gets all these KP for Serenity. That's how he has that big average damage that can match Wonton Dumpling. His skill with the 30-30 and these single shots from afar, it's precision to net some of these kills. Godhand, though, on the other hand, keeping an eye on them as well. It will be a squad Baron down. It's AGL eliminating them immediately. AGL, they're ready to hunt down anyone else.
Yeah, Bloodbank, Catalyst, interesting composition from Godhand. I feel like it's been playing massive dividends so far. And there's another example of it with AGL. Grabbing a couple of K2 there. A bit of help from who's at Bearclaw Gaming as well.
Of the Bloodhound. Got Belkan popping the Beast of the Hunt, can see through the smokes, does some good damage, and this does keep AGL at bay. But AGL has red armor, they can go for the fight if they choose to towards Bearclaw and Akuma. And on the other hand, we're seeing that ring, and it is still towards that waterfall. And many of these teams will want to push their way through. DNC, on one hand though, moving towards Team Burger, and finally climbing down the mountain to move to Command Center. Team Burger, the gate keeps still. Pop-up pushes forward, stays heavy set for Joker. Pricey already down, and these doorways that Team Burger have been banking on, it's not gonna save the first one. Team Burger in trouble, because Keep Going Gaming, so both sides from Lightning Rod will sandwich here. The Team Burger squad, they have become the patty in this situation, and Keep Going Gaming waiting outside the door, looking for their bitter rival yet again.
Yeah, Burger, I mean, they felt like they were trying to play the long game there, and, you know, you don't always have that kind of time. In Apex, there's always someone waiting, always someone listening, and someone ready to pounce. This time it's Keep Going Gaming who come in on the back end and leave only way alive. So the woes continue for Team Burger. I can tell you that they weren't going to get the next ring, so it's not like they've lost Godspot, but they have really lost out on their chance to make a big impact here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's a hard figure for Team Burger. They had to catch up the mustard, the patty, the lettuce, but they were just basically sandwiched between the bread that is Keep Going and DNC. And it's still a pleasure between Keep Going and DNC to watch out for them. Keep Going's gatekeeping DNC right now. Bearclaw, on the other hand, though, still holding their claim towards the ski lift here, but AGL, they have that armor advantage, they have that confidence, and if you know Jackie finds the opening, he's gonna go for it.
Hostile spotted.
Every chance that they can make inroads here against Bearclaw. They also have options to play on the north side of the hill. The zone is actually pulling back into Cascade Falls, in not even so much the waterfall Dax, but actually more into the buildings itself. So teams like Lightning Unicorn, like NoCredit, and Outside are actually in perfect situations. They're just like AGL are in perfect unison coming off their 3 jump towers.
Yeah, flying by, heckling some damage, and while this happens, AGL have navigated MDY-WHITE, finding the only empty house into the next ring, and they're going to be in a good position moving forward. We're still watching AGL having to do a lot of work moving forward. Bearclaw Gaming, though, hounding them as per usual, and Belkun wants to lead that charge. One of our signature Bloodhound players right now, Lightning Unicorn, they have their own scuffle, and it's with Serenity. They're only down to 2, though, versus 3 on the other side. Beautiful Arc Star, though, to keep them at bay for the time being, courtesy of Lalabang. Energy Barricade, so need to stop any kind of ambition for Lightning Unicorn. As of right now, they have the house, but for how long?
Yeah, grenades not doing double damage to the shield jammers like they might do to, say, you know, the KAKKOII. Oh, wow, the gravity lift comes up here, and DNZ are going to go down at the hands of Fussy, who's got that wingman, and he is ready to wreak havoc with that care package weapon. I mean, sitting there on the blue shield, I very much doubt he'll be on that for long with the mini Kraber in his hands.
Yeah, we're not done with Spike though. SWQ, they're throwing out the Dark Void to look for a small opening to go for the Resurrection onto Yuling. So revived in the cards. Boogie Borders though trying to find their way in, and here comes Boogie Borders. Mana is able to smack down everyone and anyone in front of him. Fussy doing well with the wingman and the Boogie Borders. They do get the kill lead for the time being. Legends Gaming wants to go for this as we're watching WMFP right now versus Overlooked as well.
Yeah, I mean, Legends, they were going straight past the KAKKOII's. Easy Flash actually goes down as they try and start that fight, though. And here we go. You can see them getting into it now, but they're going up against the Prowler. We've seen how incredibly dangerous Pana can be. You put a Prowler with a controller, it is one hell of a combination. And sure, they lose Fussy, but if they can find a respawn beacon or a Moby somewhere, you know, they will be a full 3 coming back into this. But God, that was an amazing job from Boogie Borders to even repel that push. They were in shambles. You know, Legends Gaming had every chance to come out on top there. They had the drop on Boogie Borders, but pure raw skill comes through for Boogie Borders to take that one out. Big ups there to Raki and Panny.
A declaration from the top of the mountain, Genome. Who dares challenge Boogie Borders? They'll look to make their way down into Cascade Falls. In the other hand, though, it's AGL. Just pelleting from afar. Kill Devil flash inside the Cascade Falls compound, and they're moving forward to Lightning Unicorn nearby. Hero's gonna be the same kind of case, and Kill Devil wants to take the spot away from Lightning Unicorn, who have defenses at the ready. So KD here for now, looking for any kind of opening. He knew to move forward though, stay into the ground floor and stay in cover for now, as Akuma's also gonna get eliminated here.
Yeah, I dare say a couple of teams are about to meet that same fate. You can see Way finally going down, and that's Burger out in 12th. Panak kill leader at the moment with 7 kills for himself. Incredible effort from that duo left alive. Let's see how well they do for the rest of this game. Might have done the job already, honestly, with the amount of KP they picked up.
Boogie Borders, though, they're holding hands together as Keep Going Gaming is above them. We're keeping an eye out, though, for NoCredit. They've had this compound for so very long. This is where they're comfortable whenever they have that Watson set up, courtesy of Savior.
I mean, look how close they are to that end zone. It's going to be just to the left of NoCredit and just in front of the building. That's WMFireBird and Serenity are holding currently. Of course, yep, Keep Going Gaming on the waterfall will have great sightlines to probably pick up a couple of kills, but they've only got 20 seconds more before they have to start moving down as well and dealing with the likes of AGL that also are going to have to give up their nice rock there. Okay, we've got 2 members of the Boogie Borders left alive. Let's see how they navigate this as a duo.
Up there?
Yeah, I think we do that. I'm not going to have wall unless you have an Altic Cell.
No. Might have left. I didn't hit anyone above us, I think, so they went to the right. They went to the right, yep, move up. Slowly.
Smoke the door, bro.
Yeah,
Smoke the door.
Yeah.
Nice. Maybe rip a bang out, right?
We're smoking it. Bounded forward, bang out the forward. Come. Just zip bounce this, okay? Now fucking double stun.
I'm good. So good.
Yes, kill the fucking...
Kill the climb.
Okay. Bird.
Got me. Get a goo down. Nice. Have a fucking game here, boys.
They're birding us. Bad birds. My side.
I got stuck, cunt.
Don't.
Climbing. Just drop. He's...
The numbers, too much to handle for Boogie Borders, and NoCredit give them all the credit as they stake their claim and hold off anyone coming their way. A final ringer on us, and we still have 9 squads left. WMFireBird and Serenity jockeying for position. Same can be said for outside heroes, Kill Devil and Lightning Unicorn. But watch out for the north side. Keep Going Gaming is there. The single rat, the Bearclaw, I believe, also nearby it. Oh no, that's gonna get awkward. KPG, they spot them, and this is just bad news bears. For heck, Bearclaw's gone now.
Oh, well, he tried. You saw at the start, actually. You watched them go past. He was like, please don't look back. Please don't notice me. Just keep going.
Wait a minute.
Make your way towards the ring. I am not here. But nah, unfortunately, 360-degree spatial awareness coming out of Keep Going Gaming, so they do clear their backs, and there'll be no rogue agents stopping them from potentially winning a second game here, Dax. You never know.
Yeah. It's very possible, and they are in a good spot to stay away from all that potential carnage. They're on the outskirts, though. Mexus, on the other hand, finding Luohan, and that Kill Devil losing a member along the way. Beautiful shots from above with the wingman. Arcstar gonna get logged too. We hear a Dark Void being set. Lightning Unicorn eventually overrun by the likes of Heroes, I believe, but it's still Mexus and his show. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call, sure, but NoCredit has done some damage already, and they're happy to still stay here by their perch.
And, you know, not only that, but because they managed to clear out Boogie Borders, which I agree was a very heads-up play from them, making sure they're not going to get griefed. They also get, you know, armor swaps, as you can see on the top there. They get the wingman that they were running, so it's very helpful for them to grab this. The final round is closing now, so they'll lose their spot in that zone and in that house pretty quickly here. But I think NoCredit honestly have done a very good job as Keep Going Gaming really struggled to deal with Heroes. I feel like it really is in NoCredit's hands right now.
Yeah, NoCredit with control, keep going, and Heroes skulls are cracked here by Mexus. He has 4 left in the chamber, but that might be enough for everyone else. We still have Serenity though, and WMFireBird, contenders in their own right to a potential crown in this game. Black hole ready here for LK God, looking to lob it towards Serenity, but NoCredit is on it like a bullet, or space being made. Black hole's gonna be there. Serenity stuck in the corner. Here we go again with a Dark Void trying to cut up this partition immediately. Make a wall, make a safe haven. That's the call here for Serenity, but NoCredit on the other hand. Mex is going for the armor swap, still with the elevation, still with the shots from above, and it's easy pickings here from NoCredit. It's only 2 squads left. Serenity on one side, and it will be NoCredit on the other. Zooming past yet again, sees them through the wall so far. A little bit of reprieve here from the side of Serenity. NoCredit has all the fences in the world, and this is looking to be cash money for NoCredit. They hit the jackpot, and they take the last Storm Point map.
Oof, take a breather, Dax. That was a pretty intense end game there. It was a fantastic wall. That was, I think, as good as you can get there from Serenity. I guess one of the interesting things with how those circles play out towards Cascades now is that those buildings aren't as secure as they used to be, right? Like the sides of them have been blown off. So you can't necessarily bunker up as well as you used to. Serenity were playing from the bottom floor. They walled, completely cut off that left side of the arena, and that really just shoved NoCredit. And who was the team that was in there?
We got Serenity, you had WMFireBird.
WMFireBird, yeah. WMFireBird and NoCredit then, get shoved into each other. And then the fences coming up, though, of course, from Savior. That allowed them to reset for just long enough that they could keep Serenity at bay and take out the win. So honestly, a couple of, real hero plays and very good usage of abilities in that final circle. The utility usage, very good there. You can see this is where Boogie rips out the wall here. Look at that. Right there, that is almost a game-winning play. It's just a shame that they couldn't, unfortunately, bring it home.
No, I agree with you, because Serenity, they actually won with a wall like this versus Team Burger in one of the outings last week, but this time around, NoCredit. You gotta say the amount of control that they had. Mex just hitting some nutty shots, and I gotta give it to Savior. Even before I started casting ALGS, I've known of Savior, and he was just basically born to play that Wonton to begin with. 14 kills though for NoCredit. They've been looking for a game like this, and even with familiar names, they still did come from preseason qualifier. They take command of a leaderboard with a performance like that. But second place Serenity with 4, 3 for WMFireBird, and then we get into a few of those big KP teams here, Genome.
Yep.
Heroes with 7, Keep Going Gaming with 6, and Boogie Borders with 9, as Pana had a show to really perform with.
Yeah, 7 kills for him was fantastic. They thought they were going to be good, on top of that building for a little while longer. Unfortunately, it only got them in 10th. But then, of course, matched there by Mexus with 7 kills, who everyone has been saying has really stepped things up and has, brought NoCredit from being a team that's been relegated a couple of times. Savior's teams in past Pro League to being a team that, they can really take it to some of the other top teams in the region. And so NoCredit put themselves in contention for today, now up to 30 points for them. Heroes still on top after that first game win, so still riding high there as we end out Storm Point with 40 points. And of course, we've got 3 games of World's Edge now to decide who will walk home with a number 1 spot after A and B finish up today, Dax.
Yeah. It's looking very exciting. We still have the likes of Outside there in that 3rd place. You got a team like Boogie Borders still making a few waves near the 8th place. But that is Storm Point. We still got World's Edge, and we will see that map and the rest of the action after this break.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will laugh.
NoCredit, they cashed that check in that third map, and they took that win when it got very, very close with Serenity. But that is Storm Point. We're moving into World's Edge, and we are back for more of APAC South action. You can see it here, though, guys, our map rotation so far, and our winners of Storm Point. Heroes took the first map, KAKKOII took the second, NoCredit with the third, but we're moving into World's Edge, where it's a whole different lot of POIs to land on, and a whole number of teams trying to get back into the thick of things.
Yeah, it's a very different game. You know, people like KAKKOII obviously getting contested over on Storm Point, and they still took out a win. Does that mean they'll be going even better here on World's Edge? That's the question as we have a look at the beacon and get reminded of where these teams drop over on World's Edge. So, yeah, obviously Team Burger keeping it over at Overlook. Heroes are going to be taking over Fragments with God Hand actually swapping over to Monument this time.
Yeah, and you can already see it here. God Hand also going for a little bit
Epi Survey.
Epi and Survey Camp. You got NoCredit nearby into Skyhook. But I have to talk about what is upcoming very, very soon here, Gino. You were talking about KAKKOII. Will they have a better time here in World's Edge? Well, it really depends. Because as we see AGL take trials, we're going to see, of course, DreamFire in their usual spot as per the DreamFire way. DNZ and KPG, they're going to contest each other yet again. It's going to happen. Boogie Borders also, nearby War Monster Firebird. I do believe Boogie Borders does tend themselves to go more towards Lava Siphon, and then you got War Monster Firebird towards staging instead. So either side can just rotate into Mirage Atois, but I'm really looking forward to that Harvester contest because you can see it in the background there, Gino. It's right there again.
Yeah. Oh man, I love it honestly when teams do the double contest. It is as the kids say these days, content. Dax going at it. As you can see, Bearclaw over in Maud with Kill Devil and Akuma fighting over stacks this time. I'll be interested to see if that actually plays out as planned. Because yeah, like honestly, having extra contests on World's Edge, we expect it more, frankly, on Storm Point, I would say, than World's Edge. But yeah, like even who gets Mirage Atois out of Boogie Boarding and War Monster Firebird will also be an interesting one. So much to keep our eyes on here as we drop into World's Edge. There's there we go. So many trails coming towards Harvester. Let's keep our eyes on you know, our perennial the starters to action here on either map, DNZ and KPG.
We're not done, and here we go yet again. KAKKOII, they're gonna unleash the Revenant now. You also have the Valkyrie just for that extra elevation as soon as possible. KH for the horizon, you can say the same kind of case, but KPG, they've been losing these contests versus DNC. Now they're trying to get revenge immediately, and DNZ are falling flat on their faces. It has been the KAKKOII day today. They won on Storm Point. They're winning on World's Edge now, and there's only one member of DNZ remaining here.
Wow, looks like they've done that one already. So let's switch over to yet another contest. We have so much action here to start off with. Very fun. Akuma versus Kill Devil. Ooh, a couple of shots coming out from the Rampage. It's feels like the only time you really see this kind of right at the start of the game. And they trade to start with.
We can pick up, and now Akuma looks to pick up the pieces from this point on. Killapos though in the front line. The pistol's doing work, and a gunslinger die name is Killapos. Another squad bites the dust, another contest ends, and it will be Akuma taking it. But Bearclaw Gaming, they're ready now.
Exactly. I mean, it ends, but it kind of starts as it ends here, Dax. With, as you said, Bearclaw Gaming, they're thinking about getting in here, but unusually, I'd say, you know, the contest wouldn't always be over by then, right? So a lot of the times that'd just be a free cleanup, a free couple of KP potentially there for Bearclaw. But as they scan, because of course they've got Belkin on the Bloodhound, they go in and realize, oh, it's already done. Okay, look, you know what? Fair play. Congrats for winning so fast. We'll give you a reprieve. We'll give you a pass for game number 4 here, and they'll start it again in earnest next time, I am sure.
What do you mean? You know, Bearclaw just showed up and said, Good job, Akuma! And left. That's moral support. That was it.
Exactly. And then looking over to, you know, the other one we were wondering about, MeiDuiYaoBYD. Boogie can get that out of War Monster and Lava Fissure. Well, Boogie Boarders managed to get MeiDuiYaoBYD, and War Monster FireBird, they got a little bit of the loot, so they got like the sort of the small town to the south of MeiDuiYaoBYD. So I guess they're kind of splitting that in the middle there.
Yeah, and this is the Dorito right here for Boogie Boarders. They already have that ring intel, and they want to play towards staging SWQ. Can say it's the same kind of case. And rat check real quick, DNZ, they survive with the 1, and it will be the conduit, so Papa can craft those banners and bring them back to life over at Geyser. But we're watching War Monster FireBird also nearby. You got Lightning Unicorn actually taking staging away, so WFFB, they might run into SWQ very, very soon here, and they see already contact from above.
Yeah, wow, they've actually, considering these guys are landing at staging, and I'm not going to lie, it looks like there's a very high chance that that's where this ring ends, Dax. Finding themselves on the low ground in Zone 1, not a great spot. This is yeah, I don't know, this is a weird play here from War Monster FireBird. They could have had, you know, very well have had priority into this zone. They don't have the zone info, I will say that much. Because they're not playing a scan character, obviously. Even though the beacon spawned at staging, they can't take advantage of it, so they're trying to play from MeiDuiYaoBYD.
And look who's taking advantage of it. SWQ from above, yes, but Lightning Unicorn are so set up over onto staging. DNZ, though, Papa's found by Heck from Bearclaw Gaming, and that is the action across the map. Still watching here for SWQ, marking War Monster FireBird. There might be trouble because here comes DreamFire 2 from Countdown outside, moving in from the side of Thermal Station, and it's War Monster FireBird who's going to get sandwiched by around 3 teams by this point.
So they are taking a few too many shots there as they're trying to make their way up to MeiDuiYaoBYD, so they will instead play the buildings down the bottom. I mean, you know, look, we saw in previous times when we've had sort of MeiDuiYaoBYD circles, Dax, that, you know, I think it was Boogie Boarders that were up there, and it was like they were, you know, pirates on the high seas having to repel invaders from every single direction. And at some point, it just becomes too much. So maybe playing those buildings down the bottom is actually a little bit safer for War Monster FireBird. We'll see who comes out on top in the end as we're having a look at how these teams are posted up in zone. You can see, you know, when this zone closes, we'll get a better idea of where it's sort of pulling. Might even need to wait until zone 4 potentially to see exactly where this is going, because there's honestly still a lot of potential endings in, but the fact that the 2 circles are touching, you know, sometimes that says, oh, maybe it's going to go a bit more southwest, but honestly we know on World's Edge that it can just ping pong around a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you try to predict it, it still lands on staging one way or the other, right? Heroes, though, they're setting up in that spot as well. You got God Hand by the train tracks, too. And yet again, A versus B, you're noticing it here. First few rings, you got more than 15 squads of 8 remaining. Most of these teams love to play the zone. And over at the edge, it's the likes of Serenity playing so far back, White Flash, AGL with that lesser priority. Legends Gaming, though, on the other hand, the beauty of their playstyle is you can allow players like Player K, Easy Flash to snipe from afar and build up those armors. They spot out 2 squads already, and they know now where Boogie Boarders and Lightning Unicorn are stationed.
SWQ crypto team have just used that to hit the survey beacon near them. Grab a little bit of info about who's hanging around.
Watch out, darlings. Baddie nearby.
See War Monster FireBird working out. You know, maybe it is boarding time. Maybe they get the cannons out and start firing broadside as they go up here. Oh, actually, okay. DreamFire have left the ship. It's they've found a wreck here over the side that they can grab the bounty without any casualties.
Yeah, it's one of those moments. Ain't nobody got time for that. And DreamFire, War Monster FireBird outside. They're gonna have to head in, and this is unfortunate for War Monster FireBird. They had all the priority in the world. Now they have to go back from whence they came. Keep going, gaming though. Versus Overlook clear towards Thermal Station. Keep going, hounding them already. Overlook trying to get out of dodge, and BC wants to hold the line. Surprise, he's deciding to come back and take the fight with the rest of his teammates. But KH setting things up with the black hole. Arc Stars being loved, trying to ping out where these working hard as Overlook though, finding contact courtesy of VC. Shields broken now. Into cover we go for VC. Big C though finding KH, and this is an opportunity here for Overlook. Nutty shot with the Peacekeeper. Keep going gaming, equalizing the odds score now. Damage done by Lad and the rest, and keep going gaming. Hold W as they hold strong.
Damn, I'm so surprised they turned that around. I mean, that car spray was clean. Almost managed to but, you know, the SMG is not quite what they used to be in terms of damage output. So KPG will come out on top. And as you were sort of alluding to at the start of that fight, Dax, we are going back to staging. And instead of WMFireBird having the scan character and just sitting there pretty within the command center, it's actually going to be Lightning Unicorn posting up there, and they've even got Crypto to try and keep teams at bay. But looking further afield, we can see these two teams who are just poking at each other a little bit. We've got BCG trying to hit the player beacon, I believe. I'm sure we'll see Rudine give some smoke cover here to Belkin in a second, so they can try and grab this. But obviously Serenity know they're going to be doing it, so they're going to be chucking in the bullets in that direction. Can they find the space to get this info?
I mean, Bearclaw has been chased by Serenity throughout Monument and Fragment, basically. And Serenity have had enough. They can go for the scan, but they're just going to go away from this point on.
That way, go.
I guess watching into the ring itself, White Flash heading towards Harvester. You got Team Burger inside the vault tunnels, also trying to find a small spot. And hasn't that been the case here for Team Burger? It's that adjustment where they're at the edge of the upcoming ring. They're trying to be a little bit more mobile in how they rotate, but they're still getting caught out towards those more narrow choke points that they haven't found a way to fight out of.
That said, I think they've got a good gatekeeping position here, Dax. So let's see if Burger can make World's Edge more successful than their Storm Point. That said, you can see the spread of teams here. That indicates, as we were talking about earlier, there's honestly a lot of rings that this could have been. It could have pulled Landslide, it could have pulled Mirage Twire, it could have pulled maybe even more over towards Harvester, but it does end up just going centrally towards staging, and that means a lot of teams are going to have to make a rotation inwards from where they are in the next zone.
What happened to you, Killer Boss? Erased immediately by the Sentinel. White Flash, though. They get the first down. Can they go for more? Energy Barricade, though, keeping them at bay for now. They want to push into Akuma, and Akuma's lost 2 already. White Flash doing some incredible work with the Arc Star 2. Yukoi's down. This is free KP for White Flash here.
Teams on every edge of this circle, though, and that means they're not alone. Bearclaw Gaming just lurking around nearby. You can see them up the top even with a little bit of height advantage, and they're just pushing back. They're taking shots. They're pushing back into zone, and this is going to make it extremely hard for White Flash to get back in, despite being the nemesis of Akuma in previous times.
Yeah. And just to correct myself real quick, Kraber shot rather, but it wasn't enough versus Bearclaw Gaming there. But here we go again. When you already know the ring wants to go staging, it will force itself there, and that's exactly how the ring pull has occurred. Lightning Unicorn Heroes very content with their position right now. Bearclaw, on the other hand, they're here by the edge, looking to see if they can find any more targets, but they do spot out potentially where Team Burger's coming from. Serenity, on the other hand, they have their own scuffle now, moving on away. Try and find a good spot to fight. Beautiful shots here from Jesco as well, and Serenity now, they have the advantage here.
Well, they do just as WMFireBird pull up, and all of a sudden, they have to worry a little bit about their backs as well. So AGL, despite managing to take, Serenity taking down Jackie from AGL. And it looks like they could probably finish off that fight if they didn't get shot in the back there from WMFireBird, who almost managed to take down Boogie as well, was just sitting on top of the RVs. That was maybe a bit of a controller player moment.
Yeah. Well, Serenity, on the other hand, they're still cracking shields from afar. Legacy with the burst bar. Hemlock does back White a punch. Rolling Thunder also to cover the retreat of the rest of his team. So WMFireBird, AGL, they're moving now towards the ring. AGL trying to play a little bit goalkeeper as they're responding, Jackie, actually. So they're getting back up as a trio. Serenity need to redo the work that has been done already.
Nope. Now, can they get in fast enough? They should see this WMFireBird. They've gone way out, so it's potential there for them to get through. Now as we switch over this to go Burger and NoCredit, let's listen in with Burger as they try and hold them out here in the Wonton.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I got hit.
Just healing.
They're gonna rise and Q up.
They swung out, swung out, swung out! Rise and holding us!
On you, on you!
Main flash! Main flash!
Unfortunate for Team Burger. And it really has been the problem for Team Burger. They try to go for the gatekeeping position. They fight. They unfortunately lose, and NoCredit. They continue on with the momentum that they had from the last game. Keep going gaming. Also gonna get eliminated now. White flash towards the north side with the fight. SWQ. It's the same case here. They're dueling with God Hand. They have to deal with Lightning Unicorn as KAKKOII does get into the action too. The pylon keeping their shields up, and SWQ, they have a perch to work with for the time being.
Yeah, Under the Bridge is okay, but it does rely on teams sort of, choosing not to full send you, choosing not to peek you, because there are often a lot of sight lines open. You have to just sort of dip, dodge, duck, and dive around those. Getting a view of the next zone we're going to see. It could be that kind of classic staging zone that ends sort of half on the balcony, half on the low ground. At this point, if you've got a Horizon on your team, you're probably pretty happy. At that point, you can see DreamFire here finally picked up a couple of kills and are looking in a better spot than they have been for a while. Also playing Crypto. I'm not sure that they were on the Crypto earlier in the day here, so that could be an interesting swap up to change their fortunes around.
Yeah, they're just looking for justice, but now Bearclaw, they are trained in towards NoCredit through the smokes. The shots ring from Belkun. Yet again, the beast of the hunt, the beast of this clash. The move in by Bearclaw. They already have their fangs spared versus NoCredit. They already knocked down 2. Make that 3 as Strafing Flame will find Mexius from the Legends Gaming side. And that will be Bearclaw winning that fight. But Legends, Akuma also noticing all that chaos. DreamFire staying away from the carnage right now, and I think that's what we have to watch for DreamFire. This is the furthest they've been into a game here today.
Which is saying something, isn't it? Because we're still not that far in, and it has been rough days. But as you can see, continuing to pick up placement points, continuing to pick up even more as we get on into this game. Crypto, yeah, it's an interesting comp from DreamFire, so I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that just to see if this is working a little bit better than what they've been running in previous iterations.
I mean, the results haven't been there, so change is coming, says the DreamFire faithful. White flash on the other hand, it's a duel here up top. They know DreamFire is nearby. God Hand same can be said, and this Kraber was good from Rococo before. Can it do it yet again? Cracking down those shields, that's big damage done, but doesn't confirm the knock as of yet. EMP though the play, White Flash is suppressed for the time being, and even a black hole to boot, pressure's on, and look who's coming their way. It's the Boogie Borders, ready for this one. Lightning Unicorn still with damage from afar, and White Flash is eliminated. KAKKOII says, thank you very much there, Boogie Borders. I'll take those KP. DreamFire though, this is the test, and they're going after Boogie Borders now. Fussy is already down. DreamFire, their moment to make it. It's finally happening here, unless Boogie Borders can fight back. Answers no, it's DreamFire taking this spot.
And this is why we keep mentioning it, because it just felt like they always are going to have a pop-off moment at some point, and maybe it was this composition change that they needed to get them there, to give them some spark of hope. And with 6 kills already on the board for DreamFire and a top 6 as well, they're looking to push this even further. The circle is pretty much as we expected. Some of the high ground will be in, some of the low ground as well. Heroes sitting in that train cart on the low ground. And then you've got teams like SWQ down there as well. Lightning Unicorn, of course, we mentioned they've been playing the command center for a very long time. But Bearclaw are also going to have a lot of priority from their spot coming out of the loot vault onto that eastern platform up the top.
It's a vintage ring, but will it be vintage DreamFire? Odds though looking unlikely, as it's the only one still standing here. Cracks the shield in front of him, but the fortifications of SWQ is just too much to handle. So DreamFire eliminated the 6th place. It was a decent showing from them. They're going to want to look more moving forward.
To start for the lads. At least, you know, with Countdown, it's a little bit more familiar how they play out World's Edge perhaps than Storm Point, and they make something of it here in Game 4. But the teams who have, you know, not really had to fight all their way in, perhaps, besides perhaps Bearclaw Gaming, who have definitely done this one the hard way. Now it's up to them and who can win out this final circle.
Unfortunately, they run into the two towers of Legends Gaming and Lightning Unicorn. The high ground, the best ground, and Bearclaw is barely even gonna be a threat here, as Belkun's the only one still standing. So he's hiding right now over on the corner. A rat to try and get those placement points. The clash, though, here on the elevated angle is gonna be massive. Legends on one side, Lightning Unicorn on the other, and Player Case takes their claim. Here we go with the pylon. SWQ, though, they're the only ones running the rate right now. They've already caught out Bastion along the way. It's Heroes, though, in trouble. Yuling, portal in, portal out. Someone find a spot to play from as SWQ, they do some damage towards Heroes. They're barely alive with 1 HP on the Hero side.
Well, some fortifications set up after that EMP comes in, but SWQ, I don't know how long they can keep this up for, because LU have trying to take down this complete high ground. As you can see, they were sharing it here with Legends Gaming, but they wanted it all for themselves. Sharing not on the menu.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, and Legends Gaming has been booted away by Lightning Unicorn. They strolled into staging, said, oh, it's empty, thank you very much. And now they have the God spot here with the elevated angle, but Heroes, SWQ, they can move a little bit closer to the center as the ring closes on in. Space for Lightning Unicorn to reset, shots to ring. SWQ gotta get out of that range. They're doing that, don't block those bullets. As 30-30 tries to find damage from so far.
Okay, 3 teams left. SWQ have managed to get everyone back up, and Heroes, who were playing very passive at the start of the game, have ended up in 3rd spot with at least 2 kills to start with. But LU, they fought hard for this high ground. They fought hard for this position. Can they now take the win?
They go for the drop, and into combat we go immediately. Lalabang moving outside the ring to try and find an angle to survive in, but it's Heroes making them work for it. SWQ also pitching in a triple threat now, a showdown on the ground, but Lightning Unicorn back to that elevated angle. There you go. Heroes though still up with 3. SWQ gonna be gone for now, but a wingman shot's looking sublime. Here we go with Jacute going, gone. Who's next on the list? The wingman yet again doing the dirty work. That's critical. That's massive, and that's a win for Lightning Unicorn.
I mean, it was a 2v3 there to finish that off. That is massive for LU. Oh my lord, that that wingman popped off. It really did there. I mean, that final circle, you saw Jacute on the Valkyrie. He actually, you know, he used the VTOL jets to go up top to pop a bat there. An incredible finish for LU. We saw the swing out into the zone. Didn't really work out because of how, yeah, just going into, you know, zone 5. You take so much damage, right? Yeah, he's, you know, basically taking as much damage as I am from the sun right now. My blind fell off last night, which is really not helping my lighting situation.
Gino, buddy, are you part of Team Lightning Unicorn? Because spotlight's on you too, my friend. And, well, the sun does shine on both LU as well as Gino. They got 11 kills in that game. But immediately to kick off our highlights, right, from that last map, it was, of course, the contest finding their victors. You had the likes of KAKKOII Gaming finally beat out the NC there compared to last week. You also saw Kill Devil lose out to Akuma, and I guess that's a cause for concern for some of these teams that have to deal with the contest early on. How do they even find a spot to play from if they're just gonna get overrun that early?
Another couple of great highlights here from KPG. Who've had so many today, honestly, and you know, even just picking up these early KP keeps them ticking along, and it adds to their total when you've already got a win in the bag. That's you know, probably going to get you a hefty amount of split points come the end of today. So big grats to them. Also big grats to Lightning Unicorn, because I like you know, it's sometimes finding that line between sort of playing passive and aggression, right? And, you know, LU, they sat tight for a good, you know, 15 to 18 minutes of that game, and then came out very aggressively to take the high ground. And that, in the end, is what really won them this game, as JackQ put on a clinic at the end here to take it out with his wingman.
Personally, I think this was a perfect game that exemplifies the strength of Lightning Unicorn. They were always shooting from the command center to pitch in and get some KP going. They won a much needed fight versus Legends Gaming to push them out from that high ground and just have all that elevation to themselves. And you mentioned a while ago, they did commit into the initial drop. They lost Lalabang, I believe, early on, but JackQ on that Valkyrie verticality is a go. 2,207 damage by him, by the way, with the 11 kills made by Lightning Unicorn. It was just that modicum of control that allows Lightning Unicorn to be such a stellar contender. Good showings for SWQ, Bearclaw Gaming, making it to the top 5. And with that being said, Lightning Unicorn, they're now into the top 7 spot after that win.
Yeah, honestly, less than I thought. I guess it must have been a slow start to the day for them on Storm Point, because, yeah, sitting there at 31 points, they're still quite a ways off the top. That said, you know, with a couple of decent results so far in the split, they don't need to be topping every lobby. They just need to have respectable results to find themselves at LAN again.
And now that Hero is still at that top spot. Keep going gaming. Consistency, making it second place. And NoCredit outside, tied up for third. It just was a good showing though from Lightning Unicorn. It's a little unfortunate for WMFireBird. They gave up their initial spot. They had to come on back, and Lightning Unicorn was happy to call it their home. We're going to go for a break though, as match number 5 is coming your way soon.
5, Valkyrie Actual. Ready for burn.
What else needs to be said about Lightning Unicorn? Great name and a great game. 23 points in that outing, 11 KP plus the 12, of course, from the placement points, and that allows them to get back in the thick of things. But if you guys are just joining us, you are heading into match number 5 between Group A versus Group B. This is APAC-South, so you're watching and playing Apex right now. Thank you for joining us, all the long shot faithful. We appreciate all your support and everyone doing watch parties. Big shout outs to you. I'm Dax here with Genome, and Genome, it's been very exciting. We got an 4 unique winners so far, and it really feels like it's a day where, do I dare say underdog, right? Do I dare say the middle of the pack teams, they're looking to make an impact and a splash moving forward?
Yeah, maybe. It does feel like it's maybe a little bit more sort of middle of the pack necessarily than the teams who are just lagging completely at the bottom. But yeah, you know, KAKKOII, Outside, some of those other teams that were, yeah, sort of just pushing up and I think keeping their hopes and dreams alive of taking out one of those 8 spots. Because, of course, it is easier than ever. I feel like in previous years, Dax, when we only had 5, maybe 6 slots available, it kind of felt like unless you were one of the top dogs, it was almost impossible to crack into one of those spots, right? But now that we've got 8, it does feel like there's potential for a couple of wild cards, a couple of teams who, you know, don't have to perform necessarily at the top level every single week, but if they put in, say, 3 or 4 good performances throughout the split, they might actually find themselves on a plane overseas and playing in front of a crowd for the first time in their lives.
Gotta agree with you. More slots equals more chances for these kind of teams, and the way that they're evolving throughout the weeks, I have to say that it's really good to see them putting in the homework, making sure that they clean up some of their acts and look to perform even better. I guess biggest examples of that have to be White Flash, you got KAKKOII, winning out those contests, and of course some big damage dealers are players to highlight for it. What is new?
Who would have thought it?
Who would have thought, right? Template stands, easy flash at the very top with 6,405, but Legends are right, our heroes rather, are right behind them. We got Lahim, you got Kissance, they're still putting in a lot of work.
I just love that it's like, oh yeah, you know, you'd expect the team who's on top of the leaderboard to be, you know, up there. But regardless of anything else, as always, Easy Flash even taking the crown away from them with over almost 6.5K there. And even just looking at some of the legends we've got there and some of the legends that we saw swapped onto as we moved across to World's Edge there, Dax. Quite a lot of crypto coming in. That's been the interesting change there. So, you know, SWQ, they swapped over to crypto. Oh, we're back. We're back. By the way, this is why I keep my fringe, so that in emergency cases of, you know, sunlight just beaming me directly into the face, it, you know, provides some level of cover for my eyes there. Anyway,
I gotta say it. I gotta say something. This is the first time I've seen Seer this split. We finally got a Seer pick, guys, and it's Genome. You were saying, sorry.
So apart from the Seer that we're seeing on the broadcast desk here, we also have seen quite a lot of crypto coming into to World's Edge. So yeah, SWQ's picked it up. We're seeing DreamFire picked it up as we saw there at the end. AGL also taking it, and then Lightning Unicorn, the only team who was playing that on Stormpoint and then have continued to bring through the crypto into World's Edge. So yeah, just interesting that especially, you know, some of the Chinese teams as well, because I feel like we are finally seeing some of those teams break the stereotype that we've had in the past of Chinese teams just being extremely aggressive and playing comps that tend to enable that. Then again, I guess like crypto can go a little bit both ways. Like sometimes you see that, you know, teams are using that for information, and especially now that crypto is a recon character rather than a ring console scanning character, it can lean a little bit more into teams who want to run into a fight with an EMP and use him in an aggressive manner that way.
I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. You see a lot of Watsons, might as well send out the cryptos and the EMPs to clean up any kind of setup. Hard to use nades with all those pylons nearby. But I do believe, guys, the game is ready, and we are going to be getting set yet again for another World's Edge. welcome back as we go for another one. Always eyes gonna be towards Harvester. You got Keep Going Gaming, you got DNZ, and they're already gonna be fighting. Same can be said for Akuma and Kill Devil. They're watching Akuma as they already lose kill balls along the way. Crusader looking for any kind of gun to work with. The Rampage though is stopped immediately. KAKKOII up top. He is just merely a witness to his teammates dying here. And Akuma now losing on the contest early on.
Yeah, surely he's not going to keep fighting this, right? Looks like he's actually dropping down to potentially think about it. I guess he catches one of them off. He does have a Havoc, one of the better weapons on drop. Gets some good beams. Switches over to the 301, and he almost evens it up into a 1v1. But the teamwork from Kill Devil is good enough to take out this one. Meanwhile, Bearclaw Gaming. By the way, I mean, I know we're going to watch this contest here as we see the end of DNZ versus KPG. But Bearclaw Gaming, I'm not sure if that was an insta drop from them or they've just like rotated insanely quickly from Big Maud. But they're over in Geyser, taking on White Flash.
I guess it is just Contest City here in World's Edge, and we are not done with the classic KPG versus DNZ. This time around, DNZ, ding, 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 they get on the board, and they can finally play a game from Harvester. And it's been a struggle so far for DNZ. They're near the bottom with only 5 points. This is finally a chance for them to rack up a few placements and move forward.
Oh, okay. Pathfinder alert, Dax.
Ooh.
Can you guess, without looking, who switched onto Pathfinder?
I'm gonna give you 3 themes. You have to tell me if any one of them are going to go for it.
Yep.
Honestly, first off the top of my head, NoCredit.
Damn! No way. That you had to have looked. You had to have looked.
Nah, dude.
Okay.
I mean, look. NoCredit is the team that during the first day, I thought, are these guys just here to grief? And then they suddenly winning, right? And now, I am right. Mexus is on the Pathfinder. What do you think about that? Because that gets pretty wild with the amount of mobility he has for himself.
Yeah, that's an incredible pick out. Look, I love it, dude. I mean, Pathfinder is one of my favorite legends, and I love to see him back in. I mean, it's a team that we know is no stranger to off-meta picks, because of course, Savior has essentially picked Wonton regardless of whether it's in the meta or not for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're getting Mexus as well now on the Pathfinder is pretty damn cool. We're seeing DNZ come in with the res there. We've also got some other fun picks like Mad Maggie also coming out for AGL in addition to the Wraith and the Crypto. So just to recap that, it's a Wraith, Crypto, Mad Maggie team.
What is that comp? Smells like 2023 to me for AGL, and it reminds me yet again of those monster games they had on this map. And oh, that's why we go again. Hey, at least this time we didn't go to Ring 6.
I can only sit here and pray, Dax, that we get the same comps again, because I was getting really excited to see, how Pathfinder was going to start pulling that out. Yeah, like to get sent by a Crypto Mad Baggy Wraith team. Like, yes, please. I do wonder if that's maybe because one of the War Monster Firebird players didn't load into that game, so potentially they're getting a third back in there.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate. We did get to watch a lot of spicy contests though, and it does get exciting here, knowing that these teams are ready to fight each other from the get-go. But yeah, I do believe we're going to get a bit of a lobby reset. It's a little unfortunate for some of the victors we've seen so far, but it is what it is. I guess though, we kind of have to go back to some of the stats from the previous World's Edge map, right? Because truthfully, this was the first map for World's Edge where we were like, oh, we got some spicy picks. We got the Mad Maggie. We got the Pathfinder. Because a while ago, it was mostly those similar picks that are usual to the APAC-South meta. But anyway, speaking of APAC-South, we'll throw it over to video. Check this out, guys.
Been a long time coming, and now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I
dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to charge on forward. Also trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the one-on-one. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Wonton still has the armor to play with. Pit's Flesh, was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Wonton now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Run into it, do they try the Bearclaw? Do they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime? And look how far they go, that dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity, looking to find some more, and Spitfire coming out again! Revenant Esports don't care about your gold armor, sit down.
Dewa in a great spot though, they're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground. Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're ready.
Grenading now.
Try and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP
now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spin nade.
Burning.
Spin nade.
Val's dead. Give me one. Give me dead.
Valk in the air. Valk's dead.
Oh my
We're just so much better, dude. Let's go.
That's so many fucking kills.
Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out with MT here from Team Burgers, having to play as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now, moving on GMT 6.
One more. To try and get second.
Let's go!
Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm messing him.
Stick it!
Popping. He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill gates goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and they're just like that.
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
History there is the right word. APAC South, they've made history the past few years. You know that we want to do it yet again, and that's why we're here again for Group A versus B of APAC South in the ALGS. We are going to be getting into the game very, very soon. Map number 5 ready yet again. Take 2. We got all 60 players in. We got our legends picked on up, and it's not that spicy this time around, but you know what's going to be spicy? The action. Let's get into this game.
Very well could be, Dax. I mean, we had, what was that, 3 contests last time? It's a shame that Bearclaw, it looks like they're actually going to go back to Big Mod, so their surprise maneuver is not going to get repeated. But we will have another shot of Akuma versus KAKKOII.
And exactly what happened a while ago. Killerboss is the first to fall. Here comes Akuma though, trying to set up a crossfire. Yukoi flashing out one. Eva 8 from afar. Akuma now bringing in the damage too. And Flesh. But here comes KD, Kill Devil, keeping the advantage going. Yukoi now with purple armor. He can be a one-man army for Akuma from this point on. Looking for anyone else to fight here. It's gonna get very testy as he's trying to find in the stacks any other targets. That's right now, Kill Devil. They have moved on away. tries to go for confirm, and KAKKOII can't find anyone to fight until there's the contact. The 2v1 is too much to handle, and Akuma's gone. Keep going, also losing the contest all the way in Harvester too.
As you said, DNZ coming out on top in that one. We also have, yeah, as you said, sorry, everything else pretty much went as planned. So BCG not making White Flash's life hard. I mean, they're going to be pretty happy they got the lobby reset, aren't they? Imagine just dropping into one game, not even, you know, remotely expecting a team to come at you. Of course, they would have been very much keeping their eyes on the dive trails of the teams around them as it happened here in our second go of match 5. And as you just saw there, we will get another fairly southern zone. This one potentially not so much staging and maybe a little bit more towards Thermal Station or Harvester.
Yes, the results repeat and the contest. You can see multiple Bangalores inside the lobby already. Con with their Sin pretty around 6 alongside Catalyst. Watson has overtaken them back once we moved here to World's Edge, and we still see a few of those outliers. Some raid picks have been fruitful with the portals to just stay away from all the action. Revenant, something that we've seen from Keep Going Gaming to a mixed degree, and of course a Mad Maggie into play. So it's getting a little bit interesting. AGL has to be the team everyone's watching out for in terms of something a little bit wacky compared to everyone else.
Right here.
I'm sad to report, ladies and gentlemen, we no longer have a Pathfinder in the game.
Unlucky.
Oh man, I don't know if that's because maybe, like did they know that the lobby was going to get restarted because the player wasn't in there, and so they were like, they just went for a troll pick? Like, is that what happened? I mean, it could be. I'd be sad if it was, but...
Come on. I'd love to see Pathfinder find its heyday again. It's so fun to see grappling hooks and the like, but instead we watch people play with evac towers, fly on around here towards Thermal Station, and look, he's at the center of that POI already. Lightning Unicorn looking to replicate success, just like last time around. They're sitting pretty in the center outside. Legends Gaming taking the compounds towards the north instead.
Yeah, no ring console for Lightning Unicorn this time, but luckily they are playing their own POI and just kind of respecting that, and I think they'll be rewarded outside. As you can see them using that skyward dive to get a bit further in. Also, don't have the info here. More teams than ever, it seems, playing without that ring console, without that zone information that's so important in predicting rings. And they're going to go for a spot alongside the train tracks here. Outside the mountain, not honestly a bad spot, trying to get in there better, so there's NoCredit getting into it.
And a gamble there from Mechus though, full sense it in the front line, and here comes the rest of NoCredit now to clean up the rest of God Hand. So they bring up Mechus. That was wild from Mechus. You could see how he just went zoom towards the opponents there.
Yeah, big stuff, and that's what you need, right? The fight actually was looking a little bit sus there for NoCredit, but just through sheer force of will, and we do see Mechus showing what he's made of there to help turn that one around. And honestly, a team that's looking pretty good as far as this series goes today. NoCredit looking to put some split points on the board.
Yeah, it's been a good day for NoCredit. Same can be said for other teams like Lightning Unicorn. I could have said it for Keep Going Gaming, but they're already eliminated. And watch out towards Harvester because DNC is still around. Deep Burger will be the same case. And they spotted now where DNC are. Shooting by the bins, trying to get a few pot shots going. And Team Burger, for them, I guess, one thing has to happen. Win a fight, win a 3v3, and get that confidence moving forward.
I mean, that's nuts, right? Seeing them in 20th place. Team Burger? You mean Pricey, who won a winner's bracket at LAN? You mean Sharky, who's got a championship to his name? How on earth are they sitting in 30th?
It's unfortunate to say the least for Team Burger, but the pedigree says it all. It will happen eventually. That's what Team Burger is trying to show us right now. NoCredit, speaking of NoCredit, now they're taking the fight to another squad. This time around, it's DreamFire here towards Lava Fisher. They're still with the crypto though for feet. They got NoCredit looking around for any kind of momentum, but this is getting a little bit dangerous actually. Mexus is all by his own, so DreamFire now might have the angle with 3MC. Very cheeky's the one actually in trouble, and he's already down by DreamFire. So 3v2, DreamFire has the numbers advantage here.
Yeah, if they hold up a little bit here, I mean, they've got the Radiant transfer to honestly give them that uptime here to get into the fight, but they let NoCredit reset. They've got time now. They've put down an interceptor pylon. They can start getting set up here. You can see they've even got the Digi there for Mexus on the R99. So certain options for NoCredit to play this. DreamFire potentially missing their opportunity.
Yeah, it has been the case for DreamFire, just unfortunately allowing the opponent to get back as a 3-0, and the ultimate's keeping NoCredit alive. DreamFire, though, they're just going to bail on out, move towards Mirage Etoile, where Boogie Corner just outside are also waiting. All the way across, Bearclaw Gaming versus Kill Devil over at Lava Fisher. Kill Devil losing one early on. Here comes Falcon, though, sees everything, knows everything, and he's ready now to shoot them down. The 30-30 packs a punch. And Bearclaw Gaming wins the fight. It will be Kill Devil eliminated now.
Turbo Havoc there, as well as the big Maud, the Rampart flatline there for Belkin. That's a pretty hefty loadout for a man who can certainly deal damage like nobody's business. Oh, a pull back. We get a hard shift of the ring that says maybe Staging is going to be making a comeback here.
I mean, Staging's always a consideration. We have to watch that now for Serenity versus DNZ over on the Harvester. They've been looking for any angle to work with. The Darkboard's still available here for Boogie. They have a bit of height to work with too. DNZ. And as of right now, they're staying alive as a 3 still.
Let's relocate there.
So it's interesting that despite Storm Point being a map with A versus B, where we see teams surviving till very late in the game before we're getting a lot of these hard engagements, it's very much the opposite here on World's Edge. Not only have we got several contests, but you're also seeing fights break out in a lot of POIs that are peripheral to where a lot of the teams are parking themselves. You know, we just saw one in Lava Siphon. Now there's some fights over in a Harvester, potentially over towards Mirage Etoile as well, if DreamFire go past outside. Maybe not. Flying a bit further there.
Sometimes you gotta consider, right, without that initial ring console intel, these rotation paths are pretty similar, and teams are running into each other because of it. Bearclaw now, they have to deal with DNZ on the opposite ends. Rudenay pushes forward, the smokes are there to do a bit of damage. Heck can stay the same with the 30-30, and DNZ in cover for the time being. They still have a better angle into the ring though. Bearclaw now making their mark and making their way in. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. The Beast of the Hunt is unleashed, and Belkin will always lead the charge because of it. Looking now to mow them down. That Havoc has a turbocharger, and it doesn't have that negative penalty anymore, but the Black Hole will coincide. DNZ decide to take the fight towards Belkin and the rest, and it's Bearclaw now wounded, hurting, and can they get out? That's the question. It seems like it's getting unlikely for everyone else besides Heck, who will evacuate.
Yeah, it's DNZ responding like they're the caged animal backed into a corner this time, and Heck does manage to get out. Doesn't have the option to either recover or craft banners though without Conduit on the team. So DNZ will just pick through the loot here. Nice little pick up for them in terms of KP and loot, because they're going to have to continue back north after this.
Yeah, they're not done with their path to the zone. And we're watching here for DreamFire also playing a little bit more safe than usual, using the crypto to scout around. We saw that a little bit last week just to get the intel, especially towards elevation. But they might run into Legends Gaming, who has still been parked here outside of Thermal. Same can be said for Lightning Unicorn. Most of the teams in Thermal Station here, Genome, they don't have the intel, so they're sticking around in that spot. AGL, Bearclaw, DNZ, and Serenity. Those teams instead from the east are the ones looking to make their way into the next one.
Alright, and as the circle does close again, we get a bit of a shift. It looks like it's potentially a little bit different this time. It's on top of the little house with the respawn beacon over to the east of staging. At the moment, outside, sitting in there. So as you can see, nice spot for that team at the moment. The Tiger is over there, and then we're going to see, once again, yeah, just a lot of teams collapsing inwards. It's not going to be one of those ones where you've got one, you know, sort of very congested front, and you see a lot of teams die at once. I think we'll get another zone where there's honestly a bit of space for everyone, and a lot of sort of spread out fights all around the edge of this next circle.
Speaking of the edge, also Boogie borders left to a single player, while WMFireBird and DreamFire might find poor Raki out in the distance. Watching out though for Overlooked Entertainment too. They need to deal with White Flash, Lightning Unicorn. Those are potential targets nearby, but White Flash still. Do they see this one coming, turning all around now to spot out Overlooked Legends on the other hand. They need to make their way in, and they want to take the spot from outside. They disengage though, train tracks is the call. And White Flash, cause for concern here. 2 white armors, 1 blue. Overlook, if they understand the situation, they might get the overrun immediately.
I mean, they're so much further down, and they've got teams, you know, obviously there's one team to the west of them, and then Lightning Unicorn underneath there, inside the tunnel. So Overlook might have to decide which team to fight here. I think White Flash is the better option, but they do take the initial for them.
Yeah, that Arc Star from Soyo bringing damage, so surprising. Also, same can be said here to Dixie. DC's the only one here alive. Overlook Entertainment, how did it go so very wrong? As White Flash lived to tell the tale until War Monster Firebird have made their way in. The drone still being a bit of a bother, but LK and the rest now with the elevated angle. They see a target though. They crack down the shields of Prota, and White Flash is gone now.
Yeah, LU even also just popping out of their little hidey hole in the tunnel to see if they can pick up some of those kills. They don't manage to get one yet, but there we go. Gopgap's taking down VC. Overlooked Entertainment completely gone. And War Monster Firebird, I think, are probably going to leave LU alone. Going back over to DreamFire here. They are currently coexisting with SWQ, who are playing underneath the building, but, you know, potentially. EMP already used, but DreamFire still don't want to leave this alone. They're going to go out. Oh, but Pete goes down.
Yeah, DreamFire though has done some immense damage. It's SWQ here in trouble, but look who's come. There's Wade Legends Gaming as well. The third-party Kings continue on with what they want to do and how they do it best. Hunt down any other target in their way. DreamFire is now wounded, hurting, cracked down, and he might be gone soon. Strafing Flame, there is no escaping this fire whatsoever, and that was just lit from Legends.
And if there's something that Legends Gaming are doing very well this split DAC, it's identifying opportunities and not even remotely hesitating when they go for them. You saw then, you know, the scan comes out from Strafing Flame on the Bloodhand now, and yeah, immediately they move in. They try and make something happen. You know, you compare that to a team who's not had that kind of experience, like Kill Devil. Earlier on, we saw them holding out near the spiders on Storm Point. There was such hesitation, and kill points went begging because of it. Legends Gaming will not let that happen.
Round though, AGL versus DNZ, the Black Hole, post-mortem, and that is it from DNZ so far. You still got Team Burger though, you got Serenity nearby, Legends Gaming here from afar. And you've noticed too, the Bloodhound now, the Mad Maggie from before. Lots of changes for Legends Gaming in the front line especially. Let's listen into them as they approach this ring.
I have 5 seconds on scan. I'm ulting here. Yep. We might swing this. Any hits? I have no DH. Wait, there. It's a solo, bro.
I didn't see.
It's a solo right here.
Is it Horizon? There was a bang as well.
Oh,
they're playing on the corner. They're playing on the corner. They're playing on this spot.
There's a solo on me. Solo on me.
Yeah, you can kill that.
They're fighting here, fighting. Door.
Fighting where?
Under.
Careful, careful across tracks. Careful across tracks here, okay?
Okay.
They're playing this. They're playing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan it.
They have to come to us.
You're right. They're gonna evac here. We have to get ready for that oob. There's the team here as well.
Yep.
We just can't do anything. Fuck.
Can I?
What are we safe on? Can we gen on that and play that?
Yeah, we can.
Careful left.
We can play it left though. Late, I mean.
There's a solo. Can we pick this player?
I have to watch behind. You can walk up lane.
Okay.
I'm watching behind. I've got like a million fences.
Yeah.
He died. Oh, you killed him.
No. I did the solo. I killed the solo.
Yeah.
Careful, Flame. It's a full team on the right side though. Let's smoke here.
I'm running back.
I have no DG.
I have no DG as well. I don't have ult anymore now.
Behind.
I'm gonna go back up again. Yeah, careful with the C-back. They're gonna oob us. Get ready here. We have to fight this.
We can't shoot.
If you get landed on, play your life.
Yep.
I need ultimate if you have one.
No.
Yeah, I dropped one.
Okay, they got over. That's really good. Just careful they don't swerve back. That's fucking amazing for us. We take 1 3v3 against the team across. We win the fucking game, okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. We just have to hold this team east. They're walking up. It's a Valve. It might be crypto Valve. Yeah, it's crypto.
Only Wonton. I crack this. Push it. Nice. Plus.
Pick over.
You say player.
Yeah, I say, I'm sick.
I take the kills.
I can't shoot it.
I cannot. I only target it.
I'm just healing.
Yeah.
You can look over, Mar. I'm checking this loot while we still can.
Cannot.
Careful getting queued on, okay? Like Horizon queue.
Yep.
Can we look for kills now? Low ground?
There's Maggie.
Look at this wing. Bang.
I'm scanning under. We're full good.
We have to careful for this team. One hit.
Mar, if you want, you can play bridge now. You can play bridge now. You can play bridge, Mar. No, Mar.
Okay, yeah. Wait.
Let me heal. I cracked them all.
Let me heal. Careful. You go heal here.
Maybe you have to go down and Jen instead, player. Maybe you have to go down.
Yeah.
Me and Mar play late.
Do we have another ult cell?
No.
Can you give me helmet? Fine.
Yes.
I'm 35 now.
I have ult for endgame.
Do I have to wait?
Crack that, dead.
Can we?
We can't. There's.
Don't
use nades.
Nice. That's nice. That's good for us.
Yeah. We just have to focus this team, guys.
Yeah.
This is the only team that stops us from winning. Careful against low ground as EMP and like Horizon, okay? It shouldn't happen, but just be careful of that.
I think I might drop down.
They have to go faster than us.
I'm dropping.
You have to set up now. Yeah.
I'm playing this. Net.
Yeah, you have to gen now, player.
Yep.
You can't get verdinated. I think I have to jump too. I think I'm gonna jump now, guys. Like, I can't stay up here.
Can you ult them? They might push.
Yeah, ulting. I'm here. Yep.
I'm no DG.
He went back.
I'm hitting him.
Horizon, don't push. Horizon crack. Horizon 1, left corner nade.
I'm nading it.
Nade.
On this.
Bang low. Bang one.
I can't see anything.
Horizon. Stay on us.
Okay.
Quick.
I'm standing for you.
We're chilling.
In low ground.
I took swap.
Skills.
Yeah.
Skills, boys.
I have DG, Mark.
I killed the west hand.
I'm keeping DG.
Yeah, they're all on the right side.
Left team right here. Focus it. Swinging out. They have wingman. I'm nading that.
Yep.
I net also.
Yes. They're still inside. Walking. Crack.
I broke Jen.
One net. I put this guy.
Crack.
On me.
It's crack again.
Nice, let's go. Let's get this player.
Nice one. Bro, I didn't get to do anything that end game.
Incredible scenes there from Legends Gaming as we get a masterclass in calling from Strafing Flame. You can see him thinking several steps ahead there, identifying which positions they're going to have to play against, which 3v3s are important for them buying that space to win the end game in, and they get it in the end. I mean, there was no sneaky gravity lift thrown out by a third-party team to, grief their chances like happens famously to TSM at LAN. They win from the catwalk at staging, and Legend Gaming gets their dues.
It is insane to think about how that went for Legends Gaming. Gotta say, the calls were sharp. The shots were even sharper from the likes of Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. It's probably one of our longest listed ins for good reason. And you have to see how confident Legends Gaming is, especially with their IGL Strafing Flame. It's something they worked on all throughout the past year and more so. But this game, it got very exciting until Legends Gaming took command and took it all. There were always the contests that we would see. You see KD, Bearclaw Gaming. You'd have some moments also from the likes of outside, from NoCredit actually. One of the teams that Legends Gaming had to remove from that high ground. But in the end, it's still the 12 KP and the victory by Legends Gaming. You said it already, Gino. It's a masterclass for a reason. And that is that kind of game we've been looking for from them for so long already.
And honestly, it wasn't even like they had to try that hard. You heard, I think that was Player K there at the end saying, like, I didn't even do anything, man. Like, I just sat up there and chilled while Easy Flash and Strafing Flame were running amok in that lobby. Incredible stuff from our, I was about to say champion team, but, our best placing APAC-South team at the championship.
Man's calling it already, but Legends Gaming, I have to go back to how they've shifted this comp for a bit. They tried a little bit of Mad Maggie last week to have more aggressive front line from Strafing Flame. Now they're going for the Bloodhound for more intel, more reconnaissance, and also the Beast of the Hunt, of course, to just hit those shots even inside the smoke. And you can see the results here for Legends Gaming. Easy Flash and Strafing Flame, almost 2,500 damage for each. 10 kills to their name. Player K doing an incredible job also to support the team. His fence there at the very end, cheeky but helpful, just to keep outside Cage there over on to the corner. NoCredit, Serenity, and Heroes make it to the top 5. And it's a little bit unfortunate for the likes of Bearclaw Gaming, Lightning Unicorn eliminated there in the top 10. Same can be said for DNZ and DreamFire. But with a performance like that, Legends Gaming, they're only 1 point away from taking that top spot away from Heroes.
Ooh, yeah. Late push from Legends Gaming here with now sitting at 29 KP, the most in the lobby after that deadly Game 5 there, but Heroes still holding on. That's it. Outside and NoCredit, especially, maybe Keep Going Gaming as well. We'll throw them into the mix there. A couple of these teams that have had, maybe a mediocre start to the season, now really hitting their stride and trying to put some big points up on that split points table. Because you got to remember, if you're at the, maybe the top 5 in a series, you get a lot more points than teams below that. If you're going from, say, like 11th to 10th, you pick up like 1 point, but you pick up like 2, 3, 5 points when you're getting into those top positions.
And with that performance from Legends Gaming, we're going to need to go on a break. We will return for our final map between A versus B after this. What else can we say besides brilliance there? Legends Gaming taking map number 5 by storm, and we got to hear it all from Strafing Flame and the rest on how they did. We are back though in A versus B here in APAC South, and you can check out Legends Gaming and their run so far. Genome, look at that map number 5, and what else can you say about it besides all the positive things you've done so far with?
Damn, the double dozen there with 12 KP to back up that first place. And as you can see, you know, a lot of placement points coming their way, but not really slouching on the kill side either. That is what is putting Legends Gaming, I think it was 1 point off the top of this lobby so far.
Yeah, they have 4 games in that top 5. A monstrous game in the in that map number 1 with the 3rd place standing, and then that 24-point game that we just listened into. So Legends Gaming, they put themselves in a good spot to take the whole day, but they're still contenders to this matchup. It's still, of course, Heroes at the very top with 59 points. You got Outside there in 3rd place with 49. NoCredit, Keep Going Gaming. Probably that top 5 can fight for that spot. But really, momentum is such a heavy thing that we watch utilize in these kind of maps, right, Genome? And Legends Gaming, they have all the momentum right now moving forward with.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be feeling so high after that one. As we have a look at some team composition picks here, you can see the variety we've had this week is often is honestly fascinating. And you know, up towards the top, Bang Bloodhound Catalyst is one of the top picks. So as this season has progressed, I think it's actually been getting maybe even the opposite of what we usually get. I feel like often, you know, there's a bit of a meta, and then there's, you know, people try things out and then it narrows as people work out what's good. I feel like this season's almost been the opposite, with, you know, those couple of heavy picks like Bangalore and whatnot sort of being in there, but people have been experimenting more as the season or the split has gone on here in 2024.
Yeah, it feels like there's a bit of an anti-meta forming with the Crypto versus the Watson, and the likes of having the Bloodhound to have that scan versus the Smokes. APAC South trying to find its own answers as the weeks go on. But this is it for this matchup, for this day. We still got A versus C later on, of course, but A versus B will go to a 6 map right here, right now, as we go back into World's Edge. You know the deal here, Genome. Contests will happen, not just once, but twice. We watch Harvester, we watch Stacks, and we watch if anyone else wants to throw a wrench in anyone else's plans. We are back here in APAC South. We are back here in World's Edge, and we are watching Akuma do what needs to be done versus the likes of Kill Devil yet again.
Yep, 2 teams contesting at the same time. We'll bring you as much of the action as we can. A little bit of a disengage in the other one with DNZ and KPG, I can tell you. But over here, yeah, teams have dropped on separate buildings instead of the same buildings this time. Bearclaw Gaming, did they actually... I think they reaped some loot from Stacks and then started walking their way over to Big Mod because they knew the other teams would be too busy with each other. So Bearclaw Gaming are honestly having a lot of fun in this lobby, just, you know, messing things up, whether it's for the team up in Geyser or this time for Kill Devil and for Bearclaw. Oh, sorry, and Akuma.
They've been a big factor of annoyance here in the southeast side of the map, but we have to watch out for DNZ and keep going. They also have a degree of separation between each other. DNZ on the south side of Harvester, keep going more so towards the north, and Kill Devil marking now where Akuma's headed. Akuma has avoided that contact, but the problem is they're the ones losing that armor, and they're only on whites here. Yukoi Crusader already down to flesh. Kill Devil on the hunt here to try and pick up KP early.
Yeah, okay, so the Harvester contest seems to have thinned out here with the teams disengaging completely, but over here we finally got it going on in earnest. Kill Devil trying to hold the height. They can push through Smokes, but Lenny getting caught off guard there by the PK. It's gonna be finished.
Yeah, Yeah, stellar shooting there from Killapaz. The R301 doing enough damage in that instance. But here we go again. You were calling them out, Gino. We're going to see Bearclaw Gaming look for the third party, waiting for this moment to come at a moment's notice itself. The scan now, courtesy of Belkun. Akuma on the inside still. They're holding steadfast as 3. Kill Devil had enough after losing a single member in that contact. And Bearclaw's the one swarming this building now.
Well, Akuma are back up to a full 3 there. Full health essentially at this point. Crusader does take quite a bit of damage there through the window. Finding nice angles are Bearclaw. So now they really do have the option to start moving in. Luhan just on the knockdown shield watching this from the spectator side. But Bearclaw do take a casualty as well.
That was a little too spicy there from Belkun. Akuma, on the other hand, have shotguns, have the L-Star, and Bearclaw Gaming, they wanted to be the third party, but the first one's actually eliminated here. Unfortunate, to say the least, for Bearclaw, as Akuma, they even hold with the throw. So they just need to bring up Crusader and survive to tell that tale. This is their stacks to win.
That's honestly kind of hilarious, because as we noted, Bearclaw were literally looking to third party this contest the entire World's Edge, but previously it had finished so quickly that they couldn't really get in there to make an impact. Finally, it does drag on for a little bit and they get their shot, but wow, Akuma doing better than they had expected. And off the back of that, by the way, Kill Devil went down and all 3 of them will be respawning back in down at Dome.
Yeah, they look for the reset. We fight all the way in, staging it AGL versus NoCredit. XX immediately gone to the wayside as Jackie tries to use the windows to poke and prod against that armor. They grab the shields already. NoCredit still with 3. Beautiful beam here from Cheeky, and QQ flies high just to die. Confirm is key, and Cheeky with armor swap can't survive though after all those bullets as DreamFire want to get a piece of the action. 3MC with elevation. NoCredit now have to evacuate and leave Cheeky behind as AGL, they survive with Jackie too, but DreamFire are here to mop up the rest of the pieces left behind here.
Interestingly, XX just deliberately went down as well. So he, I was watching their POV here. I know we're going to watch DreamFire here, just pick up some of that loot. So he deliberately went down, I believe, because Jackie is the one left alive, so that he could get his banner. Right, so he's on the crypto, he can grab that quickly with the drone, but he walked himself in the knockdown shield through a perimeter fence back and forth until he was deathboxed.
Yeah, well done. And that's beauty having crypto. Some of these teams, they play the conduit for support. You can craft those banners. But here and now with the crypto play away, and AGL are looking for the res towards the north side of Skyhook. NoCredit though, marking where DreamFire can come from. Team Burger also hearing all that action after struggling so far in this session. But we gotta talk about the ring and countdown near the center here. Looking to be likely for these teams to go to.
Yeah, does it end countdown? Does it end, you know, I feel like it hasn't ended near the RV outside of the tunnel all that often in recent seasons, but Godhand are posted up there, at least giving themselves options. Like, it's still not necessarily the worst place to play from, but they don't have a Watson. It does tend to be a little bit better if you can stop the nades coming in. They've only got the Catalyst to try and prevent some of that damage.
Heroes is playing by Landslide with a good amount of armor as well as guns to play from. Got SWQ towards countdown as well, but looking at WMFireBird right now. They're nearby Mirage's wall, looking to find the outside. NoCredit on the other hand, they're the ones who are going to get the res, so back to a trio they go. AGL also respawning, so the fight from Skyhook, it will continue soon with the same faces.
Round 2, perhaps. With AGL back into the action. Of course, you got to remember you come in, you spawn in hot now with your guns. Sure, you lose your attachments, but you've got, you know, the armor that you had as well. So, won't necessarily be an easy fight for NoCredit. But, you know, a couple of scopes on their side will help them get the damage in probably quicker onto AGL if they can find them. That said, ooh, interesting shift. It actually has gone very centrally. So as you can see there, teams like Burger, May, once again, they're trying to put themselves, they've been playing from these tunnels a lot so far, this, you know, this World's Edge DAX. Not that it's been going that well for them. It feels like every time they get sent, they just you know, they crumble, and it's tough when you can see they've got 1 blue and 2 white shields.
Very fair point. Just because they've been playing Gatekeeper for so long, but they've never had the keys to the kingdom of success. And not only that, Team Burger, you still have to talk about the history between this team. You got Pricey, you got Sharky, you got Way. Those names have made waves even in the global stage, and it's unfortunate to see them struggle like this back in their own region. They could be sent to God hand though, but they're newer faces to the block this time around. And here comes Heroes now, waiting for someone to come at the flank side now. We'll have 2 teams nearby. Outside on one side, Heroes in an elevated angle, and a pylon keeping a flow and the rest alive here towards the left because Lightning Unicorn is poking from the side too.
Lightning Unicorn in 7th spot, looking to perhaps make the late push here for a podium finish. Oh, nice nade from Jack is going to take Sato down, and all of a sudden that sort of opens things up here over in the landside. You've got Heroes holding it down from the other side as well. They're actually trying to play a position. They've got the ring information because they've scanned the zone 3 here from the beacon, from the ring console that is available inside Landslide. And this makes their position quite tenable as they want to hold the Landslide side of, you know, around the left side of the mountain, essentially.
Yeah, they know where to go, but NoCredit, on the other hand, they know they have to fight against AGL yet again. The reprieve, the redo, and it's the same spot we saw them before. Someone wants to conclude this fight already, and NoCredit are on the hunt. Jackie, though, confirming cheeky. Here comes Saber, pushing on forward. Shotgun in hand, 3MC, packing quite the punch, and QQ's the one making those trades happen. But here we go again. The Wraith is alive, but barely. One more time and one more show. Sure, AGL is gone, but look who's ready to pick up the pieces from where we left off. DreamFire still happy to play the third party, and it truly is deja vu here at Skyhook.
Yeah, but Burger have come in on the other side as well. How do DreamFire get out of this? How do they get back into the ring? They managed to get access to those death boxes and pick up a lot of loot. Burger did not get there quickly enough to have that same benefit, so they're still sitting on white, blue. Pricey just now being able to pick up a purple.
Yeah, Team Burger at least changing the fate of the battle. I really thought we just played the footage from 3 minutes ago and said, oh, this is happening right now. But DreamFire have disengaged, back to countdown they go. And I think right now I'm watching over for Landslide still being the contesting point. Lightning Unicorn, they did such a good job a while ago with clearing out the pylon. That's why you play the crypto, and they were the first ones to innovate on it during the first day of ALGS APAC-South. And Legends Gaming now, on the other hand, here towards the eastern train tracks, Serenity are marking them, but they're gonna get a safer rotation towards the choke point very soon.
As you can see, they picked up 1 kill point, and that's moved them up into first place. So Legends Gaming now our front runners, something that perhaps some people who've been watching LAN last year might have expected, might have, you know, predicted with how good they were and the obvious potential that this team has.
Spot out Akuma quickly to Legends Gaming. Want to make a foothold to push forward into the ring later on and keep their back safe as much as possible. Overlook, though, on the other hand, they're in danger now because Kill Devil is over there by Harvester. Still topping on up, getting those heals back for Levy and the rest. Getting very close, though, and actually the Wuhan gonna get knocked. Levy didn't make it to the med pack too, and Kill Devil, they're only left to 1 still standing, but it's a game of heals instead of a fight.
Oh no, I don't think Overlooked really want to take this fight though, regardless. Like, I mean, you know, we're inside zone 3 now. That's just an ugly spot. I think they might just leave them to the ring's own devices here. Yeah, they're gonna go straight in towards the landslide tunnel, where they actually will not find any resistance. So that's a stroke of luck, honestly. You would expect a team to potentially be playing gatekeeper there, but no, it's further inside that Lightning Unicorn and outside are holding those positions. As we noted, Kill Devil not really able to recover from that, or at least the 2 members. Looks like Hueha is maybe gonna make it into the ring, but at this point he's got 1 med kit left. no evac tower and a long way to go, so I wouldn't be surprised if he meets a pretty ugly fate.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. Two of them half a second away from healing up, still getting knocked down. But God Hand, on the other hand, they've had a relative God spot here to work with. Boogie Border, so keep going, moving forward together. And now Keep Going has to deal with SW2 on an elevated angle here towards the side of South Countdown. Keep Going Gaming now trying to stay in cover. WMFireBird, DreamFire also noticing these cluster of players now coming up together as Kill Devil will be eliminated and confirmed by the ring. Overlook has got it in there, but Heroes will be gatekeeping them on the other side. So here we go. Godhand still watching out, but Heroes and Overlook having their own fight so far.
Okay, so Team Burger here, they've managed to get slightly better loot. Sharky was by himself on that side as the other two were just making sure no one was creeping up behind them in the tunnel. Look at Overlook's entertainment. These guys playing up from Landslide are going to have to go up against Lightning Unicorn.
Big window for Overlook Entertainment. Now, with Heroes out, this basically secures the win for Legends Gaming, unless one of the top 5 teams put in a monstrous performance. Like the Unicorn, though, looking to wrap up a few more points to get up the leaderboards. Already harassing the APC. Fence is now out in the open, but Lalabang is down. Jack Youth will suffer a similar fate. And Overlook Entertainment, watch out for them, because they mean business. There's still 2 standing as they try to hold off anyone else coming their way. Lightning Unicorn in trouble, but look who's coming now. It's Legends Gaming yet again. Third party is the call, and you know Strafing Flame has meant business all throughout. It's an easy wipe courtesy of Legends Gaming, and they are just going to be mounting even more points now to build this lead.
And you were talking about the momentum for Legends Gaming. There it is in full force as they take control of the south side of the zone. That RV is actually prime real estate right now, Dax. I mean, Godhand is still sitting in it, and they will be in there for Zone 4 as well. Zone 5 will pull a little bit further out to these rocks that we're seeing right now. That will be the final battleground with a cluster of teams sitting over towards the last vestiges of support that they've got, the you know, over Countdown, and then we've got a couple of teams fighting over the tower as well, like Team Burger as well as White Flash.
And Serenity also pitching on in. They're down below, and Serenity's the one hurting here. Team Burger finally finding their fangs here at the last game. DreamFire, on the other hand, also pitching in with some kills from Northern Countdown. So familiarity really does breed success here for DreamFire. SWQ, though, eliminated now, and it's Akuma trying to wade through all the smoke and all the shenanigans. Akuma over into the corner. Keep going, on the other hand, also going to get eliminated. Legends Gaming, they're playing out to the southwest. They have to deal with WMFireBird, but we're watching out for Serenity still. They found a reprieve towards the rocks. This is a relatively safe spot compared to everything else for Serenity now.
Serenity, a fantastic spot. Godhand are finally starting to push out now that they know where this final circle is. You can see White Flash have access to quite a bit of ammo and supplies up here at the top of the tower. Typically a spot that's quite hard to play. You take a lot of damage, so you need a lot of meds to play it, but once you get into this position where there's not a lot of high ground spots that people can shoot at you, it becomes phenomenal for picking up KP. Legends on the bottom, they've tried to make a move, but seem to be struggling against Serenity. They do manage to get back up now with that gold res, and all of a sudden, it feels like Serenity and Legends, can they coexist down the bottom here, or will one of them be taking out this game?
Yeah, they're having a bit of a standoff. Serenity stuck between the rock and the hard place, and Legends Gaming is just barreling down on them. An avalanche is approaching courtesy of Legends Gaming, and Serenity are the ones in the path of that destruction. Our WMFireBird, though, eliminated. Now we are down to our final 5 squads. DreamFire watching out for the Carnage all the way, still by Countdown. Godhand sitting pretty inside the APC. But this has been the story of Legends Gaming. Doesn't end here, as the Rolling Thunder will be the play. DreamFire looking for that opportunity. They've slain Boogie Borders in a different map. Can they slay Legends Gaming now to get back to a potential good spot. Roy and 3MC in the front line. Here we go with White Flash 2 chipping on in. And Legends is the one cornered here like rats. They're stuck in the middle and they're hurting because of it. DreamFire now, they take down one and they hold them off for the time being.
Yeah, victims of there's great positioning there. So many ults were used to take Legends Gaming out of that position. Player K will shortly be removed. So, with EMP on the horizon now for DreamFire, can they use this to eliminate the last two squads? Godhand have played their spot well, picking up 4 kills so far as they try and move in to finish off the remaining members of White Flash. After that, we should see the final battle between DreamFire and Godhand.
Yeah, newer squads versus the veterans of DreamFire. Godhand looking to make an impact right here, right now. And down goes White Flash. It's now 2 squads left. DreamFire on one side of the veil, Godhand on the other, and DreamFire now wrapping on around yet again. They isolate the first, and they eliminate Acquaintance immediately. It's been a good run for Godhand. Can it get even better? DreamFire denying that destiny. They're downing 2 already, and this is what we've been expecting from DreamFire. The flame is finally lit, and they take the last map of this set.
Peter even bringing out the B1 blade there to get a nice couple of hits in and take the final game here on World's Edge, doing their best dojo impression, or should I say 100 Thieves? No, disguised. Disguised impression. Now that they have changed orgs here to come back and try and bring things back in Game 6 to help their way up the standings. But as we saw earlier on in that, Heroes were trying to hold on to their game, but unfortunately went out a little bit early and just gave up. So that means we will have Legends Gaming coming out on top of our standings here.
Everyone's eyes still have to be on DreamFire after that one. It's DreamFire finally doing DreamFire things with 15 KP with first place. That rockets them up to at least a manageable scoreline and take some lead points down the line here. But it got very dicey to begin this game, Genome. Contest towards stacks, contest towards skyhooks. It was urban warfare. We even liked it so much, we took 2 of it. This was beautiful plays from Lightning Unicorn as well. Why they really innovated with that crypto EMP into the nades, finally getting through the pylon that was broken. Also some moments there from Team Burger, but when it got down to business, from countdown to the destruction of other teams, it was DreamFire having a stellar angle to work with.
Yeah, they played that in-game very well. The ultimate usage particularly is what helped them out, being able to push several teams away from them and buying a lot of space there at the end. You've got to consider, especially, Dax, that they don't have a Catalyst player, right? And we've seen how especially important that Legend is in those end circles. They're not buying space for themselves with Catwall, they're buying it with aggression and damage. So you can see right there, that is a classic DreamFire banger. 15 kills and a win, 6k damage. Roy pops off 3k, 3MZ picking up the lion's share of the kills there, and they just soak up the kills and the damage in Game 6. DreamFire, are they back? Question mark?
Maybe this is the start, and if you have been playing a little bit of ALGS Bingo and have been waiting to shade the DreamFire pop-off square, this has to be that one. 15 kills, and you said it, just the conduit itself doing incredible work to keep the pace going for DreamFire. And with that being said, that puts them in 6th place. Not too shabby after a really rough start, especially on Storm Point. You got vintage DreamFire finding familiarity in, I'd say, familiar grounds with the ring pulls, especially towards that countdown at the end. But of course, the spotlight still, it needs to go to Legends Gaming. They did everything they needed in game number 5 to propel them to a win here in game number 6. Heroes taking second though after a good start in Storm Point. Outside, still with a bit of consistency, making it to the top 3. NoCredit, keep going gaming. Some standouts as well to wrap up the top 5.
And as a recap, we have, again, 6 different winners throughout the series. No one coming close to that bonus point today. And, yeah, a couple of surprises and a couple of stalwarts there. Storm Point, you know, having the teams that, you know, perhaps were searching for those points a little more. And then World's Edge, obviously one of the longest homes of competitive gaming in Apex, going very much over to our Titans of the APAC-South region.
Yeah, and at least right now, the pecking order, it's getting very much so contentious. It does feel like it was more so some of the familiar faces we expect taking dubs, getting it by the end, but newer faces, enjoyable games, and the likes of Keep Going Gaming, the likes of NoCredit, finding their marks yet again on that map. But let's look at that scoreboard as well. Just want to check out how everything has gone so far after adding in the second set of A versus B, which means Legends Gaming and Heroes will take the top 2 spots. Boogie Borders still there in 3rd, and it does propel Wonton Dumpling, or rather put them down towards 7th, but they haven't played as of yet, and seems like 55 really is the marker. Wonton Dumpling will be looking forward to try and break moving forward here, Genome.
Yeah, exactly. So there's, you know, a little bit of an asterisk here. Now it's that everyone hasn't necessarily played the same amount of games. But yeah, like the fact that Legends and Heroes are up the top there is pretty good. Legends now moving ahead. So, you know, they were looking okay throughout the start of the season, but it feels like they're firing now. They're getting reacclimatized. You know, obviously they had to play such a different style at LAN. You know, they were a team who made something out of nothing. Landslide, the so-called unplayable POI that they took and steered into a 3rd place. But here, they get, you know, Lava Siphon, they get Cedo Station, they get these fantastic POIs, and that drastically changes how they can play the game, especially when considering the other kind of teams they're playing against. It feels like a very much a gear shift here from Legends Gaming, and they are finally running in top gear.
And not only that, they still have another set to play. It's double duty for Group A, because they are going to be facing off against Group C after this elongated break. It has been fun to watch A versus B. It's been great to see some of the amazing plays so far here in APAC-South, and we know you want more after this one. So we'll take this break, we'll be right back, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Your undisputed champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Crystal strike there.
About to go down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady, he finds the target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Lotka overextends, so does Kashira!
Does get spotted out, the pings go down!
Oh my god! It's the 360! What a beast!
Look, I mean, this has been the most competitive year of Apex. Who is only going to get?
Who is going to be the team to challenge the titans of TSM?
From legacy to a dynasty, it is now complete for TSM. TSM up in the skies, how's look down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM! But Dark Zero are losing! They're taking damage, but no! Here comes Zero! The captain! The ideas of Dark Zero are your champions! I think we're starting to see a bit of a rivalry develop in Apex Legends. As these trophies just keep going back and forth. Dark Zero, TSM, it's always one of those two teams. Unbelievable final we've had here today.
Wall and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the log and fourth.
Optic Gaming might be about to break records. Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall.
TSM are your Game 6 champions.
And TSM. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight. A chance for Legacy to become a dynasty with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Do you fear me, pilot? I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Critical strike there.
About to go down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady finds a target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down. Oh my god!
It's the 360! What a beast!
Ready for some more Apex action because we are back with APAC-South. A versus B was an absolute banger. Now it's A versus C where we got a few fresh faces looking to do battle. If you guys are just tuning in, I am Dax here with Genome. And Genome, already it was such a good set a while ago. What are we expecting coming into this one?
Yeah, I mean, we've had the redemption arc from DreamFire with their Game 6 win there at the end of that series. Maybe we'll get the Team Burger redemption arc, Dax, as we go into the second series of today. I mean, you know, it's one of the maybe not unique features, but different to some of the other regions where some of these teams have to play a full 2 series, a full 12 games in a day, and it can be quite grueling for some of them. So, you know, last week I feel like we had quite a few teams who performed very well in that first series, and then they really you know, struggled to keep up with the pace as we went into the second series, especially some of those teams who are playing a very frenetic style, the teams who are playing a very aggressive style where they're having to use a lot of energy throughout each game. You know, this isn't a moist where they, you know, just find that god spot and get to sit there all game. You know, they really are using a lot of energy, making calls non-stop throughout the game.
Yeah, it's just so much full send values, especially from Group C. The biggest culprits of that have to be 2 certain teams, Wonton, Dumpling, and IBG, IronBloodGaming. In the A vs C matchup last week, it was a good showing from them because it was their first set, right? They were top 2 and top 3 only yoinked by the incredible efforts of Serenity and Legacy specifically. But coming into the second set that you mentioned, they looked very tired, that there were games they were losing those fights and losing out on potential placement points down the line. So that has to be Group A's thinking right now. They need the endurance moving forward, and what will be able to supplement that, of course, is the prize pool up for grabs. These guys are not playing only for land slots, but also for an incredible, amazing prize pool. Double, by the way, from last year, and it's a sweet 20k for our champions after everything is said and done.
Yeah, it's pretty solid, and the team's looking like they might be able to take out that prize pool at the moment, Dax. We got a sense of that before the break, but certainly Legends Gaming with their inspiring victory there in Series 1 put a little target on that first place, on that 20k, and they're thinking about taking that one home before they move on to the bigger prize, potentially, at LAN.
I mean, come on, the spray flame calls were sublime, and you told me a while ago during the break that Easy Flash had an incredible amount of damage. Looking at the leaderboard, actually, I think he was the only one who made it past 10k damage over 6 games. So that is just absolutely insane. And here we go again with a template. Come on, Prod, we know you guys have that ready all the time.
That's nuts, bro. Look at that 4k damage over second place, who is, of course, his teammate, Strafing Flame. I mean, that is, yeah, look, interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to think, actually, because I feel like Lahim used to be on Wolfpack as well. I'm wondering if we're getting almost a little throwback template here. Were they on the same Wolfpack team all that time ago? Look, I'll do a quick Google on that. While we think about some of the other teams and storylines we've got going on here, Dax.
I mean, speaking of the teams, right, we got a whole set of new teams ready to do battle, as I said a while ago, and that's Group C. We already mentioned a few names like IBG, like Wonton, Dumpling, but I do believe there are also fresher faces that many have noticed in those previous outings last week. You have X and Y, who had 0 points in their first set, then made it all the way to second place. Beautiful mental reset to bring them back back into the fold. The MDY boys are both here, white and black and VK2, all three if you count them. And you know that MDY-WHITE really has to be that kind of team that takes many opportunities, that they're so good at finding those moments to strike when these teams are busy doing battle. And I really feel like that's one of the ways they succeeded to make it into the international lands in the first place, and they brought it out last time around, also last week, when they took the top spot in that B versus C matchup.
Yeah, and you know, I guess other things to think about in terms of this group is MDY-WHITE and how well they've been doing. It's a really testament to, I think, how much teams level up when they go overseas, that MDY have, you know, really managed to come back and just feel themselves as a team, because they only just scraped in to that land spot. But when they got there, they made the most of it, and they made all of those fans proud. So many you know, people who'd made the trip from China to see MDY-WHITE and see them succeed and get to that final lobby. It was honestly very impressive by the lads, Feiju and his comrades.
I mean, no org wants them, but they were wanted by so many different fans that showed up during those days, I can tell you. And it really was good to see them get back into form, because their recent scrim results weren't really the best. I do feel like we have to mention MDY Black a little bit as well, that they made a few waves with that initial rate before anyone else. They would steal a few wins here or there on World's Edge. But I guess it's time to go back to our scouting report, and we need to talk about the big dog with all the KPs. Wonton, Dumpling, Genome. The records speak for itself, and I'm gonna bring up two specific stats right now. You have the kills from Gugu at a maximum of 36, the most in ALGS so far in any region.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty incredible there from him. He's well and above. You know, I think it was Fussy was second behind him at that point, or at least in APAC-South. And yeah, beyond that, I mean, you know, looking at he's even just like the kill rate, the KD, right, which is something we don't talk a lot about in Apex, but I think it's fair to bring up here, because he was the only one sitting above a 3 KD at 3.27. Just like phenomenal numbers coming out of this guy. And yeah, I mean, it's like, it's honest, not necessarily the top on the damage charts, because you know, they tend to be a team that finishes off those fights a little bit quicker. They're not necessarily the ones sitting there with the 30-30s and just poking away. They are the team pushing in and pushing those KP numbers up and up.
I just gotta say, he's making a case to be the best controller player in the region here in APAC-South. So we're always very excited to see Wonton Dumpling, and we're very excited to see what the rest of the battlefield will look like, because we are going to be getting back into Storm Point with new teams here. New POI is going to be basically shuffling on around who will land on where. And I guess we always have to mention the initial start of this map, where there is no contest this time around on Lightning Rod, Genome.
Ah, interesting that changes around. We really need to get that Legends Gaming graphic out of there. Of course, they are still landing over at Ceto. But in terms of thinking about the rest of the teams that are landing down here on Storm Point for our A versus C matchup, Serenity playing from Echo HQ, definitely one of the better new POIs introduced. The Barrow, the two teams over there, MXF and White Flash, you know, those guys, we didn't really see them contesting too much last time. It was just like, it was more the Barrow split, right? And then you got Lightning Unicorn, who are playing well from Coastal Camp. A POI that, despite, you know, it seems like it's got a small amount of loot, but it actually has housed some decent teams, and teams are playing well from there. Akuma getting mill here, because DreamFire aren't in this group, is obviously a big pickup for them.
I do want to point out also with Ceto Station for Legends Gaming, they have that central location. You know that Strafing Flame wants to go for the Trident, and when they're not in the server, a team like MXF, they actually move towards Bean and try to contest whoever they can there. So they're going to stick around for that double contest on Barometer right now. X and Y also here in Southwest. You love to see them try to make their way into the zone. God Hand also over here with Wonton Dumpling, the one to watch out for from the pylon. So a pseudo central location can quickly funnel in to the Forbidden Zone and move forward from there to get into any ring.
Yeah, and you know, they took over that POI when it was potentially the best POI on the map. It was so broken at that point. Obviously, it got nerfed just before the season went live, I believe. You know, a couple of those ultra loot spawns going down, and you know, that you don't get quite as many sort of gold and purple armors and items up the top anymore. Still some, but it's good. But the fact that Wonton Dumpling have, you know, managed to storm home on a couple of these series so far is a testament to their fighting as a squad.
And we just mentioned also Overlooked Entertainment towards Down Beast. Final start over there too by Northpad, and MDY Black will take the wall. This is where it gets a little bit interesting, Genome, because it's all quiet on the mountainside this time around. Keep going, gaming. They can breathe a sigh of relief that they don't have to contest with DNZ anymore. Team Burger still steered by Zoo Station. VK also on Command Center. And MDY-WHITE will wrap it all up with Thunderwatch under their belt. So overall, it's a relatively quiet north side now compared to before. And it really does feel like that this is where the teams can rotate a little bit better and play the edge a lot safer given their paths moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit last week as well, Dax. It really does depend on the dropship as well, though, honestly. Like, the northern side, that's a massive factor. If you don't get a good dropship, it can really hurt, you know, how much you have to stick around in the zone. That can really rough you up. And because of that, you know, you sometimes have to think about what your legend compositions are as well from playing from POIs like that. So as we look at that, indeed, we can see this is overall, I believe, from our split one. You can see Bangalore definitely still the dominant legend in this meta.
No, I gotta say though, look at the very bottom, Genome. Gibraltar, one pick. And
one
it
win.
won. One win, one pick, 100% win rate for Gibby. So I salute to that. Also, we do have our little bit of flavor with the Valkyrie and Crypto picks being very important for those rotations, especially when they pick up the Watson. So that's that APAC-South legend composition setup. So far, we've all seen a bunch of Bloodhound to get the scans going, but I do feel like in a lobby like this, we're going to get a lot of that Watson still, a lot of that Catalyst actually to watch out for, just because they want to hold off any kind of team that barrel down on them, especially, again, the usual suspects of IBG and Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, if you're wondering where those 4 Revenant picks came from, that was, I believe, from DNZ in the Harvester contest throughout this split. Didn't really work out well from them. They actually swapped off it towards the end of today. So, not really expecting that to see any more of that for the rest of the season, but I am expecting to see our first game of this series.
It's time now to get into the new set, and we go into Stormcatcher. And here we are into another set of games. 6 more maps of Apex goodness coming your way. And the dropship has already given us a flight path towards the southeast side. So from the wall, moving to Devastated Coast, teams like X and Y might have a little bit of trouble making it to their POI, but they'll make it eventually.
Ooh. I think we might be seeing a Trident contest between MDY-WHITE's Dud. Oh, Bible was looking at it, doesn't get a gun quickly enough to have a shot at him. So MDY-WHITE will steal that Trident away and take that down to Stormcatcher. As we look at some of the other teams that will be getting into it. Once again, will MXF start a fight here with White Flash, or will those two teams be going their separate ways? Hot Zone was over at Echo HQ for, you know, those loot hounds wondering where they're picking up the golden guns and all that nonsense. And the circle will actually be shifting over, by the looks of it, towards Mill.
Yeah, and Milled Bean, and perhaps even outside the mill, our ring can end up on, but it was a little bit of that international flavor on repeat between Keep Going and MDY-WHITE. If I remember correctly, that used to be the Black Hand and Alliance from way back when. But in any case, I'm watching for how Legends Gaming is gonna move forward from this point on. They can quickly navigate towards Bean and find a house if they want to. White Flash though, and MXF are in the same building now here.
Okay. Said, holding on to the height. They are within zone 1, so they can draw this out if they need to. Only a couple of blue armors between the two teams, slightly in favor of MXF. Oh, actually, they just managed to grab a purple as well. That's kind of lucky, kind of happy, and they take the gravity lift up and start the fight.
Yeah, MXF Already low with WJ. Artorias though down to the ground, and MXF. What did they do against White Flash? White Flash feeling very confident after the results in the previous set, and they're going hunting now to find any more members of MXF here. They move now towards the outside with low reset because MXF is the one hurting so far.
Yeah, but a sneaky res on the bottom side means we might be going back to a 3v3 here. Wow. Smart moves by Asaran there, popping off an arc star just to cover his retreat, and he does manage to get the team member back up.
Doing incredible damage. MXF here on the low ground, still holding on towards the corners. Nade still being lobbed. Artorias wants to be that front line here for the rest of the roster. Asaran also with purple armor here, and White Flash, they're keeping the elevated angle, still willing to stay out and stay up top.
I mean, they can stay up here for days if they need to. They've got the Catalyst on their side, so it is hard. They do have to wait, essentially, for that gravity lift to come up if they, you know, don't want to risk going up the zip lines. It looks like MXF are going to decide to disengage to try and get out. And then on the other side, we've got teams running into each other over at Cedo Station. You can see MDY-WHITE nearby to VK Gaming here as they try and set up the perimeter fences there. Even just having a look at Team Burger, who are taking the gravity cannon up on over to Bean, where they will be met by Akuma and Full Engage.
Yeah, Akuma has the God Squad there. They have the high ground watching out for Team Burger. BK on the other hand, just seeing MDY-WHITE drive on by. No spot for MDY-WHITE to stop whatsoever, and they're going to be safe by the rocks. But X marks the spot. Xiaokai building a treasure map here over at Cedo Station, just because it's wide open. Since Legends Gaming, they've already gone and went to the mill, so they take Southern Mill. Overlook is left to their own devices towards the north, and here in the Broken Armory, Akuma trying to break a few shields along the way.
Yeah, they're going to play Godrock, and yeah, having a look down at the mill there, they might catch a glimpse of Legends Gaming, who of course were blessed with both the ring console as well as a couple of armors to start off with, which means they can make that swift rotation. Doubt they would have had time to craft, but I think they were just played straight up for zone priority there. And you can see them getting set up with their double controller set up as they like to. Catalyst and Wonton are going to help them wall off at least one side of the mill.
Yeah, number of cryptos into play. The Bangalores as per usual, and Team Burger on the other hand, the remnants of the Armory will be their safe haven. This does allow teams like SNY, Lightning Unicorn to slip past some of these southern-sided teams. And from what we see, Team Burger, they're being very much so oppressed by MDY-WHITE and Full Engage 2 nearby. But Legends and Overlook, they have a little bit of a handshake right now. You stay on our side, we'll stay on theirs.
That'll work for the moment. I think as other teams start to pick up where this zone is heading, we will see a little more congestion. We'll see the rents start to go up as people pile into those buildings. I would imagine. MDY-WHITE, they're playing a little further down in Bean, where a couple of people reading it as a Bean circle. Actually, we see 6 teams, I believe, now in Bean. So. Actually a lot more down there than there are up over at the mill. You see LU, they try to pull up, but VK say, hey, market's ours. Close your business.
I mean, this is a team that loves to get into the zone quickly, like the Unicorn, putting their chips into a basket that is already completely full. The Rolling Thunder also the call, and MDY-WHITE as well as VK Gaming, just neighbors and watching out for Lightning Unicorn. Now high ground though, it's a rooftop taken here by VK. Lightning Unicorn forced to stay down below, and here we go. Wonton Dumpling, the first one's eliminated by, I believe, White Flash, no less.
Oh no, that's a... Wow, we talked about too much. All right, let's take the pressure off them, Dax. Let's just, you know, put them to the back of our minds and let them do their thing.
Yep, get the steamer, Genome. They'll be ready for later. These dumplings aren't ready yet. But yeah, I guess that's one thing we do have to mention though. It's either hit or miss for Wonton Dumpling. They kind of overheat from time to time, and when it happens, it does blow up in their faces.
Okay, so maybe the Bean teams are correct after all, Dax. The ring does shift away from the mill. I mean, Strafing Flame and Co. will be safe for another circle or two, but it looks like it could be ending potentially around the gravity cannon to the south of Bean, maybe even over the armory, where Team Burger are currently setting up as a cat bang conduit combo.
Yeah, but I gotta like Akuma's position still there towards the God Rock. Also watch out for Serenity right now, Gino, because this has been a spot to the west by the coastline that has been very incredible for them. If the rain goes towards Mill, they're in that position to poke and prod. Speaking of the poke and prod though, here comes Bearclaw Gaming. Havoc with one hand, the wingman on the other, and Belkun means business, already tracking that target. Shatters those shields. To mow them down though, the stun from the artillery keeping him at bay, and the gravity cannon to try get out of there for the time being. So Barometer looking to be a bloodbath so far as Bearclaw Gaming wants to give chase.
Having a look at it, Belkun's gonna go straight in. I mean, this is rough, man. Even if you have the advantage, I think they just stuck 757 actually. So a great Arcstar as they pull in. Can Belkun capitalize off that? They've lost Rudine on the way in. They're going to get some finishes. And 757, he was already making his way out because obviously, like, you know, getting stuck by the Arcstar, he was basically like, well, I'm probably stuffed for this fight. And I think he maybe get out there. That said, he's on the Bloodhound. He can see the he can see the footprints. He can see the tracks. He knows where he's going, and he catches him.
Oh no! Oh, that hurts. T4 to no more as Belkun just tracks down anyone in his way. Final start though, looking for a new beginning. This is versus MDY Black and Senna, the first one to actually get a knock going. I do feel like for these two teams, there might have been a few roster adjustments as we don't see Tree Cleaner anymore in the final start. We see Joey actually for MDY Black instead. And final start, they eliminate too early on, and that can be good for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, these guys do change their names a little too often for my liking, so who knows? Maybe Tree Cleaner was done with that name, or maybe there is a roster swap. Honestly, we'll look into that one and try to let you guys know later. Looking down to White Flash, one of our teams who I believe did have a roster swap with Proto coming in and certainly have looked better for it.
Yeah, it worked really well for them. They were within a good spot in that last outing. And now they're going to look to try and build up some league points and prove that they can make it to that top 10 and beyond. But we still have MXF inside the arch. You got X and Y nearby having a very quiet game since the ring is just near their initial POI. But White Flash can be a nuisance here too. They have two purples and the yellow willing to fight anyone here. And they have a slight advantage towards X and Y and MXF.
Okay, a little bit of a lull here as we do get round 2 closing. 18 squads still alive. I think this this next zone again will spur some teams to action as they realize it's the bean circle and not the mill ending, or potentially even further down towards the Mite Caves where we've seen quite a few teams cluster. It's interesting how we've got you know, sort of 3 or 4 different hotspots throughout this map right now, rather than just the one.
Possibilities of Storm Point, but another possibility in front of Keep Gaming. Black Hole though sucking them in. KH has his own ass already. Final start on the other hand, beaming down these targets. The Havoc doing some damage. Mechanics the one who's onto the floor. Bible there, breaking him immediately. Final starts down, perhaps the only one with Self-Hat, a sliver of HP. No escape here for final starts, and this is looking to be likely KPGs to win. What can Senna do here? It's looking unlikely, and it will not happen for final starts.
Unfortunate for them, but Keep Going Gaming. We're trying to keep that momentum going. How long can they keep it up with IBG on the hunt? They have spotted out. I think they heard some shots of where that was going, and they might be looking for that thing soon. Bearclaw, meanwhile, they've managed to find White Flash. Here with Beast of the Hunt popped. Belkun is no one to be trifled with. He's got the turbo once again.
He's feeling it, and the Hunters with the Bloodhound. You see IBG on one side, you see Bearclaw on the other, and it's MXF now in danger. WJX trying to get out. He got the Dark Veil into play too, and MXF looking for any kind of safe haven. It's still WF though nearby. White Flash looking for that opportunity. Same can be said for Bearclaw, and they're barreling down onto targets that are MXF. Belkun already downing Artorias. They're moving forward now, trying to kick through the doorway here.
Well, they hold it in wait, just winds it up in time, but that's certainly not enough when Belkun's coming at you with a wingman and a turbocharged havoc.
There's no stopping Bearclaw right now if this is the case, but Rudney will trip on up, and MXF takes advantage of the situation. Scan is online, White Flash still a trio versus the duo. That is Bearclaw, but they need to mobilize. Bearclaw trying to find any of these shots. Soyo in danger, getting back into cover, and White Flash, they might be forced to fight here, but Bearclaw goes for the evac tower instead.
MXF went down to the ring, by the way. They were trying to grab a banner and just unfortunately didn't have enough health left to even pop a syringe, but Bearclaw, as a duo, they didn't recover the banner actually, so they didn't grab that in time. I thought maybe that's why they were landing down here at the respawn beacon, but no, it's really just all that they could manage, and this spot is very hard to play from in zone 4. Belkin, once again, starts the game off well, gets 5 kills, a couple more for the team as a whole. But unfortunately, that's probably going to be the most of it. Actually, trying to go for a res now. Yep, what the heck? We'll see if that works out.
I mean, the Kraber shot really rang in heck. Now, what the heck do you even do in this situation? Belkin getting back in the cover. Keep going gaming. Same can be said for them as VK is nearby. But God Hand hit the nutty shot a while ago. Now they're happy to hunt down a final target. Belkin, wherefore art thou? He gets out for the time being, but never mind. God Hand here swarming onto Heck, and that leaves a single member. That is Belkin standing left for Bearclaw.
Heck was actually getting finished there. Rough way to go out.
Yeah.
Looking across the map, we've got Serenity actually playing from Godspot there. You can see them all the way over on the west. Our surprise packet from this team, even using an evac tower to play on top of this rock, which honestly, I've like rarely ever seen this played. This is like the armor cave rock, essentially. I guess you see a lot of circles that end around here. So interesting spot from Serenity, knowing that stuff keeps going. Goes down, as well as MDY-WHITE trying to mop up BK Gaming here in market.
Yeah, they've had enough of being neighbors. They're ready for the engage. We hear it already. DK getting out with the beast of the hunt. That extra movement speed, keeping 951 alive. But this is why I was saying Serenity can be a big factor. Not only does the ring hold their way, but now they have the elevation to play a style of sniping that has suited them. On the other hand, IBG and Legends Gaming, potential contact right now as IBG's right behind them from the mill here.
So far, but plenty of time to pop off in the rest of this game. That's it, IBG trying to walk uphill towards them. I don't know how well that's going to go with Asian and Dexter down already. Zicky, what can you do?
They popped up as a trio, but now the duo is down. It's only left a single member here of IBG. The elevation is unreal here for Legends Gaming. Player K, easy flash. Can't find the reset moment. IBG, what else can Zicky even do? A team, in terms of the micro, can bring out the clutch in the 1v2, 1v3. Now they're beating back and have to hide.
He's way too done to try and keep that damage going on to Legends Gaming, and that allows them, luckily, to reset. DK goes down. Lots of other teams here finding their end as we get a rough circle with not a lot of space left in it.
Yeah, Market with a fire sale, and now teams are dropping out of the competition. A White Flash gone as Team Burger finds opportunity. Maybe in this lobby they're gonna get a better result as Team Burger, they're the ones being watched out for by X and Y. Pricey's the only one standing. Those Sharkies down on the ground. Akuma in full engage, swarming each other like flies on the opposite end. And while X and Y has had a quiet game, they've been playing so patient, now looking for the moment to strike.
Oof. Yeah, just coming through there for YC. X and Y do have a good amount of space down here at the bottom. Of course, with Serenity 100% in Godspot. Literally just kind of holding their hands down there. Nice spot from Zicky that he's found underneath the Legends themselves.
One of us. One with the rock. That's Zicky right now. That's the mindset. And I guess looking forward now, X and Y, they did the classic 2-1 split that they're accustomed to, but they're now looking forward to move into the ring. Akuma, though, had enough of full engage, full sending them packing, and they are going to be gone. But X and Y, Legends Gaming, they both want the third, and they might run into each other here. Gino, X and Y spotting out Legends already. Strafing Flame is quite low. The Dark Veil's there for Legends to evacuate.
Yeah, they pull back quickly though. They were both on either side of a hill, as you can see there. So they sort of popped up, and then as they got to the apex of the hill, they were like, oh wait, actually no, there's someone else going for this. You know what? Let's chill. On the way back, they do manage to find out Sticky, who've been hiding underneath them, of course, as we saw. Legends now looking to push this top 4 all the way, but they will have to deal with the supremacy, the high ground of Serenity, who hold way above everyone else.
And with a single scout, it's already the side of Serenity providing that damage to get a down onto Legends. Kill the balls. Where are you going, good sir? No way for Akuma to get out of this one without blood in their hands, and they're the ones bleeding heftily instead. 2 squads remaining. Serenity on one side, X and Y on the other.
Okay, what can they do from this spot? Now that it's a 3v3, it might be a little bit easier. I mean, it was so just simple for Serenity to cause all that chaos for the other teams that were pulling up into them there. But now, you know, there's only going to be a couple of spots they can probably poke their heads out here. And if X and Y can make this wait out long enough, noting YC does have the Rolling Thunder available. JR is now popping an ultimate accelerant to get the energy, the shield jammers and the energy barricade up. Do they have the catwall as well? XD does. Okay, so that's 3 ultimates online. That said, it's the exact same 3 ultimates for Serenity. Utility is going to be coming out as thick and fast in this final circle. So what we need to see here is Serenity use that utility to get out of this position and try and juke around X and Y, who have most of the space at this point.
Yeah, X and Y initiates with the entry barricade, but Serenity on the other hand, moving towards the north, the Dark Void into play. There's a Rolling Thunder, Arc Stars being aloft as well, and Boogie's the one in a bit of trouble, lagging behind compared to the rest. X and Y waiting for them to pop out the other side of the wall, but Serenity, here we go again, wrapping on around, getting a few shots through the wall here. Legacy goes down, and X and Y find their moments. It has been pure patience for both of these teams. Now they come to a header. JR again, critical with the wingman. What are those shots from X and Y? And they'll take this one.
Very crispy there. Just, yeah, honestly, the opening pick made a big difference. The catwall was nice, but yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic spot for Serenity to get minimum second in. But beyond that, it became very tough. It's, you know, it kind of seemed to swing back in X and Y's favor once they realized that the ring was going to be pushing Serenity into their waiting arms.
That was so sharp though from X and Y. Beautiful, beautiful work with the wingman, and this is a team that really has found a little bit more in terms of the mental, in terms of that patience and just that a bit of that restraint, going a long way for X and Y from Serenity. But we gotta watch most of the start of this game defined by Bloodhounds. You got IBG hunting in the north, and look who's hunting here in the south. It's Bearclaw Gaming with Belkin.
Oh, Belkin. The classic, once again, just going off in the middle game and then somehow finding himself alone. I don't know what this guy has against his teammates. If he just, you know, he doesn't like friends, he doesn't play well with others, but I don't know, man. Why do you keep finding yourself alone? Like, throw your body in there, fight to the death. I don't know. He's probably happy getting a couple extra placement points here and there as he stays alive a little bit longer. He's certainly doing the damage, but, you know, if you want to win games, mate, you're going to need the full trio.
Yeah, they're the team in the bottom 10 with the most kills with 6. X and Y, though, breaking those records with 7 on the board. And what was that we saw from X and Y? I feel like the moment really was when they were able to desynchronize Serenity from moving in with the Dark Veil. They got the drop onto Serenity because of it. They had a better angle to come out as a trio, and you saw the magic made happen by JR and the rest. It really just goes to show this X and Y roster, a team that made waves in the LCQ with a 30+ kill game. There is that potential, and we saw it last week. We're seeing it here yet again to start off our day.
Yeah, and look, you know, those lower lobbies sometimes, I mean, 30 kills is extremely impressive, but to be building up, you know, wins and putting down serious numbers on top of that in Pro League, honestly, I think personally even more impressive. So well played there from X and Y. Kills actually quite spread out across our first match here. So you're seeing you know, a good number of teams picking up points and pushing themselves forward, which means we don't have, it's pretty spread out here. After game 1 with XNY, sure, they take the lead, but, you know, 7 kills was the most we saw from any single team here.
I mean, we didn't see the pop-off games from IBG and Wonton Dumpling. We're going to get more of these kills spread out even with the teams. Akuma getting a good bunch as well. 13 points in 3rd place. Legends Gaming still in top 5. Team Burger also a good start this time around, tied up with Bearclaw. So a few of these teams from Group A getting a bit of a second win coming into this first map, Genome. And instead, the colder hands for the bottom 10 for the Group C teams. We haven't seen them run the rampage that we expect.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a bit of a downward spiral last time, but maybe that's, you know, the sort of decent start that the Burger need to get themselves going again. I mean, keep going gaming. They're picking up 5 KP, so even though they went down earlier on in the game, they still keep themselves in the running for a second solid series in a row.
Yeah, well, we got our first game done. We got more to come. It is time, yet again, for us to take a break. When we return, it's another map on Storm Point. X and Y, a name that goes hand in hand well with map and win. And they took map number 1 from patience to such a perfect play. We are back though with A versus C, and we just witnessed Storm Point taken by X and Y. Who's next to get another dub going here, Gina? Will it be X and Y again, or do we get another victor in the cards?
Well, I'm just going to say doubtful, because we've had very few repeat winners so far.
Fair.
In Split 2. So yeah, I'm honestly not expecting that, but you never know. They're looking real good, not only today, but this entire split. I think they've been one of the teams who's probably most improved from last year, Dax. It feels like they know the kind of potential they have, and they want to be one of those teams putting themselves on the map, not only by their fighting potential, which I think has been obvious for quite a while now, but also improving their macro, which is honestly a story of a lot of these teams down here in APAC South.
Yeah, when working together with Coach Hanley's with the hybrid style of play that they do now,
Yep.
and a few off-season tournament wins in qualifiers and the like. So X and Y, they're making a pedigree to build on and try to make it into the international stage. But same can be said by the other teams we saw in that top 3, Serenity and Akuma. The triple controller squad making it 3rd place. Serenity again, the trio that has showed up today. It really feels like those are the kind of teams that makes these wise decisions to get towards the ring, find the fights that really suit them, and give them top placing because of it. But anyway, guys, it's time for us to get into the game, because it's ready, it's set, and we are gonna go there. Another game here, Genome. Another outing at Storm Points, and we see the dropship take us from the southeast towards northwest. So down B is gonna be basically where it will end the flight path. Everyone else landing in their usual spots. We'll have to watch Barometer, of course, with MXF and White Flash contesting. Beyond that, let's see who's gonna make a mark this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them, get into it last game, but somehow there was complete resets for both teams, for both MXF and White Flash, and they just continued on about their business at the end. No one else really bothering too much. This time we don't see MDY-WHITE go for the Trident, actually, so that's a little bit of an interesting difference, I believe, from game 1 to game 2. As we've noted, how teams play around those Tridents can have a big effect on their eventual rotations, especially when you look at where this circle's going to end up, which is definitely more towards North Pad, potentially somewhere above checkpoint around those oranges. And yeah, just having a look at good old Barrow, as these teams this time may have to get going a little bit sooner. We mentioned last time they were within ring 1, so they actually had time to play around and take this contest if they wanted to. This time, it's actually quite a hike to the zone.
Yep, they gotta go sooner rather than later, and MDY-WHITE actually getting the Trident eventually in on their hands. So they were thinking about maybe this is a priority from Stormcatcher. They realized they're gonna have to move a little bit further than that. And speaking of MXF, on the other hand, they also have a Trident, so it's something very popular right now in APAC South, especially get these Tridents early on, go for the long rotation, and give them that speed to get in the zone quicker.
I wonder if the reason, they didn't go for the Trident contest, MDY-WHITE, is that time, is because of the orientation of the dropship meant that Keep Going Gaming could have potentially 3-man landed on Feiju, or maybe it was LQ last time who went for it. Either way, all of them would have been on that flight path anyway, so it would have been a little bit easier to just, fall in and pred punch him all the way out. Either way, a little bit of a difference there.
Overlook though, on the other hand, already hearing these teams zoom by, final start, making their way back to North Pad. And I guess they're gonna stick around there. Overlook though, inside the ring already. Same could be said here for MDY Black with the Crypto Valkyrie and the Wonton together. And you can see already it's been something more prevalent in this lobby. We've gotten a lot more catalysts, just second only to Bangalore. And most of these teams wanting to fortify, have these spikes and these walls to allow them safer rotations moving forward.
So here we see one, I wouldn't call this a safe rotation so much, actually. You often see these Tridents, they'll take them somewhat through past Cascade falls, and it's honestly pretty risky if, a team has, say, delayed their rotation by 10 or 20 seconds, they've crafted a little bit more, maybe someone had to go back and pick up a site, they didn't have an evac tower, something like that. you definitely can get caught off guard by someone who's, you know, just sitting around there and, you know, just team shoots the car over coming through Cascade Falls. Legends Gaming do not fall to that this time. Not only that, they actually managed to grab the evac tower left behind from the team just ahead of them, and as a result, they made a very quick rotation into the oranges, and now with a starting pick onto Bearclaw as well, they might take all the oranges for themselves. Let's see. They're definitely pulling up on this second orange.
Look, Legends, they have shadowed Bearclaw for so very long. Player K don't need to get back into cover as Legends Gaming has already taken down one on the Bearclaw side. So neighbors for now, but it's basically a 2v3. That Bearclaw will have to hide from here.
Okay, so that's just to push it. They're happy that they've, you know, caused a little bit of trouble for the team across from them. Of course, there is that little respawn beacon in the middle. Now that their Bangalore's gone, damn, that'd be a risky res if they tried to go for it. You know, no smoke to try and get that one off. But you never know. We'll see. Maybe there'll be some chaos in the middle that they can take advantage of.
Sometimes I'm a believer in Belkin doing miraculous work, but it's really difficult versus a team like Legends Gaming especially. It's getting crowded though near the center. You got Serenity, you got Overlook, MDY-WHITE, as well as Full Engage, all taking buildings to themselves. Damage though being done towards Belkin too. Bearclaw, if they peek out, Legends have them absolutely trained and absolutely marked.
Yeah, looks like they've actually moved up, yeah. I think we are getting the start of an engagement here between Bearclaw and Legends. They actually push in. There we go. They do take them out. You can see that they're in the kill feed. So that means that all three oranges are now in possession of Legends Gaming. No one goes down completely.
Let's check out that area.
I mean, there was potential for trouble there for Legends Gaming, but as soon as they shredded the armor of Belkin, if I remember correctly, that was the signal for them to get in there. While that happened, though, VK taking the old spot of Legends, and we were anticipating a potential clash in between Wonton, Dumpling, and Godhand, but wisely back on the way, so back to the orange. Let's go. Instead of Vitamin C, we're getting more of Vitamin Legends right now, as they're the ones in control so far. They do get scanned up, though.
Yeah, pretty much as soon as that fight ended, we saw VK Gaming pull up in from the wall. So, you know, taking advantage of that to move into one. But I guess Legends are happy to pick up this one. It's a little bit closer to where the ring's going to be pulling. And also, now they've got the extra loot boxes in there as well. So lots of resources available for Legends to continue their push and potentially maintaining that #1 spot within the region.
Over though towards Zoo Station, keep going gaming and MDY-WHITE very close to one another. On the other side, Final Start actually pushing into MXF from NordPad, and that can be a good engagement here from the Final Start trio. MDY-WHITE keeping up though with so many armors to utilize. They are fully kitted for any kind of fight moving forward. The ring pulling on in closer to the oranges, closer to where MDY-WHITE is stationed, and they are the complete center of where everything needs to be.
Okay, we've got the bunker going on down there. I think they're taking some pot shots. That might have been at one of the crypto drones flying around potentially.
They go on to the outside, taking the fight towards Final Start. Archberto getting a good beginning. MXF is falling flat, and they trip up and unfortunately die because of it. 3 went out, none come back. Final Start on the board. Akuma also now looking to chip on in. Same can be said here. 14 Burger and Akuma. They know that they can actually capitalize on this angle. Smokes in the way. Black Hole now gonna be the call from Killapause and the rest. They isolate the first here from Final Start. Can Final Start even hold them off? Answer seeming to be no. The disengage is there instead.
Yeah, risky pull-up by Burger, actually. They've got a fantastic position out in the sea right against some of the rocks there with the ring to their back. I don't know if they were potentially just like they didn't have enough resources. Maybe they want a couple of bats, so they're pulling in for that. As I look around, probably not charging those 6 themselves. But either way, they disengage eventually and let the others go at it. That's Akuma who came in there first, and now IBG.
We're not done fighting for this bunker, and Akuma keeping their claim here. They do have a pilot to work with too. The Dark Veil keeping them into cover in IBG. trying to find an angle to work with, but immediately the scan is gonna find out many targets that Dexter needs to deal with. He's already down. IBG is the one in trouble. Into the trenches they go to get out.
Ooh. IBG not potentially playing this out as a duo, and even the respawn beacon that's right near them is currently getting taken by Final Star. Oh no, they've shot him off it. So now they do have the option to try and recover Dexter's banner and maybe grab that respawn beacon for themselves.
Wait. Selka's thinking about it. He's still there, wrapping it up on the west. IronBloodGaming though, since Dexter did die on the high ground. Over there on the elevated angle, Zik can actually pick that up. And does he run into Final Start? Seems like it's going to be a no. So second chance for IBG to play a 3-0. We saw Team Burger take advantage of the chaos.
Oh my god.
But look also, who's going to play aggressive? It's Akuma here.
Yeah, I mean, they get the res off. Selka doesn't do anything. He's got a bang ult, so he could actually cause quite a few problems. Then you can see X and Y also pulling up from the south here. So IBG have their work cut out for them.
X and Y loving to be late to the party, but life of it. This has been a strong spot from X and Y. They fended off IBG last week in that specific angle. And Akuma, on the other hand, Drenched Warfer versus IBG. Little battle that Akuma will bail out from IBG. For now, they're still sticking around as the 3 and a threat over onto Northwest.
Alright, Wonton Dumpling still sitting on 0 points yet to make an impact here on this lobby. There you go. The first point is picked up for them as they chase God Hand out, a team that has struggled for relevance so far. They struggled for, for placement points and kill points, really. So let's see if they can perhaps turn this around in our second series, ABC for today.
Yeah, Serenity in the thick of things. Let's listen in to Serenity now.
Serenity. They're running back up.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm 3 bots, 2 souls, yeah? I'm gonna bat this. Cannot let this team come down. Well, they are safe in that. We have to wipe that later. I'm grabbing shit. Thank you. No big flash heals, yeah?
I got 2 mid
on the ground.
I can't pick it up. I can't.
Just leave it there.
E-backs.
Yep, nice 3 shots.
Yeah. These guys might have gone the opposite choke, I'm not sure. Might have been a 2, man. I only seen 2. I don't know what you guys saw.
Oh, mythic 3 people.
I didn't see him.
There's a duo neck as well.
They just died, I think. Catalyst, Bangalore, Godhand. Could have been them.
I guess Wonton Dumpling gonna run in here late.
Probably.
Backing east.
Yeah, scan beacon up here.
Yeah.
We have an enemy out there.
40 seconds on zone. I might chuck both my.
Hit this on the way through. Just care that.
Yeah. I'm gonna chuck both my Qs on this front side, yeah.
Oh.
Like on this left choke.
I like this spot's energy. Let's go.
So they can't just ape through. We have no digi, right?
Yep.
No.
Okay. Your ult has to go fucking huge in this later, yeah? Jessica?
Yeah.
You can get a lot of space with it. And then we just nade stack wherever they're forced to go. Wonton Dumpling dead. It's not going to be them coming through.
Yay.
Crypto drone coming out of that choke.
No.
Zone starting to close now. Careful.
Oh. They're kind of safe off there, I think.
Yeah. They should have the car or something to play, I think. Maybe like a little bit scuff for them. Is that duo just AFKing or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shooting a bit.
Being come from that big, if you peek left, you get shot.
Yeah, yep.
How much energy you got?
72.
Alright.
I need energy ammo.
What gun's it for?
Nemi.
Solid in the kill feed there though, Genome. Wonton Dumpling eliminated yet again this time around, but keep going gaming towards the wall while Serenity still has a spot to work with. Overlook though, on the other hand, they've had the compounds for quite a long time. Final start, getting back up as a trio, and they're the ones now knocking on Overlook's doorstep.
Yeah, nuts if Selka managed to find a way back into this final start. They're certainly going to struggle to find position in the ring, but hey, at least they've given themselves a chance now. It pulls even further back to the rocks, back to where Team Burger are. They need to guard that life. Well, Serenity finally gets sent on. This was from KPG, one of the teams they were keeping their eyes on. It's a big send here.
Keep going gaming. They eliminated Wonton Dumpling a while ago. Now they eliminate Serenity. You heard that breath of relief from Serenity when Wonton was gone, but KPG is the one who takes them down. KPG, though, also in trouble. You have Lightning Unicorn here on the opposite end, just poking from afar. Jack, you get the first down, but that's all that Lightning Unicorn will do right now as Keep Going Gaming will try to go for the revive here.
Yeah, that was a long distance fight. It's like the team 6 down the bottom. That is Lightning Unicorn. So, you know, really messing with KPG there from a long way away, who, you know, essentially had to make that play against Serenity there to try and force their way a little bit further. As you can see from that vision of the circle, Burger are going to be eating well. Definitely a side prize for them, but the rest of the lobby are going to have a struggle getting into this next circle. Some playable spaces around the trenches, but all those teams over to the east, Legends Gaming, White Flash, VKG, and MDY-WHITE, the Oranges are going to have to fight each other.
3 squads fighting right now in a single building, and Overlook Entertainment is overrun here by IBG. Final start, trying to get a piece of the action. They have one down and will hide for the time being, but IBG, can they actually find these targets? Dexter, though, dealing with T4 across. Lightning Unicorn also flying on in past these squads and might land nearby towards X and Y. Full engage Akuma, they're all there too, and Lightning Unicorn, they need a spot. They go towards the rocks, but Full Engage still has the angle on them. Akuma right now looking for damage. Boy Sharky, there they go, and there is no escaping for Lightning Unicorn.
Oh my god, we are getting an absolute bloodbath here. Akuma trying to find their way out of this, but they'll struggle, honestly, against Full Engage. You have the better position there. X and Y, they have a nice position. This trench is in, this bunker is in, and they do have the Kraber ready to signal a big warning bell to anyone who comes knocking at their door.
Yeah, X and Y yet again still playing in cover. Legends Gaming on the other hand, trying to navigate through the waters and move forward. But MDY, they have to deal with them on that elevated rock. It's MDY-Black watching out for them. Still 3 up here for MDY-Black. Legends Gaming, same can be said as Player K is getting his shields back. Neither side trying to find each other until they get the contact over onto the ground. Strafing Flame looking to hit the shots. It's easy. Flash instead who does get the down. Player K, the only one still standing, and MDY-Black is eliminated. Legends Gaming, they hold him off for now.
Legends Gaming, they rotated there really fast. So much faster than the other teams in the orange, and that has paid massive dividends. Not only that, but you've got Player K pulling out the clutch there. He tweeted after the first series and said, hey man, I've been getting carried by Easy Flash and Strafing Flame, but this time it's up to him. It's up to the anchor player, and he pulls it out for Legends when he needs it.
See, now he can say he did something there, and IBG cannot do anything versus X and Y. While all this chaos happened, though, and Akuma also tracking down Full Engage. Team Burger in control of the island, and they are still alive as a duo. We're still keeping an eye on Akuma. The smokes are out. They're trying to avoid the sniper shots even, and here on the elevated angle, they know that Full Engage is trying to find them. For now, they're safe, and look at them just collapse on a single target.
Yeah, the Kraber taking down Player K, though, and that makes them a target now for X and Y. Oh, such a fantastic mid-game for Legends Gaming, but that care package weapon is always a threat when it's on the field. X and Y remove them. Maybe they will go back to back. Hits another shot.
Swings things in favor for Full Engage here. WBIB and the rest can now seize against Akuma, and Crusader is the first one knocked down to the ground. Two still standing here for Akuma, using Dark Veil to get out of dodge, and Full Engage is sending it. They're playing to their name, and they want to find any more of these targets. Killapos, though, getting back with his shield. Sees Flesh in front of him, downing one, downing another. Killapos doing the dirty work, and Akuma, they only have him still standing. Artillery Strike is a go. Rolling Thunder to play, and X and Y, they're the only 3 who left here.
I've got no idea how Wei went down, but that is an annoyance for Team Burger, who would have had the best place and the best spot to finish off this game if they were a trio. The fact that they're a duo means it's probably going to go the way of X and Y. They do manage to take down JR first. Can they get the arc to get the full finish? Yes, they do, and another knock as well. Team Burger, can they make this happen?
Yeah. And X and Y is the one caught in the middle. Here we go, Sharky and Pricey on one side, and you have Yukoi and KAKKOII on the other. Familiar faces with
They're fighting
each
off
other.
powers.
Is going insane, and here we go with the smoke stew. Dark Veil to play. KAKKOII though in cover. Yukoi gonna be that first contact point, and Team Burger, their best chance so far. They're seizing it, they're going for it, and Yukoi is down for the count. Sharky, the champion for F4, will be a champion yet again in the map. Team Burger, they get a full meal, a full map, and a full win.
No way. There is no way Team Burger come out on top there. That was incredible. I don't know if we got any vision of that on main though. Maybe if we could like bring it up from the multi-view later or something. Like the way it looked on my screen was like Prowlers literally came out of the water to attack Akuma as Team Burger were pulling up. Like, I mean, I think you can see them after Akuma had dealt with them. But it was literally like they were focused on Team Burger, and then all of a sudden these like Leviathans pulled up out of the water behind them and started attacking them in the final moments of the game. That is wild. I've never seen anything like it. I've also never seen almost anything like that win from Team Burger, who, as we said, somehow, you know, Way unfortunately going down, but then they didn't let that stop them, you know, and I feel like that may be a situation where they'd counted themselves out in the past, but finally starting to feel themselves here in Series 2.
That is a game win that can bring back the prestige of Team Burger. Gotta say though, it was quite a story to also watch out. With Akuma having KAKKOII, Sharky also there for Team Burger. They were teammates in the preseason qualifiers in Tombyung Kangaroo, if I remember correctly. And they made it into the Pro League in different teams. So it was great to see them have that battle. But Team Burger, they fended off everyone who wanted to play the island. This was an incredible moment from Player K. And I also gotta say, I believe for a while that X and Y could potentially take the back-to-back. But when it came down to it, the rotate from Team Burger, how they just moved around towards the east side of that final circle, kept X and Y under pressure. And that was what sealed the deal for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right there. It was certainly juggling some of that pressure in the final moments. Here we go. There we go. Like, where did those guys come from?
Those are Team Burger. Those are Team Burger Prowlers. Gotta say it. 4v2.
They must have fed him well, man.
Yeah, I mean, Team Burger, it already says it in the name, but 9 kills for Team Burger, and Sharky is back with a vengeance here, Genome. 7 kills, 1,667 damage. KAKKOII is also doing incredible for Akuma with 5 kills and almost 1.7k damage too. These performances are the reason why they're here in the Pro League.
Took him a couple of weeks to get back to that world-beating form that we know and love, but Sharky back on top of the world. Bangalore player, you know, we love to see M&K players on the Bangalore. It makes it look so fun, so flashy. You can, I think, really just, you know, use those smokes to their full potential while getting the Digi out against any of those pesky controller players who lose some of the AA when they are playing within the smoke. So, fantastic work from Team Burger to push themselves up into 3rd position now with 28 points after our 2nd game. Honestly, wow. X and Y managing to stay on top there with 2 amazing games, one after the other. 33 points. Fantastic. And Akuma also sitting up there.
Yeah, and some decent showings from Keep Going Gaming with a few KPs as well. Wonton Dumpling only getting that single kill, and we're just waiting to see when they'll come online. But it got very, very testy there near the tail end. I gotta say, though, it's just the teams that can hold off their initial position and then pivot off that and find a way to angle themselves and have another squad in between. Those are some of the veteran calls that we expect from Team Burger, and it is beautiful to see them back into the form that we would have loved from the get-go. In any case, guys, we are gonna go for a break. We still got one more Storm Point map here in APAC South in just a bit, so stay tuned, stick around, we'll be right back.
break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
Come on, man. Team Burger, you know the name, you know the fame, and they've won a game. So well done to Team Burger, getting what everyone has been waiting for them to do throughout these sessions so far. And they take that second map on Storm Point. X&I took the first. We're going to look to see who will be our third winner, or if we do get a repeat. But this is going to be our last outing here on Storm Point, Genome. And we've seen many teams make do with what they have, but there have been specific teams that have been so consistent so far. Hey!
Yeah. I literally got my mum to help me laminate this piece of esports history this week to go. You can't see it up there, but I've got the initial ticket for Team Burger winning their ticket to the the Stockholm LAN. But yeah, look, that's straight from Raleigh, from the incredible amount of support that Team Burger have had over the years from many fans. This is obviously a very different iteration of that roster. I think the one at Raleigh was MT, Waltzy, and Jarrow, so maybe not even a single member that's carried on between them, but the name lives on. I think the prestige within the region lives on as well. So yeah, look, I don't know, I'm definitely counting myself as as someone who's happy to see them putting their their potential, realizing some of that again here in our second series for today. But let's look at two other teams that are doing pretty damn well today. That's going to be Team XMY and Legends Gaming.
Yeah, you got XD on one side, you got Strafing Flame on the other. Both IGLs doing what needs to be done over the past few games. X and Y, though, have gotten a better set of placements. And Legends Gaming, we've seen some critical fights be clutched out, yes, but it hasn't led to that map win yet. So keep an eye out, though, for Legends Gaming. They're coming out from some big wins in the previous group. It still is gonna be grueling for a team like them and the rest of Group A who has double duty. But I believe, man, the game is ready. We are gonna go to Storm Point for one last time, and let's get into that dropship now. Here we are, Storm Point, one final time. You had a piece of history there, Genome, in your hands, and Team Burger making their history yet again known with that previous map win. But history can repeat, and we go again with MXF and White Flash together in Barometer.
Yeah, last game that didn't come to too much. Let's see if we expect that again. Once again, White Flash taking the tower, while MXF takes probably the lion's share of the loot. It's spreading out across the north and south buildings, with Artoria taking the middle section. So, plenty for them there. They also get the ring console, unlike White Flash. So I think definitely advantage MXF in how they're splitting up that section of Barometer. Just depends if they come to blows. Anyway, after scanning that ring, MXF will see that the ring is going towards Cito's station, actually. And Legends Gaming don't have a beacon this time, so it'll be fascinating to see how they play this one out. Will they? I feel like this happens way too often, where the team whose POI it is doesn't get beacon, and then, they're so sad when they rotate out and realize they've given up Godspot.
It's either they don't have the beacon itself, or they don't have someone who can scan that ring console. And it has happened even in the last set. I've also noticed X and Y, they were trying to contest for that Barometer trident that MXF has in their hands. So MXF moving already, pulling up towards Cito Station, and Legends Gaming is just like, we're not even done looting here. Already keeping an eye out on their new neighbors who do back on the way. Nice crispy shots though from 30 to 30-30. Player K meaning business.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, looks staying put for the moment. It's a little bit sad they don't have the crafter as well. Like, I mean, if you're gonna stay put, it'd be nice to, be grabbing some extra armors, or just setting yourself up with bats for the rest of the play as well. Not the crafting rotations, particularly helpful at the moment. We've got the 4.8 scope, the purple extended sniper mag, knockdown, and Moby in the crafter at the moment, so it wouldn't help you a lot. Now Legends are going to be noting that people are flying into Cito. Full engage, have just pulled up. Akuma also coming in. This should be a very, very clear signal to Legends to pull back and to stay in their POI.
They're actually fortifying things already. They put up the fences, take the building towards the eastern side of Central Station. Akuma getting the big dome over onto the west instead. We're watching the final start. Hunt down IPG. And IPG gone already. Can't make a mark here in Storm Point again.
Okay, look, that's a fun little one all the way up at North Pads. Grabbing themselves some digis and whatnot. As a little reward there. That's, yeah, look, certainly not a fight you'd expect to go that way, but Final Star picking up a couple of key kills and, you know, notches on their belt today. Maybe we have to reconsider them.
I mean, Final Start is a team that's been trying to find, I'd honestly say, comfort in the Pro League, especially with a few choice picks here and there with some of their members in the roster. MDY-WHITE, though, on the other hand, they're making their way through, and into Sito Station they go. So Legends Gaming marking them for now. White Flash also just flying by the rest and moving all the way to the other end in that small little building to the outside. So Team Burger 2, north, you got X and Y coming up close towards the Grav Cannon, and Sito Station's getting very crowded now.
Okay, so Legends starting to fence off an entire area. There's a lot of buildings. They're actually playing quite split right now, so you know, trying to hold quite a large area. I don't know how long that will be doable for.
Team Burger, though, they're in a bit of danger, and Sharky's down already. Pricey, too. Same can be said. And that's Bearclaw Gaming doing some immense damage. The hunt is on. Belkin, though, down by way. Where are the rest of the team? They do eliminate Team Burger eventually. So, not gonna happen for Team Burger. Can't repeat the success they got last map.
No, you saw it. I think it was Wei trying to thirst that last kill just before it happened, and he almost got it off, but unfortunately not even a kill point to go the way of Team Burger this time. So game 1 and game 2 going well. Storm Point definitely been one of the weak points of Team Burger so far, but they will go again now in the stage.
They're gonna get to take a little bit of a breather and return on a new map. MDY-WHITE, though, on the other hand, still contending with Legends Gaming and Lightning Unicorn too, who have become their next door neighbors. It's been a struggle for Lightning Unicorn, though. They're also just a duo, and they haven't found the success they've seen. Usually they're the ones first into a spot, and then right now we're seeing other teams take the locations they want to land on. Speaking of, that's MDY-WHITE, that's Legends Gaming, and Lightning Unicorn right now, trying to go for a Moby respawn too to bring back Lalabang.
Okay. Fair enough, try it out. I mean, it's a little rough that they don't have the crypto upper who can just tap the insta respawn. Meanwhile, they've at least they've got the Wonton to make this house a little bit more safe, a little bit more hospitable for them as well. Nice little pattern they've got set up there. Okay, so maybe a respawn beacon right on the door.
This is perfect.
For Gopgaps to try and do there. Oh no! Oh, they've got Arcstars coming in, blowing them up right now. And they don't have a gen up. The gen got popped. They're trying to pop Ultixtels to get it up, but he can't actually get the Ultixtel off before Kizik's grenade comes through. And they might get griefed. Easy Flash actually looking to push in and completely remove Lightning Unicorn right now.
Exactly. Legends Gaming thinking about that. No pilot to play with. Those Arc Stars do find their marks. And Legends Gaming, Easy Flash sees the target with the GD Tread. No escape, Jack Hewitt. That is just mowed down quickly by Easy Flash. And Legends Gaming, they'll take that free KP and back away safely.
I don't know, man. I call teaming. The Arc Star comes in from one team. You know, the finish from Legends. What is this?
Ugh. They're just ganging up on poor Lightning Unicorn, and you said it. No pylon means all the problems in the world, and from that point on, Legends Gaming can actually use that old Lightning Unicorn building to contend with Akuma and the rest. Speaking of Legends 2, you got a longbow for Easy Flash. He has been solid with any kind of rifle from afar. He's looking to do the same here.
It is hilarious that he's actually running the longbow. We were just talking about how useless the crafting rotation was before. And, you know, of course, he doesn't, not even able to access the 4.8 or the extended purple mag. Okay, there's the pull. It goes, it's still pretty central. I'd say there's a chance this pulls up. I mean, obviously we've got, you know, some potential around Ceto Station here, but you do sometimes get some finishes up towards where VK Gaming are, you know, to the northwest of them, to the north of that circle, in those buildings, just on the other side of Cascade Falls. That'd be a fun one if we saw, you know, one of those shifts where the entire lobby has to make a rotation. But for the moment, let's just assume it's going to Ceto Station, and the team sitting in there, sitting pretty.
Yeah, all I gotta point out though is your KAKKOII is pretty strong in the set here, Genome. Let's see who else you call and suddenly something happens to them. And speaking of someone to call, you got Wonton Dumpling getting into the vicinity of things. Bearclaw Gaming though, as well as Godhand coming out from the mountains. They had the rotation path from Stormcatcher and beyond. In Bearclaw, they want to play at the upmost north spot of the ring as possible. We're keeping an eye out on Godhand. They're very wary of anyone nearby because they know one team specifically has been hounding them, and it has been Wonton Dumpling who's nearby again.
Ooh, okay. By the way, do you see how much crafting materials Godhand have? 350?
Huh. Why? How?
Man can craft himself a fourth teammate with that many materials.
Yeah, you can get a fourth guy on. You can build a whole building. I guess we're playing Minecraft now, but anyway.
Maybe there's like a secret Kraber option or something once you get
That's
to like
true.
500 mats.
Like the crafter, it opens up in the middle and a red gun pops out. Oh, we can dream here. We can dream here in the Pro League. But Godhand, they're the ones in trouble now as Bearclaw Gaming know they're nearby. Compound, sure, they can be secure, but Bearclaw Gaming looking to infiltrate and get in. Belton is the home invader. Draco cannot stand a chance against him. So immediately a confirm here for Bearclaw. They make it a 3v2 to start with.
Oh, Belkin is no one to trifle with. They don't have a Catalyst player on their team, though, so this wall that is going directly through the middle, through all the doors, will stop Bearclaw in their tracks. They could go over the top here, but for the moment, they seem happy to take up position in this building and just wait it out. I mean, hey, they managed to take down one of those players already, so I feel like if they really want to, they can just full send this as a 3v2, but they don't seem to want to push the Catalyst at the moment. And I think, honestly, Godhand is pretty lucky to get out alive with that one. They're going to try and recover the banner, and there's actually a crafter nearby, so there we go. 350 meds. They can make 7 Moby res beacons and then hide in the middle of them and bait out other teams because they won't know which one they're using.
Genius strategy there, Genome. I hope that they do that, but we're watching Wonton Dumpling, who's been tracking down some of these teams, and they run into a big wall. That is MDY-WHITE alongside VK Gaming. So elevation for one side, you got the riverside, the caves for MDY-WHITE instead. There's just no real way for Wonton Dumpling to get in there. The confidence, it isn't as, I'd say, attuned right now, because they've only gotten a single kill point, and we're waiting to see them start popping off the way that they're used to.
Yep. Will they take a little bit longer to get up and running? I know. You know, I know. At the start of the day, we were saying, hey, they're not the flash in the pan, right? They are a team that can bring it week after week, but yeah, look, we're not seeing it yet. But hey, early days, only the 3rd game, still got plenty of the series yet to pop off.
I guess Godhand still in trouble. Bearclaw Gaming this time around taking a fight to them. They're trying to break through all these barricades as much as possible. Rudney leading the charge. What can Godhand do besides escape? So they're moving into Ceto Station right now, and you can see the ring full. It still is in the POI. This really benefits teams like Full Engage, Legends Gaming, and MDY-WHITE who have their own buildings to work with.
Yeah, so I think Bearclaw saw that Godhand had put down the Moby to the side of that building, and so that's when they decided to make their move. They were like, hey, we're not letting you get him back up, so they do take position up. As you said, yes, the ring will pull further back towards Ceto Station, and everyone in those buildings is going to be in an awesome position. There's actually a lot of mountain in the game as well, which means there's probably not going to be a huge amount of playable spaces come these later rings. There we can see it. If you're inside a building, you'll be golden. If you're outside of it, I don't know, man. Bronze, iron, wood.
All the ranks in the world, and it might just be danger when you're on the outskirts. Akuma can also navigate a little bit of that building, still be in the same spot. X and Y moving towards them too, but there's so much chaos outside the Cedo station side. We're getting in there, though, with X and Y just pushing forward and knocking down Killapause already. So it's Akuma in trouble. X and Y doing so much damage already, but the YC does get traded 2v2 for now. An elevated angle here for Akuma, paying dividends. And while this happens, Overlook Entertainment also wants a slice of the pie. So X and Y in cover for now, waiting to see if anyone's gonna come their way.
A nice energy barricade below locks off Akuma from really dropping down to the bottom. However, Overlooked Entertainment, they're well on the top, so I don't think there'll be a factor in this anytime soon unless they get very frisky for this fight. X and Y, they really need to get YC back up. I feel like it could be a res that comes in. These energy barricades are genuinely going to be cause a lot of trouble for Akuma if they try and push down.
Yeah, if they drop down, they're basically slowed and stopped in the middle out in the open. MXF, though, waiting through for opportunity from their angle. Legacy, a 6-shot to con, and that is going to be scary to see in the hands of Serenity. T4 have already one knockdown, using the cover that they can under MXF just to stay alive here.
We've got about 10 teams, outside the ring, all up towards Cascade Falls right now. That's more than half the lobby, Dax, and I can tell you there are maybe 1 or 2 spots available for these guys when they pull into the next circle. I think as Zone 4 closes, we are going to have absolute bedlam on our hands.
Yeah, overcrowding going to be a problem sooner or later. Full engaged, still happy with their initial spots. Serenity, though, have pushed forward. X and Y doing the same here as Akuma is still lying in wait as a duo. They're on the rooftop right now. X and Y back up as a trio, sitting pretty in the building, and they have spotted out a white flash here. But Overlook, on the other hand, they had a different plan to go elsewhere, and they're the ones in trouble here. It's one down already. Got BC, Big C. Where White Flash is stationed to get the crap onto the armor. Big damage with the beams here from VC, but it's still not enough to capitalize on.
White Flash once again trying to play from behind with very low quality armors, but they have been the better out of these teams in the fight. They want to send this, they really need to get in there and take this pyramid away. But yeah, look, White Flash really can't give them any more time, but going over to Keep Going Gaming here. This is going to be the start of all of this chaos on the northern side. We see Overlook go down, BK Gaming as well. KPG barely going to get time to reset. Meanwhile, Eagle Flash has traded up from that longbow to a Kraber, by the way. So as all of these teams do now start to make their way towards Cedo Station, they're going to have to try and deal with that as well.
Yeah, MDY Black, they're going to come out of that fight only as a duo. Wonton, Dumpling moving into the ring too. And they won versus Keep Going Gaming and the rest. Do they land here behind Bearclaw Gaming? Good final start, also looking to be a factor. So far, they're staying away from the initial fight. It's Bearclaw instead in final start, looking to have a close contact point with one another. Pylon is also set here for Bearclaw. Smokes are out just to isolate this fight here. For the time being, they have a good setup, and Bearclaw cracking even that armor. Damage done here by Rune again, sliding on into the action. The Deathbox providing cover, but there's no escaping Bearclaw's rampage. Inside they go, they find the push. Final start can be eliminated, but MDY Black, the third party to end all of this, they'll silence these battlers.
Oh my lord, the Valk ult, as they hide outside of the cave and just wait for the chaos to ensue, they pull up and as a duo are able to finish that off. Incredibly lucky there, I'm going to say, for MDY Black. So they are the one who comes out alive out of all of those teams on the northern side. Congrats to them, but we've got 9 teams left alive now. Morgenstern on 5 kills is going to push through and try and get some more happening, but they are starting to get griefed by a lot of the teams who are sitting in Cedo, looking out towards it. Oh my god. Nice shots there from YC coming out at range with the car. And as we look at where this last circle ends, it's going to be just within the northern part of Cedo Station. Legend Gaming's looking very happy. We've got Serenity, MDY-WHITE as well, all just going to be sitting behind their cat doors and walls for as long as they can until the final moments of this game.
The No Legends Gaming here is playing Apex, but they have a big shop and a lot of inventory to utilize. Let's listen into Legends Gaming and see how they're going to use that stock.
And
We can kill them for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% they have Kraber there. Oh, good shot, player.
No, Nick.
Just stare at this, Mar, please! Stop shooting other people! Stare at this!
I try to net.
They're about to walk out! They're about to walk out!
Yep. I net twice. Look at this.
What's in? Oh my god. Beautiful fucking arcs, bro.
What? Oh my fucking god. Nice.
Good shit. Careful of this team. We have a bit of space on the right,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. Go fence like here. Player.
Careless in the team in the open here. No. We can't do anything. We win this fucking game, boys.
Yeah.
They're fighting out here.
I'm looking for kills, okay, Mo?
They finished. There was a clean wipe. There's a third party, though. I'm going back. Oh, bro. Like, what are you doing, man? Mar DC. We play duo. We're fine.
I can't. Can you get inside?
No, I'm fine.
Doors
I'm
open.
fine.
Okay.
Get ready. This duo is gonna this team's gonna push us.
I got Kraber.
Yeah. I'm running.
Yeah. They might think I'm still inside. They do.
Hello, guys.
They have no idea where you are.
Shut up. You died.
Okay, so Legend Gaming getting caught off guard there. They had a fantastic spot. You heard the arcs were amazing to take down MDY-WHITE. There was nothing they could do about it. But then they really just gave it up. That was unfortunately just a bit of a discipline issue there for Legends Gaming, putting themselves in harm's way. And yeah, look, they'll get a couple of points, but not definitely as much as they could have converted here on a home POI zone, Dax.
That's unfortunate for Legends Gaming, and you still got Straight from Flame hiding into the corner, just in breathing distance with full engage. But MDY-WHITE have decided to go in full engage though. Red armor, they have the spikes and the barricades. Feiju is looking for any kind of contact point to throw at this turn. My fences though is being utilized. Serenity, merely an observer for now. They're watching here to see what will happen between MDY-WHITE and full engage. This doorway, the only thing separating these two teams.
Yeah, Serenity in such a great position now. Essentially the position that Legends Gaming should have been in. So they're going to take over that priority towards this end game, as it does get very cut up by the cap walls that are coming out.
Serenity though, shredding anyone in front of them. He also got Strafing Flame trying to blend in with full engage. And full engage is the one into the lower angle here. Serenity though back into the fight. They throw out the rolling thunder. Strafing Flame is just right behind them. Look behind you. Someone a little sus there. That's not your teammate, but Boogie instead finding MeiDuYaoBYD, and this can be a beautiful beginning for Serenity as it goes. But eventually, it's Strafing Flame found by Bang Papa Fifth. Serenity here with a Kraber in hand. Legacy looking to mark any kind of targets. Full engaged onto the waterways, and MDY still up top. Nade though being lobbed. Utter chaos here as Feiju makes it matter. The frag finds two. Serenity's gone, and MD-WHITE's they will pick up the pieces from it. An incredible frag nade to send such a delivery into a victory.
That's a couple pretty epic ones we've seen so far today, Dax. You know, we saw the vert nade stick onto Panna before, which he wasn't particularly happy about. And then, yeah, it's Feiju from MDY-WHITE to pretty much turn that fight around. I mean, as I said, Serenity definitely had the better position and were looking fantastic right up until that chaos happened there at the end. I mean, Strafing Flame, let's just be clear, like, could have killed that guy in front of you. He definitely could have one-clipped him, and he chose to, I don't know, play out the content angle to end there.
Yeah. I respect the play, okay? I respect that, you know, if they don't notice me here and they kill each other, maybe that's for their chance. But Legends Gaming, with that single rat, they at least make it to the top 4. But in our top 1, top 2 spots, MDY-WHITE taking 5 kills, full engage as well, having 7 to the name, equaling X and Y in the top 5. But there was so much chaos away from Silo Station here, Genome, especially this big clash between Keep Going Gaming, MDY-Black, the name of the Q. There were like around 4 squads here fighting for their lives.
It was a fun engagement, this one, and yeah, MDY-WHITE came out on top. Look at this, right from behind here. It was too easy at this point. Even the armor swaps couldn't save Falcon there. Yeah, like, I know Legends Gaming are going to be kicking themselves over that one. That said, they're on top right now. It's probably not going to hurt them too much. They still got quite a few points out of that game, but you know, that's the kind of thing that will cost them when, you know, you don't want to be making those kind of mistakes when there is more on the line. Let's say it's, you know, the regional finals. Let's say that's a plan. Those are the kind of positions you need to be able to close it out, because we know there's an element of luck in BR, but when it goes your way, you really have to squeeze everything you can out of it.
Yeah, just can't make too many mistakes here, and that's always been the case in the Pro League. But you get our stats going and full engaged. Even though they took second place, they topped the charts with that damage, 3.7, alongside Serenity too, doing a lot of chip damage. This time around, though, I feel like for Serenity, it's a bit of the other side of the coin for their playstyle. They're very good at poking with things like the 30-30 and beyond. But if they can't get the KPs, they're just gonna be the ones racking up these damage numbers and just stat padding by this point. Great job by them, though, to take the fight to make it the top 3.
Yeah, it feels like Bearclaw Gaming are sort of taking over IBG's mantle today. You can see them. They got, I think, what was that, 10 KP there from that last game, while IBG did something like 38 damage as a team in total. So they are not having the best start of the day, alongside other teams like Wonton, Dumpling, and Lightning Unicorn, or the start of the series, I should say. Stormpoint definitely not going their way, but XNY have looked like someone to fear in every single one of our 3 Stormpoint games here in A versus C. Definitely a team that seems to be coming of age.
Hard agree with you, because they're minimum top 5 from the last 3 games we've had. Now they also net a number of kills to add on to that total. And X and Y, they basically get a good chunk from Stormpoint. Who will take it all coming into World's Edge? We will find out in just a bit. So a bit of a break, guys. When we return, it's more here from APAC-South.
ready for burn.
We've gone through Storm Point here, and MDY-WHITE takes that final victory. Now, we get into World's Edge, and you can see already in the rotation, it's 3 more maps of Apex goodness. If you guys are just tuning on in, this is A versus C in APAC-South. It's another session and another incredible week of action. X and Y, Team Burger, and MDY-WHITE, your previous winners so far. Who's next on the list here, Gino?
Yeah, business end of our second series for today, Dax. I've got the jacket back on because it's it's heating up down here, or at least it was before. It was 35 degrees in Australia. I was suffering, just like Team Burger was in our first series, but they've turned it around. X and Y have not taken their foot off the pedal yet, but what changes when we go over to World's Edge? That's a big question in our minds. So why don't we take a look at the drop spots to see what's going to happen over here. We've got MDY-WHITE taking up position there in Fragments and Monument. You've got Serenity that get Climatizer to themselves. That's certainly a POI that's been doing well for people lately. Then you've got MXF and Godhand fighting over potentially some of the worst loot in the game.
Yep, very much. You don't want to have only a single POI between Survey Camp as well as Epicenter. You want to have them both, and that's why they're going to be basically contesting each other from this point on. I wonder if anyone there will actually move elsewhere, maybe at the Monument, maybe at the Skyhook. Got Final Start though, and Team Burger now towards Northwest, and you get trials for Team Burger as we've seen. Lightning Unicorn though taking Countdown, the previous DreamFire spot. Akuma, they have 2 POIs in the name, Lava Siphon as well as Mirage Etoile, and White Black gonna be nearby. And I think this is really the talking point we have to watch out for here, Gino. Wonton Dumpling from Thermal, what damage can they do from there?
You know, the other thing that, that brings up, talking about Thermal, Dax, is how well Lightning Unicorn have been doing while flex dropping, right? That's pretty impressive. They've been going from Thermal some groups. Now you can see they're going over towards Countdown. Just essentially having to take up different positions depending on which of the other very strong teams are rocking up in their group. So I think that's honestly something that deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, but Lightning Unicorn hasn't had the best game so far. Wonton Dumpling can be the same, and it does seem to me that Lightning Unicorn does tend to avoid either DreamFire or Wonton Dumpling in terms of POI choice. And finally, to wrap it all up, launch site for X and Y got overlooked here by the tree, and of course, Lava Siphon will go to Legends Gaming. So that is how our beacon will look like. That is how World's Edge will be upon us. And basically, there's a lot less contests here in this group compared to our first outing a while ago.
Yeah, definitely not anywhere near as hectic. I guess we'll just have to keep our eye over near Epi and Survey. I mean, there have been times where we've seen teams take one or the other, just take Epi, just take Survey. It's not a fun time, though. I mean, you are, almost certainly running out with, 2 whites and maybe a blue if you're lucky from those POIs. All right, let's have a look at some stats we've got here from some of the teams that has, been performing very well. Look at that consistency from X and Y. It's what you'd love to see. 7 kills every single game and a minimum of 5th place. This is a stellar showing.
Yeah, when you see 3 7s like that, you basically hit the jackpot, and that's why X and Y is at the very top of our standings right now. I said it a while ago, minimum top 5 placing there on Storm Point. Always a factor, like you mentioned. And it does feel like every single final ring that they had their moment where they were making chaos into the circle building there in Sito. You saw them contesting versus Team Burger near the end of the island coastline, and of course that first place versus Serenity. So big outing from X and Y right now. It's a little bit similar to their second outing from last week, and I wonder if they can continue on to get the dub this time around.
Yeah, I mean, their coach Yuri's was saying that it was really tough for them mentally last week. We had that reset game, right? X and Y were cleaning up in that game. And apparently it was just very hard for them to basically get back on the horse after that. So good to see that, the week has given them some time to reflect and come back and understand how strong they are right now and be showing it here today.
Yeah, too much looking into the past. We're gonna go look into the future as it's time for us to get into World's Edge. The game is the here and now, and we will see the flight path from the dropship move northeast over on the southwest. So gonna end slow as Thermal Station. Godhand though immediately breaking Artorias as soon as he is spotted. So Godhand throwing first blood now. Looking to confirm a few more targets. Beautiful work there with the Havoc. Incredible damage onto Asarin as well. And it's MXF immediately shot in the foot by the starting gates.
I mean, Godhand have been struggling to pick up KP throughout the rest of the game, but here we go. They finally get some going their way. Only one person dropping, but that'll be a quick reset, and they can take out Survey Camp and then start looting back towards Epicenter. You know, the circle even, honestly, not too far away from them either. Might end somewhere down near Fragment East, potentially over near Ghost Town. So this is actually a very good result for Godhand. And a good game to win, and like, you know, a swift victory.
Yeah, KP on one side, Priority on the other, and you also have teams like MDY-WHITE and VK Gaming looking to take a few of those houses as early as possible. But I guess right now, Legend composition has a lot of Bloodhounds into play. Crypto is also very essential versus the number of Watsons that we get here. And I do believe we also see a number of Catalysts. Might not be as many as we saw last time around.
You spy what I spy though, Dax? We've got some TSM fans down in X and Y there. Welcome Fuse back to APAC-South.
You are right, good sir. And we see it a lot in NA, we see it from TSM, and now we're gonna get it from X and Y. It's probably a 3-letter thing, you know. If their name is 3 letters, they're gonna run the Fuse. And we've seen it with Knuckle Cluster, with a Motherload. It's just some immense damage out of nowhere. In X and Y, I guess my cause for concern is with all the Watsons around, will JR find the value that he would like with this?
Evo shield here.
Yeah, it is a good question. I mean,
I'm just taking the piss, eh?
I think of the kind of fights that X and Y have been taking, especially earlier on in the game. You know, you can still do some significant damage. You don't necessarily just have to siege teams. You can cut off teams as they're rotating in. And I think X and Y found themselves in tough spots to be able to make use of those kind of situations here. Let's say though they're you know, they're pulling up towards Larpa Siphon, where quite a few other teams are as well. 4 teams already in Ghost Town. So as you can see, no one in Fragment, while Keep Going Gaming are now moving back to Fragment from Ghost Town. But yeah, it's certainly going to be somewhere in that quadrant of the map.
Moving is a good idea.
There's a lot of different combinations for our Legend Select. You also saw 3 rates picked up by some of these teams, and it's been an interesting talking point between playing the rate compared to the Catalyst. The Catalyst, we've seen have a lot more reliable value in terms of setting up the Dark Veil and whatnot, but the portals have been effectively low-key. And I guess that's one thing why MDY Black loves to use it. We see T4 running it as well. As you said a while ago, Ghost Town now looking to be filled up and repopulated as Bearclaw is landing down here in an empty building.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because when Wraith was back at a 100% pick rate, you know, you'd get to a certain... Every time a ring closed, basically, you just see this wave of portals going out, where every single team would try and use the Dimensional Rift to try and find a new spot in the next ring. That said, I don't think we've seen that many, like, you know, game-breaking, super important rotations with the portal so far in this. Maybe we just haven't had the vision on the Wraith as those rotations have been happening. But yeah, it's a far cry from where it used to be, but still some value in being able to rotate without having to actually put your body at risk.
And might as well, right, give it a shot. And T4 trying to hold off the EMP coming their way. So inside the APC right now, sitting pretty and safe. Serenity on the other hand, watching from afar. Godhand can be the same. So Yashir, few pot shots, moving into a potential on-tap point and final start here.
Yeah, well, so much for that priority to the zone. I mean, I guess they don't have a ring scan character, so it would have been kind of tough for them anyway. But yeah, as you say, we're going to get this fight well outside here. So pretty honestly even 3v3 here between Godhand and Final Start.
Yeah, get priority in the fight, that's for sure. And the battle of the preseason qualifier teams. You got Godhand on one side, you got Final Start on the other, and they're ready to break a few shields along the way. Quane's still popping the Phoenix again. Here comes iDraco with the scans too. And now Godhand getting back to a more elevated angle because Final Start is just so close with these single targets.
Okay, Final Start with the Horizon able to get height, so they go up on the train. You can see Godhand trying to put down some damage in the meantime. Burger looking at these guys either way. So Burger pulled up in on the North Hill, and some 30-30 shots start ringing out from Wei and his friends here as Godhand say, well, third party, don't want any of it. Let's try and get out of here. Final Start, though, with one person knocked already, are going to struggle to disengage with the ring at their back. How do they make their way out of this?
Yeah, it's closing in, and Team Burger is tracking down these members of Final Start with impunity. Also looking to confirm that kill point already onto the one that knocked down over onto the crane. And you said it a while ago, Godhand disengaged into the train tracks they go, and they will be safe for the time being. This is good though for Team Burger. They want to find more fights like this where they can gatekeep and succeed. They've been trying to do it in, I'd say, the more canyon areas, right, into those more narrow passageways. Now they're using the ring to have a lot more of an opening, but give them that space to run around and actually catch these members.
Yeah, I mean, Godhand are very isolated right now. Even coming through Monument, honestly, they're going to have a lot of space because the teams are reading the circle correctly and going towards Fragment East and Ghost Town. You know, even some teams like Overlooked Entertainment over towards the Vault Tunnels. There we go. The pull is definitely more towards Ghost Town. Teams who want to play from those tunnels will be probably pretty safe there for a while. Other teams like X and Y and IBG on the southern side above those geyser chokes also looking to do some gatekeeping. Team Burger here on that north side, you know, will be pulling in, and they've got teams like Serenity ahead of them. But here we go. If we go look at Ghost Town, you can see the teams who wanted to go for that early rotate, setting up nice and healthy in there.
Yeah, and we've seen MDY-WHITE take advantage of starting and fragment many times in these matchups. Most of these rings have pulled towards the train tracks or the Ghost Town that we see here. IBG, though, on the other hand, no, they have next door neighbors nearby, and it's X and Y. It's gonna be a big potential fight here. IBG have struggled to make major headway so far. They've had some good flashes here and there in terms of the fights, but compared to like X and Y's consistency, that's something that IBG's been looking for.
Yeah, IBG, I would say, had been consistent, you know, over days 1 and 2, but yeah, certainly struggling a little bit more here today. World's Edge could change things for them, though. Let's wait and see. Legends Gaming pulling up from Siphon pretty darn late this time. Looks like they're just going to go craft to their heart's content. They've got another one here down at Geyser if they need to. Try and get easy flashes armor up. I said someone did say he disconnected in that last game on Cito's station, so you know, should probably just put that out there. You know, I didn't see the symbol on my screen, but oh no, like Asia's might have this time.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, there we go. He's back. Nice.
He's back. I love that notification. He's entered the game. He's back in it. But yeah, I think that's unfortunate.
Just wanted to point that out, you know, so it may not have been a misplay, a discipline issue from Legends Gaming, as we said, might have just been a connection issue.
Yeah, it happens from time to time in APAC-South. It is what it is. And hopefully Legends Gaming, because they have this ring intel right now, they're playing into the tunnels, and Overlook might not see this coming. They actually scan it out with Big C, so Overlook knows that Legends Gaming is nearby. MDY-WHITE, though, on the other hand, winners of the last game have a house to themselves, and it's the usual game for MDY-WHITE. Try to poke and prod, use that Crypto 2 to get the intel from MeiDuYaoBYD, and
I mean, not only that, but charge up the Evo armors as well, right? We've been seeing that EMP used on repeat. You've got a couple of rings to just absolutely pump that to try and get the you know, the damage numbers up, and that's why we saw the team in the Caravan before dropping their armor to try and deny that. It's sure it still loses a shield, you still have to use resources to get it back up, but at least you are denying the Evo damage to the Crypto teams.
Yeah, it just happens when you're dealing with the Crypto and Overlook Entertainment. On the other hand, they can actually play such a far spot over on the east, or Serenity will look to mark them. This ring should be closing in soon. Godhand, Final Start might meet each other towards Monument. And speaking of final start right now, they're still keeping tabs of the likes of Akuma. They need to get in there though, and it hasn't really worked out in terms of rotation.
Look, Monument is okay for the moment. Monument will be okay if they want to, yeah, retake that 3v3 versus God Hand. But there's a couple of people hunting for those kills, actually, because you've got Team Burger on the north side, also waiting on the edge of the circle, hoping for someone to spring into the middle of their jaws, just as IBG are doing that down the bottom. But all of those teams are rotating through the tunnel and not through Geyser. So I don't think X and Y or IBG are going to have any luck. They might run into each other in the end, because as we see where this next circle goes, perfect timing for that to come up. You can see they'll be able to fight for a position just to the north of them. Meanwhile, teams like Legends and Overlook Entertainment there will be able to play either from you know, the sort of the Overlook Hills or from the tunnels itself. So fantastic spot for them, as well as, say, White Flash and VKG, who have the buildings that are inside Ghost Town.
I mean, Legends Gaming, they've already taken those tunnels and put the fences in the way to prevent Overlook from even moving on in. The Team Burger have finally found a few more targets to work with. God Hand nearby, Pricey backing away after getting shot, and it's getting even more clustered here towards Fragment, because you got MDY-WHITE, you got Lightning Unicorn, and Final Start still around there alongside Keep Going. So it's gonna get very close very soon, and these teams will have to head out and meet each other.
Okay, Burger, they've waited as long as they can for those kills to come their way. They decide it's time to make a move. They take the train car in the middle. I mean, this spot is honestly a bit sus, right? If it's right on the edge of zone, I think it does provide decent cover, and you can look for some kills. If it's in the middle like this, and you've got 4 teams, maybe even 5 if you're counting full engage, around near Fragment that are probably going to walk past you and try and work their way into the zone from here, I am expecting a lot of Arc Stars to fly in and absolutely decimate Team Burger. We'll see.
Now, you have to notice, though, 19 squads still alive. Comparing it to last week's A vs C matchup, most of these teams were bum rushed by the edge teams of the C group. And there's so much more patience here right now from the lobby. But Jesco finding VC, and Yesh now trying to get back into cover. God Hand in a bit of danger here. They're still marking T4 inside that APC, but it really is just about sniping down these targets and looking for those kind of opportunities now.
Yeah, I mean, God Hand, they've been trying to just like walk in with the zone, but they don't give themselves a lot of time, do they? Now breaking the defenses as they go in towards T4 inside the caravan. Can they push this?
Here, it's God Hand. T4, though, in for a reckoning as the damage is lethal. EMP also to play. T4 will be eliminated, but this was the moment MDY-WHITE has been waiting for. You mentioned a while ago the Crypto EMP getting that value, but MDY-WHITE, they don't think the fight is that easy to be won, and they back away towards the house here.
Yeah, they've got a decent position, so they're happy to hold that for the moment. Going Gaming, on the other hand, do not, but they are, you know, like, there's so many teams around them. You know, you've got Lightning Unicorn, MDY-WHITE, Final Start sitting up in the diner, and then you've got Team Burger, who have started making their move towards the circle. I like this. I think Burger need to be proactive here. Let's see what Burger are thinking about with this rotation out of the twin.
Yeah, you're fine, you're fine. We're just gonna make sure we don't get mirrored.
Fighting behind us as well.
Yeah, they're fighting at bridge as well. Just chilling. Over here, running. On the 130 on one.
Smack that back.
Yep.
Get to them. I'm gonna keep queuing because I'm close.
In the cart, I just
got full heal.
Good shot.
Alright, we should climb up soon.
Okay.
Let's go.
Climbing.
Safe for me?
Yep.
I'm scanning our north. Oh, see him up the hill. We just gotta stop.
Right.
Safe for me.
Behind us?
Behind
west.
Bang got that, bang got that.
Oh, I'm fucking dead, bro.
Shit on!
Nice. Down to the left, Pricey.
Kill one! Nearly killed 2!
Yeah, knocked one. I'm healing. You're in my ult, Pricey. We need to wipe this.
I'm nading it. I got nade in there.
Break the gen.
One.
Can you res me?
Res it.
Okay. I'm resing.
Another team. Cracked one.
95.
Cracked another one.
Right.
They gotta come in. What's the one?
Knock down.
Kill another.
Go. Hey, left, I see the kills. Nice.
Fuck.
That was sick. That was so sick from Pricey, but now the cards do decide to turn on its heads, and it will be these squads falling left, right, and center. Another one bites the dust, God hand gone, and we are left now. 9 squads, final start might be next here on the chopping block. Lightning Unicorn will be eliminated too, and it's so quickly these teams do get cut into half of the total. So Legends Gaming, while all of this is happening outside, they're just happy here in the tunnels and waiting for their moment now.
Yeah, well, Overlooked Entertainment, they will try to play for the inside of the tunnel, which has not worked out for them. They've lost VC, and so they will probably have to run into the back of Legends Gaming, who have, you know, they've fenced that spot off, and I think Legends Gaming are putting themselves once again in God spot going into this. Big shout out to Pricey there. I mean, the fact that he basically deleted MDY-WHITE by himself there and stopped their incursion into the ring was an incredible play, even though it was basically an impossible situation either way for Burger. They couldn't really get out of it, just too many teams pulling up onto them at once. At least they managed to grab some KP there as they held them off. 8 squads left now. Dax, IBG in a very good spot. They're holding the southern side out towards that choke, so I guess they did end up sort of taking that over XNY.
Yeah, X and Y, they were the ones who pushed the likes of Wonton, Dumpling, and the rest. And now they're the ones who are this time around. Legends Gaming, they get the scan going. The Dark Veil is popped in front of them. Strafing Flame, though, trying to find the angle. Overlooked Entertainment will decide to push on in. Surprisey and the rest. It's only a duo here for Overlooked. And it's such a big danger zone now that they have to deal with. The ring is pulling on up, just consuming their HP from this point on. And Overlook, it just gate kept heavily by Legends Gaming. But look who's knocking on the other doorstep. It's Serenity now who wants a slice of the action here. Legends Gaming needing to deal with 2 squads. They want to fight the one behind them first and foremost. Biggsy goes down to the Darkstar. Overlooked Entertainment is eliminated, yes, but it's still Serenity nearby.
Oh, but Serenity, they don't take the timing, so this will give Legends an opportunity to reset. They need to pull out into the other side. I don't know why they're hiding in the corner. They can pop around to the other branch of the tunnel, but they've decided to, they found a little home there. Now, okay, now they finally pop out after they get the meds off. Okay, now we can worry about the other teams. The other, what is that, like 5 squads under that building, inside that building, on top of that building. One team might come out of that, and then they'll have to deal with IBG on the hill, like we mentioned, Legend Gaming, who have reset fully, and of course Serenity on the other side, on the outside of those blast doors.
You know, rent isn't cheap with 4 teams in just a single house alone. Bearclaw Gaming, though, playing up top with the pylon, just fending away anyone who peeks outside of the platform. And down below, you got the likes of WF, you got the likes of Full Engage. And speaking of White Flash right now, they're finding the time to go for a bit of a reset here.
Nice for White Flash, and as you said, I mean, if any of these teams I feel like may come out alive. Actually, that said, the circle's actually kind of closer to the building, so potentially there's a team that's hiding underneath might be able to find some cover for a little while longer. But certainly, you know, Serenity, Legends Gaming, and IBG all have cover from one another. So all 3 of those teams are going to be focusing most likely on the teams coming out. Oh, I say that. No, IBG just says, all right, we're going to full send and lock Legends in here like it's a tomb. What a grenade.
What a nade indeed, and IBG, can they capitalize on that fact? Dealing some immense damage now towards Legends Gaming. The Rolling Thunder, though, is such a bother. An Easy Flash secures the kill with a creeping crouch. From that point on, Easy Flash is acclimated. Easy Flash is online and ready. Connections upon connections from Legends Gaming. White Flash also eliminated now.
Easy Flash doesn't care if there's someone in front of him. He is spraying that gun to make sure someone doesn't appear there. You see the portal coming out here. Beautiful fences around that to try and stop someone from using that. I believe that might be Belkun's portal there. So, you know, we talked about its usefulness at the end of these games, and, well, they've got the counterplay from that, trapping it all up.
And this is where we can really see Legends Gaming enter. This is the lead test, and 4 squads in front of them. They have a pylon for those shields, but Serenity is the one knocked down to the ground. 2 on the floor. Jesco, the only one still standing, strafing Flame and the rest, utilizing this cover while they can. And Legends Gaming finding their moment, tracking armor left, right, and center. Serenity's gone now, and this is easy. Flash looking for a bit of vengeance. Feels like that last game could have been theirs for Legends Gaming. Now they will secure it with style. Legends Gaming gets one here.
Well, for just a moment, it looked like IBG might be out to ruin their day. They were thinking about, you know, just throwing every single piece of ordnance in that small doorway and trying to lock them inside. But yeah, the bang ult coming out, unfortunately, was a little bit too much for IBG to deal with. And in the end, Legends just play it so well from the top there. You do wonder if IBG, I don't know, maybe could have held on to that for a little bit longer and waited for the circle to push them out instead of, you know, everything else pushing Legends out there. But, you know, once they won that southern side of the circle, all of those teams coming out of the building, honestly, were completely done for.
And truthfully, Legends Gaming has had IBG's number in these team fights all throughout the day. It's like 0 for 2, I think. We saw it a while ago on Stormpoint by the Rock. Now we see it here in the tunnels. And Legends Gaming, they come up ahead with 11 kills and that first place finish. Well done also by Full Engage to take second, 7 kills. Bearclaw, VK, and Serenity will make that top 5. But we have had multiple crucial moments from many players. Pricey being one of them. We had to listen in, but we were just awestruck. But how he fended off as many as he could here.
Yeah, that was nuts, man. What was that, like 3 teams in a row or something they managed to put paid to, and then unfortunately dying to the ring. But yeah, they'd done the damage by that point. So big ups to them, of course, who finally, you know, we called for the redemption arc, and I think we're getting it.
And so quick from Legends Gaming, the reset is unreal. And not only that, the call to immediately go upon IBG as soon as they hit the markers with the creeping barrage, right? It's just easy flash. He's so ready to do immense damage from any kind of source. And he only did 1k right now. And that's the thing, right? I say only for a guy who hits a casual 1k with 6 kills, you know. It really has been Legends Gaming upping the standard for today here.
The kill efficiency there is just insane.
Yep.
6 kills for 1,000 damage, 11 kills for 2.5k on the team overall is fantastic. That means they're really getting themselves into situations that just highly benefit the team. Then they're not, you know, even making it like, you know, sort of creating those situations themselves. They're just capitalizing on it at the right time. They're being decisive and taking those kills quickly without getting themselves stuck in long engagements that they can get third-partied from. And that's how they find themselves squarely at the top of the leaderboard, finally overtaking X and Y, who sit there with 49 points. So with 2 maps left, Dax, we're definitely getting a few front runners here in this group.
Yeah, Legends Gaming trying to pull on away. Full Engage staying also within the good sphere of influence in the top 3. And with the 7 kills the Team Burger got in that last game, it ups them to 4th place over Akuma. So overall, our top 5 looking pretty interesting so far. I also saw a few headways from Godhand to get out of that last place, move in to something like 15th with the 6 kills that they got there. And all in all, it's getting very competitive. But Legends Gaming, the standard is truly being set here, Genome. And is this the point in time where the heir apparent will really take that throne? We'll start to say that we are the best in APAC-South. That's the storyline to watch out for moving forward for Legends. And that's the story we're going to look to see for in the upcoming max. We'll take a break. We still got 2 more on World's Edge, and we'll be right back.
surprise.
They won a map of World's Edge last set. They won a map of World's Edge this set. It really feels like Legends Gaming are setting a standard right now as we are getting into our final 2 maps of the day, or technically of the night now. We are back though here in APAC-South. You are tuning on into ALGS, and it has been an incredible run. I am Dax here with Genome, and Genome, what a good game we saw there from Legends Gaming. In all that chaos, they just find the order and find the right tools and the right spots to play from.
They do, don't they? I mean, they were so late. You know, so many teams early rotated into Ghost Town, and we saw them taking their time. I mean, you know, coming up from Lava Siphon, they could have got there fairly quick if they'd wanted to, but they go through the tunnel, and that ends up being, you know, such an awesome call from Strafing Flame, their IGL, and they play that out to a win, and once again, give Easy Flash the opportunity to sit there up on the top of those damage leaderboards, as he's done for about as long as history can remember. So that's another win notched up for Legends Gaming. Again, 4 different winners. So, you know, one of these teams would have to win the next 2 to take out that bonus point, which we haven't seemed particularly close to going through this season. For anyone who doesn't know, we had a fun new rule introduced this season where if you won 3 games in a series, you get an extra bonus point towards the split standings. You also get one if you win any more than that for each additional game, 4, 5, 6 games, and then if you win more than 50 points ahead of your second rival, which has only happened ever once in APAC-South history. Reignite doing that way back in, I think it was 2022. So either way, Legends still looking very good though after a first series win. They've kept the stamina up.
Yeah, it's been the case for Legends Gaming. They're keeping up with the momentum that they had in that first set, and now we're going to keep up with the teams as we go into the game. World's Edge, here we go again. So I wonder, honestly, Genome, can anyone pull off the, how many? 5 bonus points total kind of day when they win with over 50, they win all the maps? I'd love to see if any team can do that, not just in APAC-South, but anywhere else in ALGS. But here we go again. It is Contest City here in Survey Camp, and MXF and Godhand decide to take 2 and look for fight.
Yeah, Godhand, they go for the bins. MXF for the guaranteed weapons on the racks inside in Survey Camp. Of course, those are 2 of the big factors when you're considering a contest at this POI. Again, you might be scratching your head and being like, it's Survey Camp, why are you fighting for it? But look, man, you gotta land somewhere, and pretty much everywhere else is taken on this map.
Yeah, might as well pick up where you can get guaranteed weapons along the way. Godhand, though, look for the engage. MXF, they're only 2 inside the building. They're both gone now to the floor, and the only one still standing is WJX across the camp itself. So Godhand, they've already won the contest, but can they wipe out MXF? That's the real question.
Stopping to just, you know, sort of reassess there for a little bit might mean, I mean, is it WJX? Is it Wig? I don't know, but either way, he's going to be potentially falling into the hands of Selka, the Bang player for Final Start, who's actually over in the tunnels right now. He's hiding behind a box. Selka does not know he's there, and Godhand don't look like they will be pursuing. So potentially the option to, I don't know if he'll go back and get his banners or anything, but you know, maybe just stay alive and rat it out. Either way, MDY Black, we're having a look at them starting, they start staging, I think it was, and they've made their way over to the Beacon House now, which is obviously going to be a fairly good priority for them as a crypto team. They're going to get some good, you know, very scenic views with the crypto drone as they look over teams like Full Engage, Legends Gaming, and Overlooked Entertainment, who are going to be sitting over there in Harvester. Could very well be a Harvester finish at the end of this game, Dax.
Yeah, it's a big possibility, but in terms of the Legends, if you notice, we only have a single Valkyrie, I think, on MDY-WHITE. Unfortunately, the fuse from X and Y didn't work out the way that they would want, so they're gonna go for the Conduit, the Catalyst, and the Bangalore instead. But Harvester, this is the group where there's no big contest for it. Now everyone is swarming to make it there, and Akuma is one of the teams a little late to the party. Full engage, already keeping an eye out on their own specific doorway, their corner here of Harvester. Akuma will have to play outside here.
Yo, we lost one of the Valkyries because Lightning Unicorn have switched that out for a Wraith. So they're, you know, reassessing their rotation options with that one. And sorry to the TSM fans out there, but we've also lost Fuse as well with X and Y switching that back over to the new legend of the split of the year so far, Conduit.
Yep, just a little nice try there from X and Y to try and play a little bit of that NA flavor, but PK Gaming and White Flash contending this long hallway versus each other. But PK, they're still happy to stay near the entrance. White Flash, they have gotten the reset going. And while this is going to be the survey beacon, getting a big scan on many targets, MDY-Black peppering the opposition from afar. It's MeiDuYaoBYD trying to fight back, and he has to get back into cover here.
There. Doesn't even want to risk getting back building on that low health while we see Organstern. It's a very regal sounding name. I quite like it actually.
Yeah. It sounds like he's like a sir, you know, he's a knight.
Yeah.
Sir Organstern, Sentinel. IWD. Ugh.
And the 3x on the Sentinel is hitting today for Organstern, so it bodes well for them getting out of that building when, if the time comes. When the time comes, we'll see. If they need to get out of there with some slightly upgraded gear. VK Gaming, not someone we've seen a lot of, as you can see there. Sitting in 10th spot, actually. So, you know, 20 points they've managed to rack up so far. A reasonable, a commendable effort there for KAKKOII and co.
Ooh. When did you become Sir Genome there, huh? Fish posh, man. But yeah, I gotta agree with you. We've seen some of these teams, they're just finding a little bit of that level of consistency, always a factor, but they haven't found that pop-up game to really propel them to the top 5. But MDY-WHITE, they had their moment in the stun of Ollie1 store point, and they're landing on close by actually to MDY-Black, but they're in the caverns right now, staying in cover and looking to stay safe, being the only team with the Valkyrie here.
X and Y, as we mentioned, moving JR over to the Conduit for this game. They're holding court down the bottom towards the train tracks in front of Tree. Haven't seen a circle end down there actually in a while. That was a fun one you'd often see with like teams trying to peek through those tiny gaps in the slats. If you had the top ground position there. Trying to send the teams below you after you'd managed to get a crack through there.
I mean, it's always fun to see those kind of angles utilized, but Overlook, they are keeping an eye out for where T4 may be. Barricades, of course, can be utilized. Serenity, on the other hand, this is all the way towards Epicenter. And I wonder if they found God Hand early on, or Final Start rather early on. Speaking of Final Start, as well as God Hand, they're back to these trios. They're ready now to move on forward and head their way towards Harvester 2.
Yep, Respawn comes in over Skyhook. But Final Start, heard this, Final Start are taking up a position outside of the tunnel. So it depends where MXF go. If they go around the countdown way, they'll probably be okay. If they evac over the top, they might be okay. If they go through the tunnel, potential danger awaits them.
It's been a hard game for MXF. It's even harder series for Wonton Dumpling. I rarely see the placement highlighted, but with only 6 points here for Wonton Dumpling, it really has just been one of the, I'd say, weaknesses of their playstyle. They don't back on the placement points. They go for the KP, and they haven't gotten as much as they would like in 4 maps of action already. But in the other hands, it's Legends Gaming here in control still by Harvester nearby the center. Ooh. Bit of damage done. Strafing Flame though, cracking the shield back, and they're gonna go back into cover here.
Oh my! That was some very sharp shots there coming out. I think it was full engage actually. They got the better of them there EMP. Oh no, it doesn't get the fences and stuff down the bottom. So I was about to say I was gonna get rid of all the hard work that MDY-WHITE have been done bringing it up. Having a look at the map here, you see it's another central pool. We've seen a lot of these today where it's been in the middle of the map. We don't get a ping pong, we just get a constriction, you know, a slow decay as the ring pulls inside. MDY. So this fight's going to be slow because it's up against IBG, two behemoths.
Yeah, X and Y versus IBG. Here, IBG jockeying for position. X and Y looking to get back that top spot. Immediately, though, you can see damage done by X and Y already. XD trying to go for the weapon swap, but IBG, the movement is crisp, and they're keeping alive with two still standing. Who can clutch, though? It will be JR. Reliable in the pinch. X and Y bring him back to the conduit, and it is the spark that they needed.
That was an incredibly even fight. The trades back and forth. It was a 3v3, then a 2v2, then a 1v1. Every single time someone went down, there was a member of the other team ready there to trade that out. And you can see that X and Y win it by 1 or 2 bullets. Wow, that was a very high-level fight there between the two.
Yeah, it's great to see X and Y do just that and get a big win over IBG. IBG, unfortunately, the fights themselves, you can see the potential. You can see they're just a little bit needing a bit more damage to actually get those dubs, but it just hasn't really come to pass right now. So it's free loot here for X and Y. They're the ones in control of the train tracks outside of Harvester here. And on the other hand, more of the teams looking to head our way with Serenity by landslide. You got God Hand in the tunnel, final start, as well as MXF. They're gonna need to rotate soon too.
Well, the way it's kept shifting in towards Harvester, I might expect that it ends on potentially the western arm of Harvester. So that means a team like KPG, who are set up with the Watson fences inside that western wing, will be in a fantastic spot. Anyone who goes on top of them, Bible's got his Rolling Thunder there, ready to try and cause some issues for them. And the other teams will just have to slowly sort of start making their way in towards that. One of the teams who are very far from that position right now. Final start. So they've got God Hand sitting in the tunnel and train tunnel ahead of them. Serenity's on the other side of that tunnel, so if they need to pull out at some point, gosh, they don't have very happy choices either way.
Yeah, this is where I gotta ask you, Master of the Ring Genome. When the ring is like that in the center, right, it usually pulls center too without touching the other rings, and I guess my answer already shows up. Keep going in on the inside of it, full engage, gonna be nearby. It still has the western arm of the Harvester itself. And speaking of keep going, they have had such a good session so far.
Yeah, I mean, what are they sitting at the moment? Okay, 21 points there. 9th position, not too bad. God Hand waiting for their time to pounce here in the tunnel. But we've got Serenity causing some issues for them. It felt like they were lying in wait, but the prey becomes preyed upon there as Serenity take them out without a second thought.
Yeah, the Hunter gets hunted, and immediately, as we did see the likes of Serenity having to deal with God Hand, the drop on them was there. They got them down, but Serenity fighting back with such stellar aim. So well done by Serenity to hold that off. That's KP coming their way. And not only that, MXF might be the ones to run into Serenity next. But we're keeping an eye out for VK Gaming here, because Final Start is looking to knock on their doorstep. Breaking through the fences right now, it's Selka wanting to lead that charge. Scanned though here by VKG. And VK Gaming, they're basically trapped here. It's either they fight towards White Flash or Final Start.
Okay, what's the option going to be? It looks like Serenity maybe making that choice. No! Jesco getting taken down, and so they try and move back. They're going to leave him for dead there. They want to play the rest of this as a duo. Time is not on their side here, as they're going to try and get out, but they'll probably meet the edges of Light and Unicorn. On the other side, we've got Final Star trying to push in against VKG.
Yeah, VKG are the ones hurting here. They've already lost one, but Sandom might be overextending there. Gravity Lift now is the play. VK Gaming still taking the fight towards MXF as well. And MXF just finding any other target here. You still got Final Start, you got White Flash looking for their moments, and BKG, they're already gone from this outing. So MXF surviving for now, full engage though, looking for this opportunity, and it's only a solo K6 away from the rest of his team. Will this work out though for full engage as Final Start is eliminated too?
A lot of teams really struggling over here. It's a hard place to play from. You've got teams within Harvester who have angles on you, as well as the ones that they're trying to coexist with here on the outside. So MXF, maybe a spot of respite here. This Bangalore smoke's obviously going to come in very, very handy. No ultimates left to use really though. Artoria has already used that Beast of the Hunt, so in 10 seconds that'll be gone. And then as we look up at the teams who has to pull up through the tunnel over here, you've got Akuma. They're sandwiched currently between Team Burger and Lightning Unicorn. Akuma and Burger have both taken a hit.
It looks like Lightning Unicorn wanting to make this batch a simple one-way, ready to overrun anyone in front of them. The numbers advantage is clear here for Lightning Unicorn, but they will head away from that evac tower. Akuma spinning, Killapawns can even get out of dodge. Seems like that's the case for now. Team Burger though have found that moment to go for the reset. They want to see into the Lightning Unicorn setup. Here comes the scan though. Team Burger thinking about it, but they will be beaten back for now.
They did manage to get the res while LU were busy dealing with the team in the middle, so now that's more of a 3v3, but with 7 seconds left in this next ring, Dax, they're both going to have to make a tough rotation. As you can see, Killapawns, he's found his spot. Let's see if a trio joins him soon. He might be in some trouble as the zone does pull where we were expecting, very much on top of that western wing.
Killapaw's a happy camper, but Wonton Dumpling, is this finally their time to shine? Boring has already found to the bow check, also brought out to try and fight towards the elevated angle, but Wonton Dumpling, they mean business, and this is their chance to rack up those kill points. On the other side, you got MDY-WHITE, you got Team Burger having a bit of a scuffle too. While this happens, Lightning Unicorn moving in towards the northern part of the next ring. You also saw full engage wipe out one of the other squads on the outside with K6 and the rest doing some immense damage. But MDY-WHITE, they moved on in. It's Team Burger though, facing off against that single player right now in the front line. That is MeiDuYaoBYD. LQ and the rest try to follow on soon, but it's LQ who's down. The answer back from MeiDuYaoBYD. The shot is crispy from MDY-WHITE. Team Burger eliminated, but MDY-WHITE will suffer the same fate.
Yeah, you see LU pull up. That was through the Wraith ultimate. They waited until the teams had done enough damage to each other that they could just pull up and enjoy the spoils there. That's it. Wonton Dumpling, not necessarily going to let them get away with this. They pull up an EMP, tries to defend this for Lightning Unicorn, but it won't stop Wonton Dumpling. They've got way too much momentum to stop right now. And Lightning Unicorn, they go back through their portal. They put some defenses down on Tony. You can see Wonton Dumpling have spotted that out, so they know exactly where they are. And now maybe is the time to just take pause and let themselves walk it back into the circle, because they have position on this hill where they can very happily walk towards a zone 5 here.
As soon as the pylon breaks, Lightning Unicorn calls for a disengage to even go further away. The full engage should be marking them. Wonton Dumpling now bringing in the kills that they would like. You got Legends Gaming as well as Keep going nearby. And speaking of Legends Gaming, still just poking from where they can.
Look at this, a double interceptor pylon setup here for Legends Gaming. What is this, like 2022 when you could, you know, set multiple of them up if you had enough, you know, ultic cells to go around? Okay, well, they shoot the other one. I'm not sure why. I felt like it had them covered from both sides in terms of nades. I mean, we've said that this spot is very vulnerable to bang ult, so why not just keep it there in order to sort of, you know, just keep you as safe as possible. Either way, Legends Gaming are in an okay spot here, as long as Wonton Dumpling don't full send them too hard from up on top of that hill over there. 10 squads still left at this late time with ring 5 closing in. It's about to get spicy inside Harvester.
Someone's gonna cook soon inside the Lava Pit of Harvester, and Bearclaw Gaming is trying to get out of that melting pot. Hecto quite low, Rudy, it will be the same case, and Bearclaw Gaming, they're cornered here. Push comes to shove, they need to get on out, and they set up the pylon too, but Soyo says goodbye immediately. White Flash though is caught in the crossfire, and Bearclaw Gaming avenges the fallen and takes that squad down.
Okay, that Corpo is still alive, by the way. Just got spotted out and is having to pop the last few of his cells just to try and get in there. I love that gravity lift. They're trying to predict where he's hiding and just lift him up to do the last 50 damage to kill him off. XNY now sending Legends Gaming, and they've got 2 of them down. Player K is still up. Can he get the clutch? Once again, will he be that anchor that they need him to be? I very much doubt it with the quality of opponents that are pushing in. There we go, XNY and Wonton Dumpling now on either side. No one actually in the middle.
Yeah, this is getting exciting. Teams that have really brought their A-game now to this year. Wonton Dumpling versus XNY, but Jackie Chan is ready for a new adventure. It is decisive from Wonton Dumpling. The beast is ready to be unleashed, and Wonton Dumpling make their way to a top 5 finish for now.
Oh man, killer stuff from Wonton Dumpling, who, as we mentioned, really needed to start, you know, making their move on this lobby, considering we're already up to, what is it, match 5 now, so only 1 or maybe 2 opportunities left to make that happen. Okay, the rotation now from full engage, an early catwall to try and secure them a spot behind this rock and let Jubjabib start setting up his positioning there with pylon with some fences, but they're going to have to push towards. Who is that under the stairs there? We've got Bearclaw Gaming.
And Bearclaw Gaming has been in this corner for so very long, and full engage wants to send it towards them. Smokes out too, cracking those shields, and Kizix is looking for any moment he can strike with, but the cover has been blown. They need to get back behind the rock because it will be an engage from Belkin and the rest still. Full engage now left to 1. Bearclaw Gaming refusing to die here, and it's full engage now, relatively set backing Bang Fafa 5th. Does he survive? Belkin and Heck are so close to him.
Surely not. I mean, you said shields there, and that was the operative word. Bearclaw, even though they were a duo, had like 5 different shield swaps set up. So as soon as every time they reloaded, they just quickly swapped to another shield, and it felt like they were a full trio because they had so many shields to go through. No batch required.
Tanky as tanky can be, but Wonton Dumpling is the sword that is looking to slay anyone that stands against them. Heck has fallen to the hand of Boring. Here comes Gugu now, looking to rack up even more kills to his name. Nades are out.
Oh my God.
Through the Dark Void here, and it will be time for Wonton Dumpling to come and collect kills. Start, fail, be damned. It's just Wonton Dumpling shooting everything and anything that moves. Bearclaw is gone. So will be the rest of the competition against Wonton Dumpling, who takes this one.
Well, you don't eat 1 or 2 dumplings, do you, Dax? When you order dumplings, you go all out. You get 10, you get 20, and it seems like every time that Wonton Dumplings pop off, there's a full steamer waiting for you there. Fried, you know, steamed, it doesn't matter. They've just got a bunch waiting, and once again, when they win, they do it in style. This time with, I think, 15 kills. Man, that's making me hungry just thinking about it.
I mean, it's almost dinner time, and it's the perfect time for Wonton Dumpling to come online. You were right there, Genome. 15 kills. And the 12 placing points, that is 27 immediately added to their total, and that will rocket them up the leaderboard here to still try and contend for a good spot overall. Keep going, taking second, but no kills for them. I think really some of the teams that made a big impact here, XNY, a big victory versus IBG, racking up 9 kills all throughout the game. Bearclaw Gaming too, the tanks that are the duo, right, with all the armor swap, still making it to the top 3, having 5 of those KP. But when it came down to business, when it came down for Wonton Dumpling to finally arrive, they did so with absolute grace and absolute confidence.
I mean, yeah, having to take on XNY at the top there, I feel like that was a big turning point in that 5th game, Dax. I mean, it potentially could have gone either way, and at that point, I think XNY probably would have had the same finish to that Wonton Dumpling did. I mean, damn. Gugu really going crazy here at the end, just pumping damage. out towards that other side. And yeah, no, it was so much fun. It's always fun watching Wonton Dumpling win because you know they're not going to do it ratting it out. You know they're not going to do it in anything else but just really dominating fashion, and that says it all, doesn't it? 15 kills, almost 6k damage.
I mean, there's a reason we hyped them up, and the slumbering beast has finally awoken. You said it, 6k damage, 7 kills for Boring, 7 kills for Gugu, and Jackie Chan or XZZ, he's did a lot of work with the damage, helping out the two as well. I guess down the line, there were some big fights won by the likes of MXF, the likes of MDY-WHITE, like the Unicorn, also getting 5 kills, taking advantage of the chaos that was happening versus the likes of MDY-WHITE and all the other squads contending. But really, the story of the server is the Wonton Dumpling. They are above and beyond the competition in that specific game, and they have made it to 7th place just because of one map.
Insane that they can take such a big jump up there. I mean, well, like, to be fair, they had a very good storm point as well, right? But put such a... Oh, sorry. I'm mixing up Wonton Dumpling and X and Y now. X and Y, you know, obviously being very consistent. That's why they're there on top. But yeah, as you say, Wonton Dumpling getting pretty much all of their kills there with that one game. Incredible for them. And, you know, they don't... Again, they're at the top of the leaderboard going into today as far as the overall standings are considered, Dax. So they don't need, like, a massive day today. They just need to do well.
Yeah, and they're finding their form now. X and Y, though, retaking the lead from Legends Gaming. It was a big win for X and Y, where they're able to gang up on Legends Gaming alongside Wonton Dumpling, full engage, utilizing those placement points to stay into the top 3. And it's a decent gap between full engage and Bearclaw Gaming coming up into our last map. So without Bearclaw actually getting a big game, or Team Burger getting a big game, it will be full engage getting some really good league points here for this session.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be very happy with that. You know, once again, top 8 is definitely something that a lot of these, you know, teams that have had a really good split can aim for now. You know, as we said, top 5 seem to be so hard to crack into, but top 8, there's just that sliver of hope for some of these teams.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities, and we'll see how everything will align after this one. One last map, guys. It will be right there with you after this break.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I feel stronger.
It's been an incredible day here in APAC South, and we are going to add one more member to the winners list for today. It is Wonton Dumpling. What a way it has been throughout our 2 sets. Unique winners yet again here. Technically, Legends Gaming won last set. You know, they won this set on World's Edge, but every single map here in A versus C has been won by a different team here, Gino. Will it continue for our last map?
It just seems to be the flavor of the month, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
Everything we've had so far. And, you know, I don't know, maybe are there any other food-related teams? We've got Team Burger and Wonton Dumpling who have won one so far. Let's have a quick look.
No.
I mean, because it always seems to be, you know, it seems to be the APAC South special, right?
Yep.
Not unless we're eating the unicorn out of Lightning
Oh,
Unicorn,
no, please don't.
We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that.
We are not gonna do that. I mean, there was Dumpling Kung, as the producer said. We had chicken sandwich for a while. It really is APAC South where you get hungry for some good games and some good food. But with our last map coming our way, I think really the stage is set for 2 certain teams to take the top spot. Will Legends Gaming get another one for today, another first place? Or will X and Y be able to get their own dub as well? I'm really wondering because the gap here, Gino, is just 2 points between the 2 teams.
Yeah, it's pretty close, hey. I mean, imagine that if they managed to grab like 50 split points out of one day. That would be an incredible performance. That would certainly shut up all the people who were talking about, you know, having to struggle through the gauntlet of playing 12 games in one day. They'll show you that you know, if you want it badly enough, if you're good enough, you can get there. You can get on the top.
Winnable, doable, and you can see here for Full Engage, though, a team that has made it to the top 3, and well done, truthfully, with their placements. Their lowest so far has been that 6th place, and 2 second place finishes back-to-back. Full Engage, they might not have gotten all the best engages so far in terms of the KP, but they're really picking their positions and their battles wisely here.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie, that's definitely better than I sort of thought they were doing. I guess we haven't seen a huge amount of them on the screen so far today, so maybe we'll get a little bit more vision of them here in map 6 to sort of, yeah, give us an inkling of how they've been managing to turn their fortunes around and just turn it on today.
I mean, there have been some fights where I do feel players like KAKKOII especially have taken command and kept Full Engage alive, and it really has been a bit of their playstyle. They get knocked, they can get the confirmed kill onto 1 or 2 targets, but they don't need to actually send it and put themselves in harm's way. It's been very fruitful for Full Engage, and it's also the efforts of Bangfa 5th and Jubjibib, who relatively anchor the team so well that has given them these KPs so far, and it's been a good showing.
Well, I guess if you think about it, Dax, I mean, maybe they're not maximizing, you know, all this kill potential or whatnot, but if you kill one member of the team, they have to, you know, run away. They've got to think about rezzing, whatever it is. You know, you can take their position, and then you're almost sort of trading off some of those kill points for placement points as you get further into the game. You know, just a thought, just one way to think about it. And, you know, seemingly how Full Engage has managed to sort of leapfrog their way further into these circles, as we've seen them get quite deep today, as that graphic shows.
It's been very exciting to see. A lot of different faces also show up today. Even in the last outing, we had, I believe, the likes of WF, the former Ash Esports team. We got Full Engage, who had some good outings as well. But again, you always have to talk about the standards being set, and it always goes back to Legends right now. We've had that deep listen in. It was one of the longest listens-ins I've ever heard, and for good reason, because the calls have been some of the most sure we have seen throughout these past 2 lobbies, and I wonder if they can keep this kind of setup on, just because watching back at the old Black Hand VODs and some of the older days of Strafing Flame, there was a lot less security in the calls, and now it really feels like they know exactly what they want to do.
Well, I think they got so much support. They got so much, you know, validation from the community at large after doing so well at LAN. And, you know, I think Strafing Flame, honestly, I found out the other day, he's only like 19 or 20, I believe. I'm going to double check it on Wikipedia right now. But that really surprised me, right? Because you don't get that sense when you're talking to him. He is one of the most like self-assured people that I have, you know, talked to or met in Apex Legends. And I think that really shows... it doesn't have his birthday on Wikipedia? What is this?
Just ask him
anyway,
right now.
Yeah, we can ask him later, maybe, if we, who knows, maybe we'll get a chance to chat to him. But, yeah, look, he's definitely one of the younger players, and, yeah, one of the more impressive players in terms of just so much belief in himself, right? Like, even in the times when, you know, his team wasn't necessarily doing as well, or, you know, he didn't have, like, you know, this was back on the days of Primus Commander, where, like, the original Primus Commander, right? Where he had to show up as a duo some days and still put on a show. And even in those times, you know, we saw Strafing Flame just this unwavering belief in himself. And I think that's one of the things that has carried him all the way through to being now not only one of the best teams in APAC-South, but one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and just a quick little recap of the results, guys. Legends Gaming, a first place finish there in map number 4 with 11 KP to their name, has led to them having 59 points. Interesting enough to compare to that previous set that we had earlier on into the day. They had 68 points total, 34 KP, and 34 placement points, as even as it could get. And Legends Gaming seems to be such a well-balanced team. Beyond the leaderboard, though, I kind of want to mention again how drastic the jump of Wonton Dumpling is, and I only saw it like this visualized right now. They were 17th place. Now they're 7. One game has taken them 10 floors up. That's an express elevator that really shows up from time to time in these kind of lobbies.
And think about that, right? Like, that's roughly 10 split points if you're moving up from 17th to 7th. And at that point, you know, that can be the difference between you making LAN or not, Dax. That can be, you know, a life-changing amount of split points. Having a look at the team compositions that these teams have run in Group A and Group C. Bloodhound rising to the top. Who would have predicted that, honestly, being one of the most popular compositions? The other one that is just fascinating there is 5 picks on Wraith Crypto Watson.
This is basically one of the screenshots analysts will have about Apex Legends, and they're gonna be like, what is APAC-South doing running rate this much, right? And it has worked from time to time. It does feel like that they're trying so much to make the Valkyrie work. They were getting picked apart from the sky, still not as valuable as they would like, and we've seen the Portal play just be something a little bit more low-key. I mean, you may not agree with it, or you may agree with it. Lovely to see it right yet again, but the results have speak for themselves, and the popularity of actually having a rate composition here, it's just wonderful to see that variety in APAC-South.
Yeah, I mean, you know, APAC North is probably the region known most for its crazy, kooky, interesting, you know, whatever you want to call it, compositions. You know, still seeing Rampart over there recently. But yeah, it's fun to see that APAC-South still doing a little bit of cooking ourselves down here this time. And going into game 6 soon. Looks like we've got some of the picks coming through, Dax, and we do have a couple of changes. We've got MXF, they're moving over from Conduit to Catalyst, and T4 are changing over from that Crypto Watson Wraith comp that we just saw to Bangalore Horizon Watson. So a very big change there from T4.
Yeah, the legends are set and our teams are landing already. Let's get into our final game of the night.
Interesting to see that contest once again, Dax. Godhand versus MXF. And just as it played out the other times, Godhand going straight for the bins, MXF for those guaranteed guns.
Yeah, the third round is upon us, and Godhand and MXF already doing battle. WJX has to get back to cover, but Artorias has purple armor, and he can be a raid boss here if they choose to do so. Into cover right now inside the building. Here's the spikes too, and it will be the slide of Godhand looking to overrun him immediately. Smoke launcher though of all things, knocking down one. Acquaintance now to the floor. It's 2v2 for the time being. The Mozambique say a prayer to do a bit of damage there. Selka getting on the board as well, and Godhand right now, they are still going to be alive and kicking. Final start going to be moving on forward too to get a piece of the action, but there's also Serenity who wants a chip in this fight towards Survey Camp.
I mean, not only that, final starts, Selka was also having a little bit of a gander, and you can see actually he's been like, oh, okay, they finished already. I'll just head back. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to grab this assault bin and head out. But as you mentioned, Serenity, Legacy's got his purple armor ready to go, and they might be looking over. You often see this in Game 6 as well, Dax, where you know, teams are more willing to throw in a curveball because they know that there's sort of no repercussions afterwards.
Yeah.
So it makes sense here. Serenity just holding the hill out, trying to work out. They would have seen that that MXF went down in the kill feed. So they know they'll probably be going up against a full trio here. They've just got to find the opportunities, spotting them out. I think they might even be waiting for them to split up. Oh, okay, the scan comes out, so they have been spotted.
Yeah, God Hand, they can think about this. They have 2 purple armors compared to the 1 that Serenity has. Serenity has hoofed their way towards Survey Camp, and now God Hand retreating into the train track tunnels where it's still Selka moving around and opening those bins. But I like what you said, Genome, and I guess this is where I bring out the Filipino in me and say there's a concept called walang bawi. Basically, there's no way you can get back at them after this game because you are done for the night after you are eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. So perfect time to just mess with the other teams, and God Hands are gonna have to. Oh man, I mean, look, they get some KP, but it's gonna be a long way for them because the ring is very far down south. So as we move south down the map, we go to Landslide, and we see Lightning Unicorn going up against Akuma.
Yeah, and many of these teams already taking buildings into launch site. Lightning Unicorn, though, on the other hand, keeping an eye out for anyone up top. Landslide, interesting place to face off against one another. Akuma still over onto the elevated angle, and they're very fortified with the Catalyst spikes. The shot, though, rings onto Yukoi, who has to get back into cover for now.
Holding height, obviously very advantageous as far as this fight goes, Dax, but you know, how long can they stay up there realistically? Lightning Unicorn actually going to take the portal, and probably just head way out towards the zone. Lightning Unicorn know that it's probably going to be a launch site zone, so they don't really want to get stuck up at Landslide. They've already spent enough time there. They will continue on.
Yeah, that's a fair point. One of our zone teams really wanting to get into their spot. When you see a ring like this, yes, you can land launch site. I'm seeing the rings in my games too pull up towards the dome area as well. But in any case, Team Burger, we saw the prestige, we saw the vintage Team Burger happen a while ago with a dub. But after that win, they are still in the top 5, but it isn't the same headway that we thought we would see from that point on.
Yeah, maybe not quite. And yeah, this ring certainly doing nothing to favor them as they are very far away now. Anyway, might see them run into some other teams on the way in there, but you can see a lot of teams have definitely identified this as a launch site zone. So every building right now over at launch site is occupied.
And Legends Gaming, they can't find a building for themselves. They're just sticking around with some fences and looking to play on the outskirts instead. Player K taking some damage. You're watching X and Y, though. They have their own spot. This was their POI to begin with. And Bearclaw Gaming, they've had a lot of lethality so far on this stage. You know, top 4 right now with 40 points, and MDY-WHITE is nearby.
Ooh, okay. Well, I don't think MDY-WHITE is going to come out of this fight very well because they look locked in. But Bearclaw actually getting hit by the EMP. Is that enough? Has MeiDuiYaoBYD done enough to disengage here? Takes the Geyser. Is that an option to get out of this? Yeah, they won't catch him flying away. So they'll get the couple of finishes there and the loot that entails. But we also have a chance for the Crypto Drone here to come in and grab those banners.
Yeah, MDY-WHITE has been the peskiest with the Crypto Drone so far, willing to sacrifice the 2 teammates just to get those banners back with the drone itself. But it does seem like MeiDuiYaoBYD has only gotten 1. The drone does get broken.
Level 2.
And it was Legends Gaming as well as White Flash peering in to see if they could actually get some kills too. So Legends Gaming in the top 2. A wipe here early on will seal the deal and give it to X and Y. And speaking of X and Y right now, they're the ones watching out for Legends Gaming here.
indeed. Legends in number 2 spot right now, 2 points behind X and Y, but they've got a fantastic spot here. Well, fantastic. I don't know. They're not inside. They're you know, sitting on the ramp over here, but they've got enough cover around them that with the Wonton fences set up, I think they'll be okay for the moment, knowing how good they are at predicting the movements around them and being able to put down pressure with that insane damage that the Easy Flash does pump out. That's one of his specialties, just clearing space around them via threat of, you know, mid-range damage is pretty much Easy Flash's calling card.
Yeah, it's been the template, as we've said, in IBG. Throw out the Rolling Thunder, no one to actually be afflicted by it, as VK instead inside the vault tunnel nearby. But the ring is shifting away here from launch side just a little bit, and instead we see it head over onto the east. So Legends Gaming, this might be a good spot. IBG thinking about if they can stay here as well. White Flash, considerations for their position, and all in all, it will still be some of these outskirt fights really being a factor, because Lava Siphon itself here, Genome, getting filled up as MDY-WHITE is eliminated eventually.
Ooh, okay. Unfortunate there for one of the fan favorites, but further up, Akuma looking at Godhand making the rotation. Oh, don't quite catch off Acquaintance as the bullet time kicks in, allows him to catch up with the rest of his teammates there. Radiant transfer as well, just to make the last part of this rotation a little bit safer as well. They'll continue on their way. Akuma now going to keep looking for other teams. They might find Serenity, who have just come in from the ring, coming out from Overlook, actually.
Yeah, some outliers here. Serenity, Akuma will come in from the north side still. Bearclaw Gaming, though, on the other hand, they meet VK Gaming and see their setup. Belkundo backing away with the raid. Yet again, still such an interesting sight to see in our lobbies, but it's getting more commonplace as the days go on.
Number 4, that looks pretty good on Bearclaw, I reckon. They're going to be very happy with how they played today, I believe. Wow, that's a cast curse if I've ever seen one. Like, immediately, just straight up done in by Way, and are now going to get sent by Team Burger here. Trying to set up some fences to stop this. Need to get angles. These are some great fences, honestly. They're actually, that plus the thermites are making this really hard fence to pop in. Belkin with the Digi gets some good damage out, but Team Burger got this one.
They're still up as a trio here for Bearclaw Gaming, Atlas, and Team Burger. They had to take so much time trying to get rid of those defenses that you mentioned. Team Burger is looking still to play the offense here. Bearclaw Gaming have reset and have a pylon set on up. So it needs to be Team Burger rethinking. Can they even push this by this point? Way, he wants to try. The defense is also in the way. They break the shields though of the Wonton and the Bangalore. Here comes Belkin to be the front line. And it is Bearclaw getting back into cover. Still finding a moment of reprieve.
Well, we've seen the Beast of the Hunt already go down for Pricey. So at this point, we've got no more options to start seeing through that smoke. And it's going to be very hard. I think Team Burger does make the right choice here to push out as Bearclaw Gaming just doubles down on that position. I mean, Burger especially sitting in 5th spot now with 38 points. It is hard for them to push up, right? The next one is BCG with 42. So yeah, actually, if they hadn't taken out Bearclaw Gaming there, they may have been able to sort of guarantee themselves 4th spot. But that's really all they can play for. It's very unlikely that they'll go any higher than that.
Yeah, that was a priority fight there from Team Burger. And in the meantime, Serenity and Akuma have the high ground against them. Serenity and Akuma, we've been waiting for this matchup to happen ever since we've seen the rotation paths, and Boogie looking to be the front line here. Still has a Dark Veil available if he does choose to. Gravity Lift upon us, and as Akuma decides to go for the disengage, going to be for Killapause. Team Burger, though, also chipping on in, and it will be 3 squads in absolute pitch battle. As I've said before about these teams, very familiar faces and names in the APAC-South scene. Team Burger, though, using Wayard as well as Pricey's temporary shields to keep the fight going.
Yeah, it's actually a tough one there for Burger, because Serenity got set up. They were actually quite safe inside the train cart there. I don't know how Akuma came out of that with 3 people still alive. I mean, That's honestly a miracle.
It can happen in these situations. And not only that, the Akuma reset, the Team Burger reset, and Serenity reset. Bearclaw Gaming were just basically witnesses trying to see what was going on. Final start though, flying by now here. IBG marking them immediately. And final start is Sandwich here. Legends Gaming on one side of them, final start on the other. And here we go again, Legends Gaming still getting the ring pull coming into their favor and outside now of the launch site itself.
Does look like Legend Gaming have picked this ring pretty well. Certainly it's pulling towards that northeastern side of launch site, near that lower ground where we saw Legend Gaming set up. MDY-WHITE will be nearby, and you know, if they can stave off any pushes from, say, Overlook Entertainment, who are near command right next to them, they might be in an okay spot as well. KAKKOII Gaming also in that area too, so a couple of teams that will be looking to take that sort of platform position, the ramp position above where Legend Gaming are currently sitting.
There's so much chaos towards the north. IBG doing some good damage. Legends Gaming will get a care package though, and Bearclaw, Serenity, and Akuma will get take two yet again for a bunch of these squads facing off against one another. KAKKOII Gaming though, they're eliminated now. MDY-WHITE, they also need to deal with opposition near them, and it is getting absolutely testy all across the map. Crusader though doing some damage courtesy of the Akuma side, and we see it here. Serenity, they're left to Jesco trying to survive here with a little bit of shield cells keeping him up. The legendary armor trying to at least top him up as much as he can, but he's all alone now.
It'll get taken out by Bearclaw as well, with Belkin now on the Wraith instead of the Bloodhound, but I'm sure that's not going to stop him full sending these teams. Jesco somehow has just legged it and made it out of there as a solo man. Usain Bolt trying to just get out. Honestly, Akuma's effort there to reset after that fight, and they're now in so many teams also very impressive, so I am keeping my eye on them.
Yeah, and Jesco actually winning a rat battle and eventually getting eliminated, so that's 2 more squads gone. Lightning Unicorn also going to be included to that league, so but good effort to Jesco anyway. Wonton Dumpling though, this is damage from the Prowler. It is Wonton Dumpling's time to shine. Peak God though in the front line. Sharky in danger. Team Burger will be eliminated, but this is where it gets very dangerous here for Wonton Dumpling. Akuma watching out for them. You got full engage as well as White Flash also nearby by the cliffside here by the compound. Bearclaw will be flying on the way, and it is Bedlam indeed on World's Edge. Tracking here from Rukoko from afar. The 3 times on the scout, allowing those shots to land, and the artillery is being prepared too.
Wonton Dumpling, they've got no option. They have to take the geyser in, barely even any time to pop medkits, so they cannot stay in the ring. But meantime, there's about another 5 teams on top of them. This is nuts over here on the north side of the ring. Wonton Dumpling try and maximize that KP as people pull in, but White Flash from their position on top of command there get the chance. Look at that kill feed! It is scrolling faster than Twitch chat right now.
It is even going to the inventory by this point, and White Flash will be next on the list here. They're eliminated. Bearclaw too. We also saw full engage be gone from this battle, and it is merely a matchup between Legends Gaming and XNY right now for the top spot. 65 points for Legends Gaming. XNY still with the lead, and we got 4 squads left after all that carnage.
I'm sorry, 4 squads left?
Yep.
4 squads.
Scoreboard, don't lie, man. Scoreboard,
we had about triple that 10 seconds ago, Dax. That is just stupid. That is ridiculous. Anyway, Legends Gaming holding that position, calling the ring perfectly, now get to take a fight with IBG, while X and Y, as we noted, one of the other top teams that's fighting for top spot today, sits down the bottom, and Overlook Entertainment buys their time. But this fight between Legends Gaming and IBG is very important. The other 2 teams not really looking like they want to get involved in this right now. Easy Flash almost dies to zone there, taking the armor swap, but Legends Gaming are okay for the moment.
That got very scary there for Easy Flash. Legends Gaming also seeing the old positions to overlook X and Y. On the other hand, 68 points. There's a confirmation, and they are away from all of the other contenders. Still full squads of 3 for these final 4 remaining. Legends Gaming, though, player K out in the open. And the Sports one who first falls down. Ziggy trains his Hemlock well, and that is some immense damage done by IBG, and they will move forward to win the man advantage. Just a 3v2. They want to go for Asia's there, bringing in the hurt. An easy flash, kicking his teammate back into cover. Striking Blade needs to get the armor right now with the shield battery. It's easy flash who has to hold off everyone in front of him. Overlook, though, is gone. We are left to the 3 here.
Triple reds on IBG. The only real hope for Legends Gaming right now is that X and Y distracts them enough that they can get back up and into this, but they do lose the 3rd member. X and Y and Legends Gaming fighting over that first position, and I don't know if Legends can get back up. Now they've only got the single member left alive. It is easy flash with a Prowler. You never know, but IBG and X and Y are probably going to be the last 2 teams going into this.
Oh, look at that. And X and Y are playing for the lobby win. With that kill onto Easy Flash, they confirm they will take the top spot of this A versus C matchup. But there's still one more squad in front of X and Y, and the cleaner sweep of this map, it's IBG.
All right, well, 2 very scary teams go up against one another. YC has managed to grab that Prowler. Let's see if the triple reds on IronBloodGaming side are too much for X and Y to overcome.
IBG making them bleed, and they have knocked down 2 of X and Y already. Last one standing, it will be JR. He's made miracles happen before for X and Y. Not gonna happen against IronBloodGaming, who will take our final match.
Our final map of the day, once again, goes to a team who's been quiet throughout the day and just gets a fire lit under them at the last moment in order to try and salvage their series. This time it's IronBloodGaming pushing themselves up past the 10th slot to get those extra split points as we close out the day. I'm sure we'll get those the final score results to you, the split standings, and we're also going to try and get someone on the line for an interview, guys, so please stick around for that. It's going to be fascinating. Won't spoil it, just to see who we can get on here, but yeah, very keen to try and get some thoughts today from some of the players who have played some amazing Apex.
And while the production's doing the math, we're gonna check out some of the highlights from such a chaotic game. Everyone's backing, you know it's gonna be launch site, maybe we have to move out towards the east, but everyone was stuck by the lava siphon area. It was just absolute carnage trying to get into the zone. From around double digits of squads, it left us 4 after everything was said and done. Many standoffs from the likes of Team Akuma and Serenity. You saw White Flash pitching in. You also saw, of course, Legends Gaming wanting to gatekeep along the way. But this was the big fight. Legends versus X and Y, as well as IBG being a big factor too.
Possibly the most hectic sequence I've seen in Apex Legends ever, Dax. I don't know if I've ever seen that many teams go down in that short a period of time.
These are the things that you witness here in APAC-South. And I gotta give respect to X and Y. They knew that was only gonna be a solo left for Legends Gaming after all damage that was done against them. They really looked for easy flash first and left Legends Gaming in the dust in 3rd place. X and Y with 2nd with 6 kills too, 1.5k damage from XC. But the day, or this map rather, goes to IronBloodGaming. 10 takedowns and a monstrous effort from Asia's to get 6 kills. Down the line, you got Bearclaw Gaming getting 6 kills, Full Engage with 4. I think that's really exciting. Who's gonna get that top 3 spot, if that can be contended, because we're gonna get our scoreboard now, and let's see how everything really came to pass here in A versus C, as X and Y will take it.
76 points, a very strong day from them, and you know, it was just game after game of really solid stuff there from X and Y. Legends Gaming narrowly missing out on the double win for the day, but I'm sure they won't be disappointed with a first and a second. I believe we are trying to get someone from Legends Gaming on the line, so stay tuned for that. And then moving down the leaderboard, we've got Full Engage, and a very impressive effort from those lads with 60 points. And apparently IronBloodGaming went from 14th to 7th with that final win, Dax.
And not only that, they leapfrog Wonton Dumpling by a single point, right? You get a good map, Wonton Dumpling. We get a good map here in IBG. And it will just be neck and neck between two of the edge-running teams we have seen be lethal. Serenity also within that top 10. Keep Going Gaming, always a consistent presence. They make it to that 10 spot. And down the line, I guess, MDY-WHITE, not the best day at the office, only at 12. And NY-Black there at 14th. Lightning Unicorn also, just not their lobby this time around. 18th place, and many times here caught so early in their rotation.
Alrighty, interesting end to the day there, Dax. And yeah, look, congrats to XMY for pulling that one out. And also Team Burger, again, you know, finishing up in 5th, I think was pretty solid there, considering their start to the day.
Yeah. It was good to see Sharky and the rest do wonders, but this is where we're gonna have a special guest. I believe we have a Flame of Legends Gaming, if I am not wrong, and let's hear from him because we want to talk about how this day went for Legends.
Strafing, can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
I think we're just getting him on the line. I'm so keen to hear his thoughts, Dax, after you know, a first and a second. That's pretty killer, honestly. I don't know if we've seen anyone do that across 2 series in recent memory, because you know, as we mentioned, it's a grueling day.
I mean, it's exhausting, right? And having how many points? Around like over 40 plus in the league. You gotta give big props to Legends. We had that solid listen in a while ago, the stellar calls from Strafing Flame, and it got very testy versus X and Y. It really went down to the wire, and you gotta give props to a team that has played 12 maps at maximum efficiency all throughout.
Strafing, are you there?
Yeah. Hello? We're more so talking to ourselves over him. Yeah, we're gonna get. I hope we get him. You know, APAC-South's a big region. Many countries. SEA is a big place. I'm in one of the countries there. Strafing Flame is somewhere else. You know, hopefully he can hear us though. Yeah.
Okay. Might just take a second to figure this out, but having a look at some of their stats in the meantime. I mean, you know, you don't have to guess, Dax, who got the most damage out of Legends at this point. You know, Easy Flash, he's sticking on the Bangalore, 6.5k almost for today. You know, Strafing, switching over to the Bloodhound was an interesting choice as well.
Yeah, I like it. He can be the front line, and unfortunately we can't hear Strafing Flame right now. But just talking about the stats, really, Easy Flash, 10k a while ago, 6k as you mentioned. Same can be said for Strafing Flame in that last set. It's just Legends game. There's a reason why we want to talk to them right now. We heard from them a while ago, yes. But it's still different being able to give these kind of questions, and not only that, pick their brain, because things might be changing very, very soon for Apex with how the season will have a bit of a break moving forward.
Yeah, true. That's, I mean, that's a big topic. I don't know if we've got time for that one today, but gosh, it's yeah, it'll be interesting when we come back from the break, and obviously that will affect week 5 and then the regional finals as well. So it'll be a big shake-up from the start of Split 1 and kind of Apex as we know it here, which is, yeah, definitely interesting for teams like this that obviously have, you know, practiced and you know, made their success essentially on playing the kind of brand of Apex that we've seen thus far. Yeah, I mean, I think definitely one of the things I'm keen to hear about from Strafing is you know, how they adjust their play styles kind of depending on, you know, the type of lobbies they're in and you know, the POIs they have to play from, right? Because it just feels like day and night when we're comparing how Legends Gaming are running through these lobbies and playing them so smart compared to the kind of trials and tribulations they had to deal with at LAN and still pulling success out at that point. So definitely keen to see, you know, what he thinks the kind of keys to getting, you know, first and second place here at this series today.
Yeah, big day for Legends Gaming. You also gotta wonder if they do feel like that there's a big target on their backs, not just by other teams, but by the community as a whole, seeing them as that heir apparent with Moiscon, with Dark Zero, leaving beforehand, and making that mark, make all the way to third place on the global stage in the major championship, really, at the end of the year. It really is a message that Legends Gaming is a threat, bar none, and today was a day that we saw it, and it's why we're talking about it right now. Hopefully we can actually patch things in, because he's the man with the brain, he's the man with the calls, and we want to see what else is next here for Legends Gaming too.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely keen to hear it.
Yeah, it's okay.
I guess after today, you know, like just thinking about the overall standings, you know, that moves them up into a clear. Actually, no, that's not even. Just having a look at
they're number one for sure.
Yeah, they have to, because they were number one before this, and they've just come out with a second place.
Yeah, it's not even in terms of the games, but Legends Gaming probably around, I don't know what, 70 points, 76.
Yeah, because I think it was a 21-point game for today, which pushes them up into 76. I mean, we were thinking about the cutoffs from last year as well, Dax, and at that point. We had, I think it was moving down to like 90 if you included 8th place from last year. So they're actually almost qualified already, and we're only like halfway through the split. You know, don't even have to worry about the regional finals at this point, which is pretty incredible. Yeah, going down to 8th spot last time. Okay, it was 90 points. So yeah, maybe, you know, they need another like 10 points or something, which you would think that if you put Easy Flash as a solo in these games, you know, somehow he'd probably just pull that out by himself.
Yep, pretty much with all the damages he's able to do. I do feel Legends Gaming, it's something we talked about even during the games, right? For Legends Gaming, it's not just about making it to LAN, making it to the slots. It's about having the right placing and having basically a championship run for themselves. But this is our chance to hear from Strafing Flame. Hello. Can you hear us here? Oh, there you go. Hello. Strafing Flame, how are you? How are you guys feeling after an incredible day? First in the first set, second in the second set. It was such a consistent effort from your whole team.
Yeah, obviously it feels great, right? Like we've been severely underperforming because I've had to take quite a massive break because of my eyes. Whereas, yeah, I don't know what you call it exactly, but I had really severe dry eye and I couldn't play for like the better part of 2 months. And I basically was forced to sit in bed 22 hours a day, just closing my eyes, because otherwise they just get worse immediately. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty rough period of time. But going back into Apex and into Pro League with like near zero practice was an even rougher period of time. I mean, obviously, like placing 8th in Pro League, 3rd, it's not bad, right? They're not bad placings, but you know, we expected better, and we really got to work in trying to understand what we were missing, and we fixed those going into this set, and obviously, like, it showed, right? Like this week.
Yeah. It definitely showed this week, Strafing. I mean, yeah, okay, that's an interesting, yeah, no wonder. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster, or certainly, you know, at least on the ascent so far, till now, where you've definitely cemented yourself on top of the region, as honestly, most people, I think, would have expected you to do after that LAN performance. But I just want to hear about, you know, has there been any adjustments you've had to make, or sort of how different it is the way that you guys play in the APAC-South region versus what we saw you have to do from, you know, POIs like Landslide and whatnot when you were playing at LAN last time?
Honestly, it felt like LAN last time was quite a bit easier than APAC-South, purely just because of the amount of Watsons in the region. But yeah, I mean, we struggled quite a bit during like the start of it, right? Wasn't really performing the way we wanted to, but I think we all showed up today, and Easy Flash, obviously, the stats don't lie, right? I've been saying this for forever, like he is literally the GOAT. funny thing is, the first time I met him, he actually like 1v6 2 cheater teams back to back in rank while I was playing with him. Absolutely wild stuff.
I mean, man's the template for a damage for good reason, but a while ago, we had an insane listen-in that really went the distance because you guys won it all. And if I correct me wrong, right, that's around staging. You had such incredible calls. You were assessing the situation well, and it does feel like for people who have watched the documentaries about how you guys were at Black Hand back day, then and now how you guys are at Legends Gaming, how does it feel to make those calls under pressure? Because it really feels like there's so much more surety on how you speak with the rest of your team.
It's mostly delusion. You just gotta think you're the best, you know?
Dude, that's fair.
Delulu
that's fair.
is the Salulu, huh? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, it's got you this far.
We all gotta get that confidence, and it does feel like for your team, there's so much confidence in how you approach these kind of fights. But I kind of have to ask you. Sometimes we see you guys turn fights against the likes of IBG, the likes of other teams spiraling down on you. What is the moment during those fights where you say, "Okay, guys, we win this, we go"?
It's when Easy Flash runs in and screams, "I'm fucking pissing on them!" Yeah, no, he basically just 1v3s. I don't really know what's happening. Yeah. We play, and then suddenly Mars starts yelling, and then everyone dies. Yeah. It's kind of great.
Easy Flash is the answer, man. Easy Flash is the answer.
He is. If there's any question in Apex, it kind of seems like Easy Flash might be the answer to it.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about, you know, I think coming into Champs last year, Strafing, you know, there was probably a lot of questions around you guys, or, you know, certainly I think the need to prove yourselves on a global level. And now that you've done that, do you feel a difference within the team? Do you feel a difference within sort of, you know, your confidence or how you calm or play together as a result that, you know, you've sort of proven that to some extent?
Honestly, all the confidence boost I had coming from placing third at Champs, it disappeared kind of months ago. Going into it, it was kind of like a fresh, clean slate. And a lot of the problems we put Band-Aid fixes on going into Champs, they kind of unraveled, and we had to figure out how to solve, like, put everything back together. And the coach that we got, Nihil, he was an integral part in doing that. He is possibly one of the smartest people I've ever met, and he basically kind of put us back together. He pointed out like what we needed to work on, like what was missing, and then like we fixed that going into this week.
Can you give us any more insight into like what those sort of specific things were that you've tried to fix that have obviously worked and paid off in spades?
I would like to apologize. I would rather not speak on it, unfortunately.
Keeping the secrets behind the curtain. All right, you keep
no
your secrets.
leaks here from Flame.
All right, I'll get them out of you one day. Maybe in a back room or something at LAN, Strafing. I'll pry the answers out of you. But look, okay, it's been fantastic to see how well you guys have done today. Last question. Just want to hear about, you know, we've had a lot of discussion in APAC-South about, you know, playing 12 games in one day and how tough that can be. Do you have any thoughts on that, considering you've just come through with a first and then a second?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I have the same exact opinion as any other pro that's experiencing the same thing. It is quite rough, right? Especially when my eyes haven't still really fully recovered. After the first set of games, it was already pretty red. And going to the second set, like, I'm scared to look in the mirror right now because I think I might have fucked my eyes pretty bad again.
Okay, he's got the bloodhound vision pumping out.
That's true. That's why he played it, right? And we hope, of course, Strafing Flame, you feel so much better after everything is said and done. Incredible day and an incredible outing from Legends as a whole. You guys are above and beyond the top spot right now and are way up there on the leaderboards. We're gonna be wrapping things up, but before we call it off with you, do you have any shout-outs, anyone you want to thank, especially from what has happened so far here in the Pro League?
Well, I think I've already said Nihil, but I don't think I can overstate it. Like, he is genuinely one of the smartest people I've ever met and has helped us, like, a ton. Would also like to shout out my parents. They're actually like trying to support me. They're like watching and everything. It's an awesome feeling. So love you, mom. Love you, dad.
That's great to hear. Mama and Papa Strafing Flame, shout outs to you. And it was such a good show. Thank you so much, Strafing Flame, for coming in, answering our questions. And we are excited to see what is next for Legends Gaming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to say a final thanks to the fans who were like supporting us. We really appreciate it. We love every single one of you guys. And thank you for having me.
Thank you for giving your time. And we know it's tiring. We know you've had a long sets, and we are going to be closing off the show. So, Genome, we got a lot of insights. I know you didn't get to pry as much as you would like. There still is half the season left here in the split. So, we're just going to see it in the actions of Legends Gaming down the line, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, if they're only halfway up the mountain here, I'll be fascinated to see how good these guys look by the time we get to regional finals, because without a doubt they will be there, and I think they'll be one of the biggest threats when we get to that exciting end to Split 1 here in APAC South.
And it's time for us to check out our final scoreboard after everything is said and done. Games aren't that even, but Legends Gaming is still at the very top. 76 points, 26 points away from second place. Serenity, Wonton, Dumpling getting a few league points, still in third place, tied up with Bearclaw Gaming to Lightning Unicorn making that top 5. But check things out from second to around 13th. That is just, what, 9 points separating the field.
Yeah, fascinating it will be to see who makes those top 8 slots. Of course, for the moment, I suppose we're still thinking about who makes the top 20, because of course the top 20 will go onto the regional finals, and then you have to think about even relegations when we start getting to the end of the split. So the bottom 8 teams from 30th to 23rd, they will have to fight for their slot again and go through either, what is it, the Pro League qualifiers, and yeah, so that's another thing. So there's 2 different cutoffs there that you're worried about. 1, making regional finals, and 2, not getting relegated.
Yeah, there's so much of the circuit still to play. And don't forget, guys, next week, it's not going to be on Saturday, right, Genome? It will be on Sunday.
Yes.
If you are in the APAC-South time zones. That is going to be February 11, still 12 p.m. SGT. And of course, we know that everyone has been tuning on. And big shout-outs to the long shot peeps who have always been supporting everyone who was an OG since day 1. And of course, everyone who's tuning on in from Play Apex to the Nice Wig streams, all the other co-streams that we see so far. And that's gonna be it for me. Of course, Genome and the rest will continue on the show from this point on. Anything else you want to say, Genome, after such an incredible day?
Oh, just yeah, look, I'm really glad that we're here on the Play Apex channel, and I know there's a lot of people who wouldn't have got to catch as much Play Apex action from APAC South before. So I really hope you're enjoying the region, enjoying the broadcast, and yeah, look, we'll be here for the foreseeable future. So yeah, keep tuning into APAC South, one of the most fun regions.
Yeah. Don't forget, this is APAC-South, and we are happy that you are seeing us in action. That's going to be it from us, from Longshot Crew and the like. Tune in next week, Sunday, for another session of APAC-South. I've been Dax here with Genome. See you guys. Good night, and have a good game down the line.